flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign in peace. Oh, back to honor and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Ladies and gentlemen, FC fans across Nigeria and the world, welcome to the final weekend of the National E-Soccer League. I'm Slimo, and as we've done over the past 4 weeks, flown in all the way from Ghana to give you front row action of this electrifying league of FC 25 greatness live from Nigeria, Lagos. I've been doing this for the past 4 weeks with a familiar face here with me, Manny, as we'll be doing this. Manny, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you so much, Slimov. I'm so excited. You know, this is, as you said, the final lap. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we've run a crazy sprint for the last 4 weeks. Going into the last week, it will definitely be crazy. But earlier, I said I had a familiar face. Well, we do have a new addition to our desk, and I'm sure you probably have a hint already, as that is what the 16 players will be fighting for. The National E-Soccer League trophy joins us. And Money, once you saw it first time, what was your initial reaction?
As I walked into this place and I saw this, my first reaction was like, wow. All of the journey, all of the fights, all of the struggle, all of the preparation, the energy, the time put into it. Yeah, this looks like something that, I'm so just it being here, it just makes me so happy. I'm so excited.
It is indeed definitely worth it. We are privileged to even be close to it because, of course, the winner gets to take home the trophy. But just enjoy all of the greatness of the National E-Soccer League trophy. I mean, the gold definitely signifying who wins gold.
Absolutely.
And I think it's just brilliant that once you win this, you walk home with it. And of course, you walk home with a handsome prize as well. For all of those who be asking for the prize pool, we'll drop it tomorrow so you know what everybody wins. But this is truly the symbol of who you are as the first ever National E-Soccer League champion, because you'll be making history.
Yes, whoever it is that finally has the opportunity to lay his hands on this is going to be making tremendous history, because this is the first ever league format. Not just the fact that it's the National E-Soccer League, but it's the first ever league format competition ever held in Nigeria. So this was not one of those ones where you could, you had a lucky day. No, this was consistency. This competition rewards consistency. Every day, every moment, every game counts.
Yeah, everything counts. And usually tournaments in Africa, when we do have them, maybe after you win, you just get your money or maybe like a check and then you go home. But this time you have a symbol to show everybody that you are indeed truly champion. So there you have it, your trophy. But today, final weekend, I got goosebumps all over me when the fixtures even dropped for today, because you know what? We have some blockbuster action. I think out of all of the weeks, today we'll probably have the most intriguing fixtures all over, in the sense that there are big games everywhere. Games that could mean so many things. Today, Manny and I will be doing a lot of mathematics.
Yes.
Because if someone wins here, It's a
someone drops
scoring
points
problem.
here. Like, okay, if you, I mean, just before we started the broadcast, we were talking about like, oh, okay, if these two guys continue their run, if they win all the games, which means it's just down to them in the final. We also calculated some other guys who are just in third and fourth. Like, okay, what if this one wins here? So many things
Like
happen.
there's so much to look forward to. Of course, we'll start right from the very top. The two guys who haven't still dropped a single game, they've only dropping 2 points across 4 weeks. Killer Freak and Farouk will be looking to maintain consistency, but they've got big games coming up. That's one. Somebody right under them, Rufai. If Killer Freak and Farouk go on to drop loads of points, Rufai could come in and probably sweep the whole thing away. There's also the top 8 race to look forward to. Mitchell, Adefola, Anderson, all of them in the mix. Because mind you, it is the top 8 that will remain in the top division for the National E-Soccer League. And that's not all. We do have the relegation battle coming on today. Bright versus Simply Uzo. I mean, we are looking forward to that game.
I am actually looking forward to it, so we can find out who finally gets to take points off. I'm going to be rooting for Simply Uzo, to be honest. I think just because of what the results have said so far, and I think he deserves to take something home. This is his first time ever in such a huge competition. I mean, maybe yes, he's out of his depth. Maybe he's out of his depth. Fine. However, the fact that he even came here, was able to do all he could. Well, maybe there's no reason because, of course, if you look at the tables, you look at the goal difference, it's a little bit negative. It's not a little bit. It's really, really negative. We have that on the screen. But let's start from the top.
Yeah, speaking of the table, like I said earlier, the two players who, I mean, at this point, we don't know how to even describe how great they have been. We've run out of words for them. Killer Freak and Farouk still maintain at the top of the table. Farouk, of course, making sure that he like, you felt like it was an intention to keep scoring goals. He's now up by 9 goal difference. He's giving himself a strong advantage going in, still remaining on 34 points. Of course, Killer Freak in second place on 34 points. Baji Jr. and Rufai. And for Baji Jr., I think you have the biggest task out of all of the match weeks that we've had. Yeah. Nobody has ever had to play Killer Freak and Farouk in one day. Yeah. You have, would it be a pleasure or it would be a distracting moment for him? We will find out later today, but Baji Jr. has a big job on his hands, and we'll be looking closely to see if he can indeed pick some points off of them. Rufai was the one that I was looking forward to, because if you notice Rufai's last 3 games, he has like relatively easy games. He's playing, all of his games that are going to be coming will be against the last 8 in the league. So that's relatively easy as compared to those. As compared to the people he played last week, of course. We could see Rufai possibly move up the standings. Rhymes has also jumped straight into 5th position after that great week 4 that he did have. It has propelled him into bigger stages. And then Boyd, of course, on 22 points. Adefola will be looking to maintain a top 8 spot. For him, he's already had more or less like a disappointing campaign as per his standards. If he doesn't make top 8, it would even be more disappointing. I totally agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah, indeed. And then Mitchell also on 18 points. If we're looking towards the second half of the table, we have the first person in that category. It will be Anderson. He is currently 9th in the total standing. He has 18 points. He was one we're looking forward to seeing in the top 8 because I personally believe that his performances deserved that, but there was a little bit of a drop-off in game week 4, and that's why you can see him in the second half of the table. I-Maji finding a late momentum boost to get himself in 10th position with 12 points. While mathematically, it's still possible that I-Maji can get to the top 8. Yeah, I mean, there are possible 9 points to get out of game week 5 for him. Yeah. So I mean, 12 plus 9, that would probably give us like a 21. Mathematically, it's there, but he would require a lot of miracle. I mean, and you need some luck on the side. Absolutely, I think it's more in the place for Anderson to try. But Blaze, I think Blaze, it's well, they're almost over, but I don't know. Mathematically, yeah. There's a slim percentage. Mr. Olga, who is currently at 12th position with 10 points. Mr. Olga was one we were hoping to see from the beginning of the competition, that he was going to be among these guys fighting for the top 8. I think that was also his plan, but unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to maintain that. GameJosh is the one who, if he gets 9 points from this game week, he will have himself on 18. That's if Mitchell doesn't get anything out of game week 5. So I think after this 13th position,
And if Simply Ozo and Bright are just fighting for glory, and if it's currently 14th with 8 points, Simply Ozo and Bright still looking for the lone points to take home.
And that could possibly change today. They
Absolutely.
could both walk away with a point. That is if indeed they do draw that game. But that is the whole roundup of match week 4 and how everything went down. And that's how the leaderboard does look like. We are live from Lagos, Nigeria. This one brought to you by Cade Esports, of course, Game Evolution Studios. That's where we currently are. Of course, Esports Federation of Nigeria supporting this Game Pride.io, Afro Sports, Pulse Nigeria, and Super Sports all bringing this one together. But today, we've got an action-filled one for you. I called it the most dramatic match day that we've ever had. I've not seen so many big games being lined up back to back. And of course, we'll start with possibly one of the biggest ones out there. Last week, Farouk called Boyd and Mitchell the dangerous twins. And then after that game against Killer Freak, he said that the dangerous brothers don't look dangerous anymore. And Mitchell told him, you'll be playing one of the dangerous brothers this week.
Okay.
So be prepared.
So be prepared.
So that is going to be the main game on the broadcast for the very start. Farouk taking on Mitchell. Rufai and Anderson will be happening concurrently. We'll bring you all of the gist on that one as well. Boy, that Adefola should be mouth-watering.
I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah.
Battle for top 8 looks very interesting. I-Maji taking on Josh. If I-Maji wants to keep his top 8 hopes alive, he'll have to possibly take all 3 points in that game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Killer Freak is going to be started this game week. I think he's the one who has the toughest games out of the top 2.
Out of the top 2, pay him and Farouk fine. Yeah, but out of the whole of the day, it has to be Baji Jr.
I agree with you. I mean, of course. But what you can see here, Killer Freak is going to be going up against Baji Jr., while Baji Jr. is going to be trying. Funny enough, if we're talking about mathematical probabilities, Baji Jr. is still very much in the mix. If he can pull off a miracle to be able to beat Farouk and Killer Freak, then I mean, he's somewhere inside that. And if he's going to be going up against Blaze, of course, Bright against CPU. So that one, I really want to see how that one ends, because this is the one, I don't know if we can call that a relegation battle or the battle for a point at least. And then we have Mitchell after that game with Killer Farouk. He's going to be going up against I-Maji. Whatever he gets in that one, I think he's going to be able to help him in the race for top 4. Boyd going up against Simply Ozo, one that should be relatively easy. Baji Jr. versus Farouk. We spoke about Baji Jr.'s race today. Yeah, it's going to be intense and crazy. And if versus Rufai.
Juicy fixtures all over. And for match week 5, I think one thing that you always have to look forward to is what has changed within the last few weeks of the National E-Soccer League. What has changed in-game? We'll be discussing all of that. But for the last round of action, GameJosh will take on Blaze. Bright and Mr. Oga will do battle. Killer Freak and Adefola. That could be the highlight of the whole day. If Killer Freak is able to take points off of Baji, can he do it against Adefola as well? That's something that we'll be keeping close tabs on, and we'll finish it off with the Rhymes versus NSS. So just like how we packaged, this is going to be back-to-back, end-to-end stuff. And I don't think there will be a situation where we'll go on and be like, this was an easy game for anybody to do.
Absolutely.
All of these fixtures look relatively difficult. All of these games will mean something to that table. But you think we'll see an upset today?
I hope we do, because that would give us so much to talk about. That would give us so much to remember this competition.
If I was to put you on the spot right now and say, tell me where the upset is coming from, where would you go immediately? I mean, I put money on the spot here, but if you've got any upset happening,
yes,
you can drop it in the chat.
So here's the thing. I think everybody's going up for is trying to find a way to get against Killer Freak, try to get him down. The run he has been on lately has been crazy. And I think whoever it is who finally gets a point off him, it's not just going to be a point, it's going to be a lot of pride alongside that point. So if there's anybody I think people are going to be looking forward to taking off his throne, high horse, whatever you want to call it, I think it will be Killer Freak in this one.
Well, we'll get to see him in action later on. But of course, one of our games that will be happening for the very start, it will happen concurrently with our other game, will be Rufai taking on Ernest. And both of them, of course, 12 games played. Rufai, impressive 9 wins already. Only those 2 losses coming to the big guns themselves. And then Ernest, also with those 5 wins, 4 losses, kind of has a drop-off in the last few days. And Rufai and Anderson, they are really close in the goals. Rufai hasn't been somebody who's been scoring goals for fun. He actually concedes a lot. That's why the goal difference hasn't favored him too many times. 71% to 29, a little bit harsh.
No, because based off what we saw from Anderson last week, I told you there was a drop-off in quality, there was a drop-off in output performance. if he brings that energy of game week 4 here, then I think the probability would be very, very true.
Well, we will head on to the danger boy himself. Mitchell is ready to cause some chaos, and everybody will be looking closely if Farouk Manzo is going to drop points today. 11 wins to Farouk already, still no blemish on the record with those 0 losses. Mitchell, kind of, disappointing for his stand at 5 wins, 4 losses, 59 goals, a whopping 85 goals scored by Farouk. That is the most so far by a player in the National E-Soccer League. Well, we spoke about him getting the tally to 100. I think he's now getting close. As for today and tomorrow, with 3 games to play, he'll definitely get to 100 goals. That would truly be insane.
I mean, I totally agree with you. However, I'm looking at the win probability, 50% for Mitchell. I think it doesn't represent what is going to be happening in there, because if there's any single person to play and you don't want to play in such a moment, is Mitchell. He has nothing to lose. This is where this person is very dangerous.
Actually has something to lose, because if he loses this game, he will allow others to creep into that top 8 battle. I mean, so it is of some significance to him.
Of course, but all he needs, I think, personally, right now, based on what we've seen in the leaderboard, is just 1 win in 3 games to be able to get himself that he's playing simple. I think he's playing simply. So I'm so sorry. With all due respect, I think that's an easy 3 points for him there. But what I was trying to say was, like, he's playing Farouk Mamzo, and he has nothing to lose. But Farouk has everything to lose or everything to gain with this one. If there's any single time you don't want to have somebody like Mitchell across you, it's this point in time. Because don't forget the conversations we had last week. If Farouk Mamzo said he was not so dangerous anymore. Trying to prove a point, maybe? Who knows?
Farouk has been on red hot form, and if you've been following him across all socials, yesterday he actually had an international battle against CKE, and I mean, he completely blew him out of the water. Well,
after 3 games, it's crazy.
That is online. We come to live event for the National E-Soccer League final weekend. We are ready to do battle, and already I'm seeing some new cards in the team that I'm already excited about. The new footies item, Vinicius Jr. is in the mix, but we are good to go. The ship has sailed for today, final weekend, the penultimate day, as Farouk Manzo taking on Mitchell. Farouk, this black and white, it almost feels like he's telling you he's coming to your funeral early.
I mean, it's been like a mainstay for him throughout this competition, just as Mitchell's, I think, yellow and pink, whatever that color is. But here's Mitchell trying to quickly open proceedings. This is going to be very, very interesting. I can tell you that. Mitchell has, again, if he loses this one, it's one of those ones where you're not going to be pissed at him at all. But if he wins this one, everybody's going to be like, wow.
The manner in which he loses will determine how people will react. If it's a game where he misses so many chances and loses, he will definitely be mad at himself. But if he's outplayed and outclassed by Farouk, he'll also be mad at himself in the sense that he'll know he's better than that. But if it is a game where he still plays well and Farouk still wins, I mean, you just got your losses and do go. But we begin this one, the big one, as Farouk taking on Mitchell. Very interesting game, and the other game happening right now, Rufai taking on Ernest. And then for Mitchell, we already mentioned earlier that Vinicius item, still new to the system, footies item. We're complaining why some people are still using the team of the season Vinicius, but this one is surely one that can make your squad, because 98 rated has all of the play styles that you want on that wing, and I'm sure Mitchell has already practiced with him over the weekend. We'll see if he can be an action. Speaking of the man, there's Vinicius on the ball pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if there's going to be a huge difference between the team of the season Vinicius card and this one. I hope so, because for Mitchell to have this card in his team at this moment, this very, very interesting moment, very, very necessary moment. Oh, what a beautiful move that would have been if that one had happened fully. My goodness.
Well, Farouk Manzo giving the ball at the back that many times. That's not something that we said too many times. And this lead.
Oh!
And Mitchell will take full advantage of that one.
My goodness. Look at how he quickly changed the shot angle. He saw the goalkeeper move just at the right time. My goodness, the mind games that went into that one. Set up Vinicius. I mean, it was a little bit lucky with that bounce back into Vinicius. He set up Vinicius on that right foot, going for that finesse. And as soon as he saw that goalkeeper shift, he was able to tear that one down.
Well, I've never seen Farouk start a game this shaky in the first 10 minutes. Or maybe something might change. We did say there could be upset, but hey, just 10 minutes of a 9-minute half. There's still a lot of FC to be played. But Mitchell has opened the scoring, and the kind of pressure that he's put on Farouk this early, that's something to commend. And speaking of goals, there is one elsewhere as well. Rufai is already getting in the groove and getting in the mix. He's putting pressure on Anderson, up by a goal to nil in that one.
Absolutely, cinema. That's absolute cinema. But let's go quickly back into this one between Farouk and Mitchell. And I told you earlier, if there's any time Farouk doesn't want to face Mitchell, is when Mitchell doesn't want to face, or Farouk doesn't want to face Mitchell, is when Mitchell is counted out. In such a moment like this, he has so much to prove, so much to say. And these guys have history between them. They've played each other so many times. So I think there's no surprises in that sense. This hasn't been the best representation of Mitchell, of course, at any LAN event. Could possibly be also due to the fact that this is the first FUT LAN event that was done in this manner. This could possibly be another reason why. But whatever the case is, he has an opportunity to make a very bold statement. But it's still early days, though.
I mean, indeed, if you make that statement, we'll have to put like 20 exclamation marks by that statement because, I mean, Farouk has been unbeaten already. 85 goals scored. If he's able to hold him to less than 5 goals, that would be surprising because almost in every single game that Farouk has played, he's scoring loads of goals. But Farouk's first big chance of the game, as he, tests the waters this early against a really resolute Mitchell defense in these first 18 minutes. Maradona, haven't seen too many of the action from him, but usually he's the danger man for Farouk Man to the close control dribbling, coming to work, and the quick passing, opening up the space, and this is where he's always dangerous.
My
and it's just exquisite.
Wow. Give him a space like that, and he will punish you 10 out of 10. My, oh my. If there's anybody who's going to be watching this one with so much angst, anxiety, so to speak, it is Killer Freak, because of what this means to the battle between Farouk and Killer Freak in the race for the top winner of this one. Ah, my goodness. We thought we were going to be seeing a blowout, an upset, but Farouk has just pulled back in this one, and I think here's a chance. Vinicius into De Bruyne for Mitchell.
What Farouk does very well as compared to others is creating 1v1 situation. The goal that you just saw there, he made sure it was a 1v1 situation between Ronaldo and another defender. And then
you're joking. You have to be joking.
And this time on the move, gets into Bruno Fernandes, finds the far corner, and already 2-1 up. I told you can't count this guy out very early. 23 minutes in, he's already turned the game around.
It's like, that is absolutely not normal. That goal came out of nowhere. The passing range, the passing vision from Farouk, sometimes it's on another level. The ability to see spaces, the ability to see players, ability to see ahead of any single person on the pitch per time. Listen, I cannot wait for what happens. If this one stays like this and Farouk goes on to get pulling out one goal from Farouk's card, it is absolutely insane. That Trivela,
right from the depths of the ocean, beautiful Trivela smashes it into the back of the net, and just like Manny rightly said, that is Farouk's move, and Mitchell pulling that off, looks wonderful, tells you he's done a lot of his homework coming in. Speaking of Trivela, we will have deep conversations about it because actually 26 trailer just dropped, and they're saying no Trivela for some players. Well, that might change the dynamic completely, but as we speak, it does still work, and he almost did that on that occasion. From putting the pressure on, header comes in. Goalkeeper makes a huge save. Buffon.
That was a green time header. That was also a green time header. Very, very lucky for Mitchell that the goalkeeper Buffon was able to take that one off the Ronaldo's head.
For Mitchell, it's perfect to the Trivela in the sense that we haven't seen him score too many Trivelas. So in Farouk's mind, he's not going to try. He gives him all of that space, and now
he gets punished.
He has that air of unpredictability around him. Credit to Mitchell for pulling that off 30 minutes in, and this one is already proving to be a difficult one going in. Anderson has actually got his lead back, but Rufai, he's not going to keep it too early. That pass into Elise is just something else. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. He's surely not missing from there. He has trusted in this Elise card right from the start of the National Youth Soccer League, and he hasn't disappointed.
It was the card that when I saw, I was so particular because I've actually used that card couple of times, not as a shapeshifter, of course, but as a winger, and it was absolutely insane. The sleekness of that card, and I think you see in that one, it's proving very, very vital for NSA. Imagine starting out match week 4 with 2 upsets. That would be crazy. That would be something you cannot even write out in the script.
It would be very interesting. Van Dijk into Hullet now. Farouk settled. After that first 10 minutes, that looked a little bit like he was shaky, but of course, you're not going to shake this guy off that easy. Thuram on the right-hand side, just looking for the runners outside of the wingers at this moment. Maradona, where Farouk does damage the most is usually on the left-hand
Oh
side.
my goodness. That
And
close
this
control
time-
dribble, you speak about it so many times, but you can see how, when done effectively, how very dangerous it is, how it can just open up the defense. It's just, my goodness, it's just so good to watch happen in real time. I wonder how these guys are able to get all of these skills in that moment, pull it up. I guess that's why they are some of the best to do it in Nigeria.
Well, Maradona's close control dribbling is up there with the very best, but even if you've got Maradona in your squad, you still have to be able to pull it.
Oh,
Really?
that tackle. My goodness, Sly, that tackle was definitely worth 3 points if it finally comes for Mitchell. That one was so good. We saw that one headed for the top corner with Bruno Fernandes. You know, once Farouk is in that position, he's definitely not missing it. A green time effort, of course, would have been lodged deeply in the nest of Mitchell, but that tackle, very effective.
Well, we still got with Anderson. Doesn't want to rest easy, tried an attack there, but you always cause problems for yourself. And Rufai again, another first time through ball. This time, slow into the back of the net with Thierry Henry. Anderson just can't catch a break with these through balls.
I think it's Anderson who is actually winning this one, all right? And I think this will be very interesting because this is not the Anderson we saw last week. My goodness, this is going to be very interesting.
Well, we've still got more action to go. And this one just being the first tells you we've packaged something insane for you today. Vinicius Jr. on the 10. There's De Bruyne.
Oh, green time efforts.
We already see how dangerous he is from about 25 yards out. And now, Farouk has got to be careful when Mitchell is in areas like those.
We just get an update that it's actually Anderson who is currently winning in that one, which is going to be interesting. What a way to kickstart game week 5. We told you guys that game week 5 is going to be something else, something to speak for the ages. This is best way to write history in Nigeria with such amazing games. Here's the chance.
There is a penalty coming in.
Goodness.
The slide tackle.
This time
coming in
around.
Too late from Mitchell, and Farouk could have a chance to regain his lead. It's Bruno Fernandes who steps up and he will, of course, slot it back home, calmly collected with the final kick of the game in the first half.
Wow.
Mitchell must be kicking himself after conceding that.
I mean, he took a risk by going for that tackle. The first time it worked perfectly. This time around, it didn't really work the way he wanted. So I think I don't think he should be blaming himself too much in that one. Oh, okay. Here we have in the polls, we saw people going up for 83% Farouk to win and 14% for Mitchell to win. The draw was just one person who believed that there will be a draw in this one. Do you think, so far, from what we have said, that the poll has represented in any way what has been happening?
I think it has. Farouk, even though he started slowly in the first 10 minutes, it hasn't taken him too much time for him to be able to bounce back. He's, of course, leading going into the second half, but I think the numbers need to get up a little bit for Mitchell. He's played way better than the 50% do believe in him. I think he soaked the pressure really well. Did put pressure on Farouk early in those first 10 minutes. But what he's been able to do is just work a little bit psychologically against Farouk in the sense that now that he's trying all of those outside the box shots, the Trivela,
He's not dangerous.
Now he has that air of unpredictability about him. You don't know if he's going to go with his usual working his way into the box or try the effort from distance. So now Farouk has been caught between two minds. But now that Farouk knows, I think you try to take a different version of himself into the second half. So that second half coming up is definitely going to be intriguing.
Very intriguing. I agree with you totally. I really love the fact that you pointed out the fact that he tried the Trivela and scored from it. Now makes it a different animal. It makes it a different way to because now you don't give him space, because if you give him space, he could try it again. I think that's one thing the guys who really thrive at the top do. There's so much they can mix in. I think we spoke about this in game week 1, be able to mix it and chop it up very well. Killer Freak in game week 1 was finesse guy. Gets it into Son, finesse. Gets it into Son, finesse. And game week 2, it was something different. Game week 3, it was something different. You have to not give your opponent. This is a league setting. Everybody goes watch your games. I know I have you next week. I'm going to go sit down and watch your game, watch it again and see, okay, what are you working with? What are you very dangerous with this time around? And that's what it is. I really love the fact that he has given Farouk something different in terms of he's thinking, his thoughts. Let's see if that will help him in the second half. We just begun that one with Mitchell taking off the action. He still has the ball. He's currently 3 goals down to 2. If there's any single time to respond, it is now.
Well, that was a weird one from Ronaldo, and
It nearly pulled off a very, very. Ooh, this
Farouk
one.
gets it with Ronaldo on the other end. He's through on goal, and Farouk has missed 2 huge opportunities already. That's so unlike him. For a man who scored the most goals in this tournament, you would be expecting him to be very clinical, and in such a magnitude of a game, he can't afford to miss chances. That's 2 headers that haven't gone in from Farouk Mountain. It's usually dangerous from these corners. Mitchell has got to be careful because the OAS man looks like he's getting back into his groove. There goes Mitchell once more. Darren Chap with Thuram. This Thuram item is also actually a very interesting one. Not seeing too many people using the footies item. Possibly the variance with which comes the footies items, especially when the FC is about to end, is the fact that you have so many options to choose from. The fact that all of the midfielders have really good stats. Maybe your type is the bulky type, like the Thuram. Maybe that's what Mitchell is looking for. Speaking of bulky players, there goes Ronaldo. Boros. Oh! This one will hang it in the rafters, in the highlight reel. There goes Farouk once more. Beautiful finish to get his first cushion in this game.
Absolutely. That 2-goal cushion is very necessary for Farouk in the next coming 9 minutes of this one. But that goal was perfection. Ball roll and just was able to get that one beyond the goalkeeper's grasp. And it is Farouk 4, Mitchell 2. But Mitchell still in this one. 55 minutes in, there's so much still to play for. Don't forget, there's a 9 minutes half each game event. Compete mode, of course, FUT. And this one, it is going to go down to the wire. As it is so much for Mitchell to still to do in this second half. Well, let's see if he can get that one. Just offside.
One big thing about Farouk's game is always playing off the ball and not making sure that the AI kind of understands it. As Anderson is through on goal again. And that game is looking like it might go straight down to the wire. We spoke of upsets, and Rufai is not looking to create one early.
I mean, Anderson conceding 3 goals from 4-1, I think he should be very disappointed in himself right now, because this was a perfect opportunity for him to get his footing in the first top 8, especially as Mitchell is currently losing. My goodness, what
Farouk
is he
looking
doing?
for control of the game. Mitchell, you can't lose.
Whoa!
And he's almost.
Oh!
And at the end of the day, if you keep doing that against this good of a guy, you will feel the pressure. And Farouk Manzo under pressure is surely one of the best at it. 5 goals to 2. Like I said, I've not seen too many games where Farouk scores less than 5 goals, and there you have it.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think this time around, the goalkeeper has let Mitchell down a little bit, because the goalkeeper movement in that moment was perfect. Was able to, identify where Farouk was going to, and I was expecting more from the goalkeeper. Here is Mitchell refusing to go without a fight. And this time around, Mama Dashville is able to snuff that one entirely out.
Mitchell through on goal once more. He needs this one to go in. There goes Ronaldo.
Beautiful.
And there's one back, maybe on the comeback chill. 5 goals to 3. I mean, for Mitchell, he's been in numerous situations like this where you have to mount a comeback. I remember in match week 1, his game against Rufai, he was on the back foot almost the whole of the time, and then he tried to mount a comeback, but it didn't work in those last minutes. But what Mitchell knows how to do best is play under pressure, and he'll be under a lot against a player like Farouk Manzo as he turns the ball over once more. Maybe this possession could mean something great. The pass looked like it was rushed a little bit as Mamad really comes in the way.
Absolutely rushed. I thought he was going to go for an over-the-top through ball. That would have probably helped him more. But this time around, he decided to go for the ground pass. And the attention of the defender was just poised enough to stop it. I think one thing you mentioned I want to also highlight here is the fact that Mitchell in this competition has really been on the back foot consistently, time and time again. Mitchell has been on the back foot, and I think that's one thing he has to go work on. He has to now be the Mitchell who we have become so used to seeing.
I mean, this player just causes so many problems. The angles in which you've got to defend. So normally, when you trade an L1, the player is going to be running into one direction. So you know where you're going to defend him at. Or if you use the directional and just flick your analog, it's only to one direction, whether it's diagonal, left or right. But with the player lock, he can switch direction at any point in time, and you see what he did with Ronaldo there. It just causes
so much problems.
I mean, so much headache. We've got more updates. Anderson working his way to get his lead back. This time, coming from the right-hand side.
Oh!
Did you notice that the goalkeeper was moved? That's insane.
That is so insane. The detailing that went into that goal is something that we really need to give him praise for. Wow. What a way to give yourself back some cushion and some advantage. Anderson, great one. This is the best way for you to get this one and see if he can get himself in that top 8 conversation, especially with the fact that Mitchell currently is losing by 5 goals to 3. He is going to be on, I think, 18 points, NS, if I'm correct. And I think if there's any time for him to get those 3 points, this was the best one. What a way to round up game week 5 for him.
Well, we still got about 20 minutes in that game, but things are looking like it might go positively for him. Farouk Manto, he's in the element. And when he's like that, there's no stopping him now. Regains that 3-goal cushion back. And for Mitchell, look, when you're playing against players like these, mentally, you have to tell yourself, I'll be going up against waves of pressure. But if you allow too much pressure, the door is going to eventually barge down. And for Mitchell, right now, in these last 15 minutes, it will be one Herculean task for him. But for Mitchell, one thing that he has in his locker is, like we said, he's played on the back foot so many times that he knows how to play in situations like these. But against Farouk Manzo, you always struggle in moments like this one. But 15 minutes ago, Mitchell has put up possibly the best fight that he could. And if we are speaking in terms of how well Farouk has played across the 4 weeks, this hasn't been a true reflection of actually how great he is. I think it's in this second half that he's standing up and down. But the best players always do. And it's Rafinha, his calling card once more. Finesse shot into the top 4-9. Come on now.
How many times have we seen this man put on such incredible bursts of display where we think we have him figured out, and all of a sudden, from absolutely nowhere, he gives us something again to think about. That finesse, I don't think even Mitchell saw that one coming. Even us outside here didn't see that one coming. He saw the space and he was just able to get it way beyond the goalkeeper's grasp. 7-3 for
There's always a point in the game when Farouk is leading big and he looks into the camera and gives you a little bit of a smirk. And that's not you. I mean, he's heard all of the comments, he's heard all of the discussions about maybe my drop points against Mitchell. And maybe he was right saying the dangerous twins are not dangerous anymore.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, results speak volumes, right? And I think so far, so we have seen a voluminous display from him. Here is the one that is 5
It's
for
8 goals to
8
5
goals
now.
to 5 now. And my
That's
goodness.
insane. That's it. He's truly on one. And I love it about the National Youth Soccer League. I know it's kind of like a cliche between Money and I now, where we say a new week is a different new player. And Anderson is truly proving us right as he gets in the way this time. Mitchell can't break through the defense. But this was not the Anderson we saw last week.
Exactly.
It tells you he's worked on
Yes.
a lot on his game.
I agree with you totally. From when we started out on the leaderboard, I said if you're going to see the Anderson of last week, then we don't expect anything. But if we see the Anderson in game week 2, and I think that's the one he's channeling against Rufai. Rufai is the guy who we always expected, to give us so much to talk about, especially in those dying embers of the game. But I think this time around, Rufai has no answer to Anderson's consistent barrage of goals. My goodness, that one was a 4-1 in the first half. And look at it turning into a goal fest. 8-5, so far so good. Still,
well,
like
we've had goal fest everywhere. Exactly. 10-goal thriller in this one and a 13-goal thriller happening in the other one. As well, kudos to the production team giving us all of the updates that is coming in. We'll be nowhere without them. And in these last 5 minutes, Mitchell, time definitely does not look like it's on his side. The bad thing for him is that Anderson is also winning. He would have been hoping that Anderson was dropping some points, or maybe he might change the script. Messi's effort blocked in there. Ronaldo goes in, and that one sums up how things have gone on here. But for Mitchell, the fact that Anderson is winning is rubbing salt in the wound. Because
I agree
now his top 8 position is in jeopardy.
I agree with you totally. This one was not just a one for pride. It was one for position placement. I mean, I'm very, very sure Mitchell wouldn't want to see himself frozen out in the cold, so to speak, after the National E-Soccer League Championship. If he doesn't make it into the top 8, that might look like the next.
So the thing right now is Anderson and Mitchell were currently on the same points, on 18 points each. And now
it was just a goal difference.
He is going to leapfrog him.
Yes.
That is so intriguing. And actually, it's not only Mitchell that's in danger. Fola's also in danger as well. Fola's on 21 points. I know he still has a game to play in the first round. But if he doesn't pick up points from that one, that could be interesting. 1 minute more to go. And Rufai, we know he's the late drama king as he's looking to spare something on here. Neto, he's possibly going to make it 8-7. He barely has 10 seconds of stopping time, but I don't think that's enough. Once I passes the ball, the 10 seconds is going to expire.
I think he left it late a little bit in terms of that, but I think, again, we have to speak about Enerson's defending in those dying moments. You cannot be leading by 8-5 in that moment and not manage the game so well that you're put on the back burner to the point where in the 91st minute you're conceding another. That's one thing he really has to work on if he wants to match into that top 8. It's still in jeopardy, of course. There's still 2 huge games to play. And yes, right now, Mitchell has lost, but NSC has 2 big games still left to play. Mitchell has 2 games left to play. He has to ensure he gets himself in those moments and maintains the 3 points. 3 points are very, very necessary, but also the goals. Very, very
Indeed, the goals are really important. And speaking of goals, Farouk did score a handful of them, and it's 3 points in the bag. We don't get tired of seeing those. Farouk racking up those points as he carries on. And now that first one coming to a close last weekend already, showing us that the players are truly logged in. We've got our first upset of the day, by the way.
Yeah.
Anderson against Rufai. We saw what the percentage probability looked like. It was heavily in favor of Rufai. So and definitely our first upset comes in. You reckon we'll probably get another one soon?
I definitely think we're going to get another one because every single person who saw Anderson go up against Rufai and was able to pull something like that, I'm very sure they're now inspired. You know what? Baji Jr, for example, now is inspired. Okay, if Anderson can do it, I could probably do something of my own. And everybody wants to make a statement after Anderson. So yes, I definitely believe we're going to be getting one of those upsets.
Anderson's clear statement. I am here to stay in the National E-Soccer League. And what a statement it was. We are just here to guide you through the amazing journey of the National E-Soccer League. And this is just the first wave of day one. There's still more to come. Stay tuned for the next round of action. I'm sure Killer Freak and Co are all getting ready to bring you the best of FC. Stay tuned.
This way. and we're here for the second round. In that one, we saw an upset in the game between Emerson and Rufai. It ended 8-7. That one felt like a basketball match.
50-goal thriller. We don't usually see those, but I mean, 9 minutes house, you kind of have an idea that you might expect some of those games.
Yeah.
But of course, Farouk Manzo on the other end also picking up 3 huge points.
Very
As
huge
we
points,
move
of course.
away from that one, speaking of players that are close to each other on the table, there is going to be one intriguing one. They're just separated by a single point. Adefola and Boyd in the mix. Fola will have a chance to creep into that top 4 conversation. For him coming into the tournament, that would have been a realistic target. But then if we've seen how the tournament has progressed with how it's been going downhill, we'll say, okay, maybe he can't finish in the top 4. But with Rufai dropping points, Mitchell dropping points, and possibly Baji Jr. playing the biggest players of the day, he could find a way to sneak in if he goes on to beat Boyd in this one.
I mean, actually, I think it's on his mind very, very much the fact that he's probably had a little bit of a disappointing campaign, but now he has opportunity to get himself back into the mix. However, I'm sure also that's the same way Boyd is thinking, because I mean, they're separated by 1 point. Boyd has been the one who has had most of the momentum going on consistently. Yes, if you take away the game between Boyd and Killer Freak last game week, I mean, they're both tied on goals. So that should tell you Boyd has 4 losses, while Adefola has 5 losses. This is going to be very, very interesting, I can tell you.
I think the win probability is perfect.
Perfect, yes.
It is perfectly
This is probably the most balanced.
I know Boyd is currently ahead of him on the table, 6th position, Adefola 7th on the table. But I mean, if we're looking at history and who's coming in as the bigger player, it is Adefola. So I understand where the 52% is coming from. So it's being this close is perfect for me. You see the positions right there as well, both on the same goals. Tells you they've had an identical run in the National League, National E-Soccer League so far. But Adefola picking up the steam is going to be pretty important. But Boyd has also been somebody that's very interesting. One aspect of the game that I'm looking for is actually their dribbling. Okay. We've called Adefola one of the best technical dribblers, but Boyd might be in that top 3 conversation when it comes to dribbling. I think he's just exquisite in that regard.
So the thing is, I think if you're looking at Boyd in terms of dribbling, he doesn't do the type of dribbling that Adefola does. Adefola just wants to express himself in that way. Boyd is not interested. He just wants to get to your post and score as many goals as possible. And with the mind he is going, I see him being the one who's going to leave this one with some very, very important win. But let's see the second one that's going to be happening off stream between GameJosh and I-Maji. I think I saw this game happen sometime this year in another tournament, and I did see I-Maji leave with the win, but a win that left him very, very much skated and scarred, of course, because GameJosh was able to get something out of him. The difference between these 2 players now so far so good is 3 points, because I-Maji has 3 draws in total, but GameJosh has been on that extreme. He's either going for the win or he's going to lose. That has been his style of play. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this one in the back, but I see him making a statement. We've seen one upset. I think we should expect to see another upset today.
The thing is, I-Maji is coming into this game with one thing on his mind: a possible top 8 finish. And there is huge significance in this game in the sense that Mitchell has dropped points. Anderson has already left that 9th position vacant. So if I-Maji can pick up 3 points, he can creep up on the likes of Mitchell. And if Adefola ends up losing to Boyd, then that's a point in the game where it gives him an introduction into that top 8. So all in the way. So I told you guys we're doing a lot of mathematics today. The +3s, the -3s, the +1s if there are draws as well. It's all happening live in Lagos in Nigeria for the National E-Soccer League. And of course, we're also joined by the excellent trophy on here. This one signifies what we are all doing here, and it tells you we are in the last few stages. So get into the comments, and the prediction sites are out now. You can get into the post and tell us who wins this one, Boyd or Adefola. Are you rocking with the new wave, in the sense that Boyd is looking like he's integrating the new things into his system, but Adefola still looking like he's playing the old way a little bit, but maybe he's learned a couple of things over the week. Falcon is asking, please, I want to know how they are playing with their ultimate teams offline. So one great thing about the players in the National Soccer League is everybody is actually bringing their consoles on here, so we can play in compete mode. So if you want to be able to pull that off, you have to be able to get the consoles on side. Edward Peter says, Killer Freak cheated against Boyd. Come on now. There are no cheating allegations at all when it comes to National Soccer League.
So I think I understand what he's trying to say, but what he doesn't realize was that there was a lag in the game, Edward Peters, and what Killer Freak did was to get a cable to connect his part to the game that made that they made them eliminate that lad. So I don't think it was you could call that cheating in any manner at all. Any of the players, you have an opportunity to queue a pause. And if you're able to queue a pause, good to go for you.
Yep, you are good to go. So there hasn't been any cheating allegations when it comes to the National E-Soccer League. Everything is run fair and square with all of our referees on site actually navigating how things are done there. So everything has run smoothly. We appreciate your comment, by the way, and Manny just giving you the perfect explanation coming in. You can also drop your thoughts on the whole of the National E-Soccer League. Who do you think is winning the whole of the thing? Who do you think is picking up the trophy right in front of us? But we are going into our main broadcast of the game, Adefola versus Boyd. Boyd will stick with the pink and the white outfit. I feel like I've seen him with this kit every single time. And for Boyd, always one thing that I'll be noticing, using players that are unique, using players that usually people do not use. And I'm sure there are new ones in. I've already spotted one. I'll be telling you guys later. I think Fowdy was in the squad last weekend. One player that's in there is Atenea. She's kind of new to the system. And Boyd has integrated her in there. But Adefola will know the importance of this game and you play it as it is. But Boyd is looking like the man in form a little bit. So this should be a very interesting.
So I'm thinking now, should we go back to last week? Last week I think I was able to hit a 4 out of 3. And I think this time I'm going with Boyd. Yes! I want to wait for him to kickstart that one for me. Boyd is definitely the one who is going to. Did he score that goal?
He did get it in the finesse shot, and it was exquisite as well. The fact that there's also a new card released into the SBCs, I ignored it. The Benzema footage item, he's actually there for you to complete. I was actually looking at this game and saw the Benzema. I was like, okay, this is the Benzema audition. If he plays well for Boyd's team, I'll go on and compete. He's changing my mind now. There are so many strikers to choose from. I mean, there was the Dalglish SBC that Boyd used last weekend. This time, he switched to the Benzema. I think Boyd right now after calling the king of the SBC items. He is truly rocking the National E-Soccer League with them. And it's truly, truly something special. We've enjoyed every single one of you that has been commenting, that has been liking, that has been sharing across all social media platforms. It is truly,
keep bringing in conversations. We are having an amazing time. We see you guys. We want to enjoy that whole conversation. I mean, throughout this tournament, we have been able to have some interaction with the viewers at home from or whatever it is that the viewers are from, and you can see also. I think this is the first time we're seeing the polls.
Close?
Yeah, it's close actually, almost similar to the win probability we saw from the organizers. We have 2 votes asking for a draw, while 53% of the votes said Adefola is definitely winning it all. But there's been a shift, and now the guys are going for Boyd lately. There's some, I think maybe that happens to do with first goal.
Yeah, because of that first goal. The other game that's also happening, that I-Maji versus GameJosh, already a significant. I-Maji is playing for a top 8 finish. GameJosh, mathematically, he's still in the mix. I mean, it looks impossible, but
for a top 8, please.
Yes, for a top 8, not trying to win the whole thing. But GameJosh already starting with the goal. Manny called earlier that there could be an upset in that one, and it's already started. I don't like how Topos Manny is moving at all. This guy seems to have watched the game somewhere before we started.
I think that's one of the advantages sometimes of being around in terms of just watching these guys, in their daily lives. Oh my goodness, this one nearly dropping in that Trivela effort. Green time that came out of nowhere. I told you that I saw the game earlier this year between I-Maji and GameJosh in the tournament. It was one that yes, I-Maji won, but he left that place scarred because of the way it was so close for both of them. But I think there's still so much to play for. Of course, we have spoken about GameJosh and his inability to manage those dying embers of the game because of
I-Maji is looking really good in situations like those. He had 2 great opportunities to shoot, and that's been like a mainstay in his game. He'll find an opportunity to shoot.
And he just wants to complete what is in his mind.
Exactly. He wants to cancel it a little bit and find another opportunity. Sometimes he pulls it off. Sometimes, like that occasion, Josh closed down the space pretty quickly. But I-Maji has got to be decisive up front. And maybe this could be the start of something great. Cade, that's it.
Oh,
excellent.
Beautiful extra pass. Love when we watch that happen in real time. The extra pass into extra pass. Perfect.
And that one comes straight from muscle memory. The fact that you've been playing the game for a lot of times, because not many players will finish off with that extra pass, that went into the middle. Maybe you take another touch and go for a shot. But that one counts for a muscle memory. The pro players doing it on the big stages. I-Maji with a pretty important goal going in.
Very, very important for him to be able to get himself into this one this early in the game. there's still so much to play for. Of course, we're expecting so much more goals from these two, but very, very important for him to be able to get this one in. And if you're wondering why we switched from the game between Adefola and Boyd, there's a couple of challenges, technical challenges with the consoles and the gamepads. But as soon as we have that one back on track, we'll go straight into that one. And I think also we're getting updates from the GameJosh game. They're currently having some also technical issues, whatever it is. These things happen. But meanwhile, we're here to give you guys.
One thing that's always been constant with the National E-Soccer League, we haven't had too many problems. But as and when the problems do come up, we find a way to solve them. I mean, we're all problem solvers within the Game Evolution Studio. So we'll get that one right back on track pretty soon. We appreciate all of the comments coming in. J6 says friendly Scotch. I think it's answering to Edward Peter. I was asking how we're able to pull off them playing Ultimate Team online and all of that. But one thing that the National E-Soccer League has done is it has put the spotlight, first of all, not only on the players, but the whole Nigerian esports system as a whole. Because going back to Ghana every week, people keep asking me, how are they pulling this off? What are they doing in the background to be able to make this work? And I mean, I had to spill some of the secrets, of course.
I mean, it's very, very important because if you can have this replicated across most, let's even start from West Africa. If you can have this replicated in Ghana, and maybe in Ivory Coast, for example, in Senegal, where we have some top players, and every single place we have these people really, really doing their best to host such tournaments of this magnitude. I think it's better for people to think in terms of our esporting exports.
Well, Adefola right back on cue with a big goal to restore parity in this game. 5 minutes in, 1-1. We're leaving this one. It was Boyd who was leading at that point. But Adefola, knowing how big this game is and how crucial it is to his top 8 dreams, he cannot afford to let this game slip at all, as he's now getting inroads into the offensive side here. There goes Boyd once more with Atenea on the right-hand side, one of those new additions to his team. So there are a couple of new additions to Boyd's team. First of all, he's using the Benzema card, who was just released to the SBC. And speaking of...
It wasn't even green time, but that one was
he didn't need it at all. No load-driven, went for the unorthodox, old version of shooting. Far post, Karim Benzema, the former Ballon d'Or winner, Frenchman up top, gets it done. And he's actually on both ends as well, I think. Adefola's also completed the Benzema. It seems like he might be a fan favorite SBC going in. But as I called Boyd, the SBC man, if you look at his team, there are so many SBCs across. He's also completed the Ribery, by the way. I mean, this guy's in love with the SBCs at this point. So there's Ribery, there's Benzema, there's Petit, who's also on SBC. I think there's more in there. I'll be looking closely, but this guy, he truly loves his SBCs, as that one is retired from Boyd.
Absolutely. I also noticed in Boyd's selections, he prefers to go with the female player cards on the flank. Maybe it's because he focuses on that technical movement and dribbling, and the ability to be able to move in the defense, unlike some of the other players who choose to have some of the bulkier and faster players on the wing. But that's very, very interesting for me to see.
Well, speaking of the SBCs, one last thing, even the centre-back partnership, it's part of the squad building challenges. I know Van der Ven and Yapstam already spoke about how great he is defensively.
The aura man
in the mix. Boy, taking very good note of that. But I think the thing is, because we have a 12 million coin budget, and the fact that not everybody has the coins to be able to get the players that they want, what you can do is just stack up the fodder and finish as many SBCs as you can. This Ribery SBC was actually released only a couple of days ago. I think it's even yesterday that he was in there. He costs a lot, by the way. I think it's upwards of 1 million coins for you to be able to get the fodder and complete the SBC. But it's truly spectacular. And therefore, trying to anticipate, they would shoot far post, and Boyd outsmarting him, getting it into the near post. Fola still in trouble.
Fola in a whole lot of trouble. He not just in trouble of being out of the top 4 race, but right now it might look like he might be out of the top 8 race because there's so much happening behind him. NSC just came into the mix. Mitchell will not want to be leaving anytime soon. If there's any moment to step up, it is now. By goodness, what a way to give yourself.
And speaking of Fola, his next game today is against an unbeaten player so far in Killer Freak. This is the game that a lot of people are expecting him to pick points from. And in the first 18 minutes, that's not how the script has gone so far. And Boyd looks like a guy who's on a mission right now as he tries another attempt with the goalkeeper coming to the rescue. Adefola, the man looking to just
couple of red time
get back into that groove. And, I mean, from Boyd, the red time finishes, we can spare them a little bit because he's out by 3 goals to 1. But Adefola, every time I look at Adefola playing, and you compare it to the rest of the guys that are playing, his play looks a little bit more slower in the sense that
This is not like what we're used to seeing from him.
Usually he's the quick type and all of that, but adapting to the quickness of this game, that is where he's kind of struggled with it a little bit. In the National E-Soccer League, he's just not had it. But the great players, like I always say, even in tournaments where they are not playing well, they find ways to salvage something, and he has to go within the depth to be able to salvage something.
Oh, that tackle. Very vital.
The ball roll gave the invite to Stam to be able to make that tackle. If he hadn't made the ball roll shot one time, definitely Stam is not getting the other fella knocking on that door once more through the corner, plays it short. Vitinha has a chance to be able to poke at the goal a little bit, but Allison goes and claims calmly.
Absolutely. Boyd wants to ensure he takes this lead into the second half because that's the only way he probably will be able to get something out of this one. Playing against a player like Adefola, yes, he might be 2 goals up in terms of the cushion, but it means nothing if you let him back into it because he could always find time and space to punish you. And here is Adefola on a 4-way trying to find that time with Pedro Neto. But this time around, the defense is very solid.
But I just went into the comments and people are asking, is this the first game today? Well, you are about a couple of minutes short. We have started already with Farouk Manzo picking up impressive 3 points against Mitchell, and also Anderson pulling off the surprise win against Rufai as Adefola's looking to get back on track. The man currently in 7th position. Like we said, the likes of I-Maji and Cole. That was an interesting goal for him to score.
I think he literally walked that one into the net.
The defense was at 6th and 7th from Boyd. That's not one goal that you'll be happy about. Look, corner kicks in SC25 are so convincing to defend. First of all, if the person is playing it direct, if he gets the near post header on, you're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
If this happens, like what we just saw, where there's a mix-up at the back, you're
in trouble.
If he also plays it short and he plays it around, we know how your defense can look foolish on there, you're in trouble. So there's just so many things to consider when you're defending corners in this game. And Boyd, not happy about that, the way that goal went in. But in the National E-Soccer League, even when bad things happen,
there's no time to
exactly.
Yeah,
there's no time to like dwell on them. Just overlook them and keep doing what you're doing. It will provide you results.
Talking about the corners, they're such a huge outlet for getting yourself into those goal-scoring positions, and I think that's one thing I really personally love. I mean, I think I did see that in FC24 a little bit in the beginning stages where there's so much you could do. I used to call them variations for me. There's so many variations you could do, and I always loved going short and trying 1 or 2 things. It was something I really loved. I mean, it's like talking about it right now. I really do miss my corner variation in FC24. I hope in FC26 we're going to see
Manny's
them.
trying to dial in the prime money. Wait, which FC would you call your prime?
Oh.
Wait. Did you have a prime?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't have a prime yet. I didn't have a prime, but I think I really was.
Well, speaking of prime, this is it. This is going to be it for Boyd. That shake of the head from Fola tells you that action right there, he just couldn't do anything about it defensively. But Boyd,
those bounce backs to talk about week in, week out. When I asked Manny if he did have a prime and if he's looking to get back to his prime, I think one guy that we can ask that question about is Boyd, because he did have a prime where he was very good. Maybe this is the way for him to get back into the group. And mind you, top 8 stays in the National E-Soccer League, but there's also more incentive for top 4 or top 5 because they will be making the trip down to Ghana for the top 5 versus Ghana versus Nigeria. Top 5.
So
absolutely.
There is more incentive for whoever finishes in that top 4. And Boyd is looking to make a statement. Rufai dropping points earlier. Baji Jr. is playing the top 2. He can't smell danger around. And if he picks up the important points, he could get into that top 4 conversation.
I mean, if he's able to get this one over the line for Boyd, I think he might just be able to get himself into that top 5 conversation, at least by the end of game week. My goodness, these choices from Adefola have been letting him down consistently. Adefola currently in 7th, while Boyd is currently in 6th. Any 3 points right now for Boyd is necessary. Of course, he has already played for Rook and he has already played Akela Fix. So it might seem like his path is clear for that top 5. And he is one I definitely want to see in Ghana. I want to see your people go up against the man like Boyd. He's one of my favorite ever FIFA players ever. I think he's the first person ever I watched him play competition and I went to look for him on YouTube. That's how
I mean, he did impress money like that.
Absolutely.
That's why when I say he's trying to get back into his prime, it's not like his prime.
I want to see him. I want to see him going into that
very good. Look,
22 FIFA 22 Boyd. If he gets himself in that position, my goodness. And I did tell you, as at FIFA 22, when he was in the prime, he didn't have to play a lot. He didn't have to do time finish. He just, I mean, you can see the red timing. It's not like the most perfect timing guy. Adefola missing out on that
you
one.
have spoken about a lot of nostalgic moments from Boyd, but I don't think anybody in the FC scene has as many nostalgic moments as Adefola. And right now, he's trying to get back into that groove. But if you look closely at some of the things that he's doing, and he's missing so many chances now. That's
many
about
chances.
3 huge opportunities in a row for him to get back into the groove. First of all, we've said that Adefola plays in an old unorthodox way. I've not seen him green timing his shots. I know he's added the low-driven finishes, but even for the low-driven finishes, these players are still green timing them. I've seen a couple of over-the-top through balls. We haven't seen finesses. We haven't seen Trivellas. I mean, it's still old school FC from Adefola. And right now, to be honest with you, if you are rocking hardcore old school FC, if you get your chances, you have to take them because old school FC doesn't create as much as new school FC.
As new school FC. I totally agree with you in the sense that you can see the guys who are currently on the first to third to fourth, they are the guys who have embraced that new school FC. They are the guys who have embraced every single meta that FC25 has provided for us. Let's go quickly into the comment section. Edward Peter, I think, is a huge fan of Boyd. The technical issues always when my Boyd is winning.
Well, today the technical issues didn't affect Boyd at all. In this first half, of course, as he's picking up the win in that game. Sageg, at the bottom that says for line low driven, just green it. Like I was saying,
yeah, I agree with you.
If you want the 100% accuracy, just green it. And speaking of green time finishing, FC26. No more green time finishing. What's your initial thoughts on that?
I'm excited because I suffered a lot from green timing. I promise you. I did suffer a lot personally from green timing, especially playing with some of my friends who are like semi-pros, I would say. They're not also at this level, but semi-pros. So many green time efforts. My goodness.
Like even in positions where you think they're not going to score, because it's green time, the accuracy goes up. Today, everybody that will be coming on the broadcast, I'll ask them about green time.
Especially the Trivellas. The fact that we no longer going to see green time Trivellas. Oh, thank you. Thank you, God. Thank you to the God.
Guys like money are happy, but then when that post did come out, I saw Farouk post on his Instagram story. It was like, wow.
Of course.
But do you think it kind of kills off the skill gap a little bit? Because if you green time a shot, the accuracy of scoring is higher. So when they are doing that, don't you think like they're killing off the skill gap a little bit? Because green timing is usually the pros that do it. Like if you play FC at a high level, you green time everything.
Every shot.
But now that they're taking away the green time, don't you think they're killing off the skill gap a little?
I think, in my opinion, they're going to make the precision shot shooting more meta-like in the sense that one thing that FC has always done is when they take something out and replace it with something, they try to make whatever it is that you new one better. So I was telling you off stream that I was so happy that I started learning the precision shooting mode before I heard this announcement. So I think I don't think the skill gap is going to reduce, to be honest, because these pros are pros because they consistently train every day and night using these new systems. So I think most of the pros here also we saw use precision shooting. So I think by the time FC makes it even more stronger or meta-like, I think we'll see them shining through also.
Well, for Adefola, it will be how to get back on the comeback trail. That's first on his mind. And the second half, you have to go in like it truly means it. The top 8 spots still up for grabs for him. I can't imagine a world where we'll be seeing Fola out of the top 8 and not being in the National E-Soccer League. That would be chaotic. But as things stand now, things are not looking good for him at all. Because like I said earlier, after playing Boyd today, he's actually playing Killer Freak. So there is a possibility of him taking no points today. That would be very interesting if that happens. But Boyd right now has this game right where he wants it, in his grasp, holding it with 2 fingers, and maybe he could even do more damage. There goes Benzema right on the end of the area. Boyd looking as comfortable as he could.
Yeah, I see what I was trying to achieve with that reverse elastic, or the elastico rather. If he was able to pull that off, he would be 1v1 with the goalkeeper. And I mean, talking about not being able to see Adefola nowhere in that top 8 conversation. Listen, this is one thing I personally love about the league format, right? It is the fact that it actually rewards consistency of performances. So any single person who doesn't make it to the top 8 didn't deserve to be there based on their performance and output. So I think that's one thing.
Well, speaking of top 8 finishes, there's somebody who's gunning for it, and that's I-Maji. Was down by a goal earlier, 60 minutes in. I-Maji. Now that Adefola is also losing this, if I-Maji is able to finish off with 3 points, it will mean so much more. Because right now he can also creep up on the likes of Mitchell and Adefola, but there's still about 30 minutes to go. Fola on the back foot as we speak, but now as he wins back possession of the ball, he'll have to channel in something. Look, I've spoken about how slow his game looks on the eye. But I think even if you are playing quickly and not executing the passes that you want to, it might be a plus 90 performance if you are playing quickly and not pulling things off. So you have to take his time, make the right decisions, integrate the new things. We need to see more of the over-the-top through balls. There's the player lock coming in. Maybe that's the start of something great as you send the runner on the left-hand side with Neto. Neto, so coming from the SBCs being completed. That is also very expensive. I didn't even attempt it at all.
The Neto SBC?
I didn't have enough fodder for that.
Oh, you see, I think this is some very, very nice game management from Boyd also. The fact that he wants to ensure, we've spoken about this so many times as Slimore, in the fact that every single time we start a game, the first 10 minutes of that game is absolutely important. You don't want to concede any goals in that moment. For somebody on the back burner like Adefola, he probably will not love that, but for somebody like Boyd, you'll probably be very excited that he has.
I-Maji only has one thing on his mind, staying in the National E-Soccer League, and that dream is slowly coming to life as he manifested through a wonderful goal. Had Cade getting on the score sheet. Those were 3 points that I-Maji could not miss out on. He could not afford to miss out on. And even though he had a slow start, he has bounced back in the right way now. And he'll be putting immense pressure on the likes of Ernest, Mitchell, Adefola, Boyd, all of them in the mix.
Yeah. Again and again, we have been proving consistently right in this booth when we're talking about the fact that it always seemed like once you got to that 60th minute mark, game we just sort of slips off. And it's been happening consistently week after week. And I think this is another one where we get to see that one happen. Unfortunately for GameJosh, he started that one with so much promise and he was not able to get himself those goals. I mean, for someone who has figured out that this is what affects you, I would expect that the first 20, 30 minutes of every game, you push for maximum goals and then find a way to manage the game throughout the rest of the match. But it didn't happen for him, and he's currently losing by 3-1 to somebody who is very, very astute defensively in I-Maji.
What a pass that was, and Ribery is in. Boy, looking for more goals in this game and possibly securing his position. That finesse, though, kind of, I think I saw a run. Maybe he's frustrated.
Yeah, I think it was
give that
extra pass. Yeah,
there was a pass that was looming in just 20 minutes ago. Adefola's dreams of possibly making it into a top 4 is right now currently on the cusp of being destroyed. If he can't turn things around, and we know he's got the capabilities of doing so, but he just hasn't shown it within the National E-Soccer League. And like Manny said, the National E-Soccer League is rewarding players that have been consistent. And for this league, I don't think you can attach consistency to Adefola's name at all. First week, he looked good. Second week, he kind of struggled. Third week, it was a mixed bag. Fourth week, also struggling. Now the fifth week, this is not the way that he wants to start. I-Maji, though, after GameJosh pulled one back, he's looking like a man on a mission now. He doesn't want anything to come close to those 3 points being spoiled. As we'll go back to that Adefola game. This Pedro Neto item, I think we're having conversations about him being one of the best left wingers in game. And I see where that conversation stems from, but there are so many options to choose from.
Absolutely.
If you want to go the SBC route, maybe he's the best left winger if you want to go into players that are in the SBC right now. He's still expensive to complete though, so if you are planning on completing him, make sure you have loads of fodder. But right now, of course, the game giving out so much fodder as we speak. Adefola clearly not happy with what he's seeing in this game.
Of course. I mean, you could see it not just on his face, but in his performance and on the pitch. We saw a boy quickly go into the formation settings to make something. I think now he's going into game management mode. He knows that the next 3 points he gets from this one is going to be very, very huge and very monumental for him. He's currently 6th. He just has...
I just can't fathom if Adefola somehow does not make top 8 in the National E-Soccer League. We've spoken of surprises, upsets. That will be the biggest surprise, not just in the National E-Soccer League, any tournament ever being done. I know you've been in the scene. Has there been any other big surprise like that with potentially Adefola not making it top 8?
Of this magnitude, no. I don't think we have ever seen anything like this.
Freaking way.
He's someone who you expect to always make it to semi-finals, quarterfinals, like that's his level. That's like telling me that Real Madrid goes out of a Champions League knockout stage. That's not something you're used to seeing consistent. You always expect them to do something. So I'm interested to see how this one turns out. So, whatever the case is going to be, it is going to be very, very interesting. The next coming days, today and tomorrow, I can't wait to see.
I like that. From Money, he's just giving a little bit of concern with the because there are concerns with Adefola's positions in the National Soccer League, and he is under more pressure. That defense has been breached so many times for my liking. If there's one thing that Adefola struggled with, it's his defense. And if your defending is no good, you have to have a red hot offense, and that's not something that Adefola also had. Speaking of Boyd, the number of red tie finishes I've seen, he might be part of your category in the people that are happy that time finishing is going off into.
I agree with you.
This is not a reflection of good time finishing at all. He has kind of struggled with it a little bit, but he's not going to care at all. Still the 2-goal cushion, 12 minutes to hold on to it. Adefola, that he have a little bit of drama in him. Benzema turns the corner with the space, looking for the extra pass.
Oh my.
Boy, that was bad defending, and the goalkeeper movement too premature.
Absolutely.
He wasn't in a position to shoot. You shouldn't be moving your goalkeeper on there, and he could be punished for that mistake because now momentum could clearly shift.
You said earlier that Boyd wouldn't care, but I think right now he is now definitely going to care about every single thing that happens in this one, because that was a gift to Adefola.
It was a big gift.
All of a sudden,
he give that away easily? And with 9 minutes to go, he's put himself in a situation where he might have to deal with the pressure a little bit. Adefola, we spoke about how big this man is in history. And if you've got that kind of experience behind your back, you have played in moments like these. We see a little bit of a formation change from Boyd trying to get to maybe a defensive shape. Aloira, Van der Ven, Milinkovic-Savic in the middle will try to hold on to the ball as much as he can, as he almost gave it away.
My goodness, this is playing on the edge of danger, and Boyd has to fix this one. I'm not seeing enough press from Adefola to be able to push and force Boyd to make those mistakes. He has to do this because I'm wondering what he's waiting for. My goodness.
And I'm on the same wavelength with you. In these situations, you have to force the mistakes. Is that onside? The pass came a bit too early.
This one will make him breathe a huge sigh of relief. That is Boyd, because that one would have been a very, 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 very deadly goal to concede.
We've seen so many games in the National Soccer League where leads have been blown in the last 4 minutes, and Boyd might be on the cusp of doing that as he holds on to the ball. Is Messi onside? He is onside. As the ball goes back to Fola, we'll need to see Clutch Adefola if he's looking to take any points away from this game.
We just saw Boyd bring in Vanja into this one, trying to see if he can quickly salvage that game management, ensure he has that 3 points on hold.
I think that move was pretty important.
Very, very important. He's now going for the knockdowns.
Exactly, and also for the corners. If there are any corner situations, he's also good aerially to be able to prevent that 1 minute to go. Fola, now it's kitchen sink movement. Through everything that you've got in it, can he get the ball back in these last minutes? Boyd doing everything in his absolute power to not give up possession of the ball and be in a really good position. Now he might face some danger. Adefola turning the clock a little bit as Benzema try to win back the ball, and he actually does. He is successful.
My goodness.
To go with. Will we have our first dramatic? Match week 5. What do you have for us?
My goodness.
No way that it will go in. We'll have the final corner of the game. Fola finish it off. You play short. Modric. Fola looking for points to stay in the top 8.
My goodness.
As the game comes to a close, Boyd survives.
He really does survive. What a way to finish this one. This was nothing but pure madness from both players. And we did see enough from Adefola, if we're being honest, from the beginning of this match. But what a way to apply that pressure towards the dying embers of this one. Boyd putting himself in an unnecessary position. He has to go sit down and figure out a way to never do this to himself again. My goodness.
Look, I might not be the perfect judge of tournaments in Nigeria, but put the National Soccer League, if it's not number 1, has to be top 3. Almost every single week, we've had moments like this.
Absolutely.
Moments where we're screaming on top of our voices, not knowing what is going to happen. It is true declaration that the National E-Soccer League has come here to stay. If every weekend you're being blessed like this,
listen,
wouldn't you want it to be on your screen?
Oh my goodness. Look at how we just ended this one. We went from like a very comfortable game for Boy to like something on the edge, but was playing with fire in that one. He managed to survive a little bit unscathed, but I don't know. I don't know what that would mean for somebody like Adefola going forward.
Well, Machalawa says Adefola is easily top 3. This league is really shocking. That top 3 conversation, we'll have to revisit it at some time. All-time top 3, cool. But currently top 3.
Yeah, I mean, so let's say, this is one beautiful thing about the league system is if you're talking about all time, it's a different conversation. We're talking about trophies, we're talking about what you've done history, but we're talking about presently. We have to see what you did in such a competition where you have to go up against 15 other players of varying abilities, and that's what it is. And J6 said Boyd with the laughing emoji. Machalawan, what was that from Boyd? Absolutely have no idea. And J6 said, just switch off the time finishing.
I mean, I'm sure
well, he did really win time. I think he had some good time effort.
For the way he read time, all of those shots. Keep the comments coming in. It's been one hell of a day already, and that's just after 2 rounds of games.
Yeah.
Farouk put us through the ringer, and this one going right down to the wire. With the National E-Soccer League, is truly unpredictable, and that's what we always promise you when we come here. I-Maji has also pulled off the win, getting all of the 3 points in the bag. Right after this break, there's also a big one coming in. It's featuring 2 players in the top 3 of the National E-Soccer League. Killer Freak takes on Baji Jr. That's a blockbuster one coming up soon, right after this break. You asked for madness, we gave you madness. You asked for Elite FC, the National E-Soccer League did not disappoint. You want a big game, but we've got a big game coming up. Two guys in the top 3. One hasn't dropped any points at all. One has already picked points off for some of the big players around. Killer Freak taking on Baji. This one has everybody licking their lips already.
This one is a battle between 2 new cards. Let's see which of the cards is going to be coming out of this one with the 3 points. This I'm so excited to see what is going to be happening. Of course, you know, Baji Jr is chasing something. He's somewhere in the conversation because he's currently behind Farouk and Killer Freak in that order, in that standing. But if he can somehow manage a miracle to beat both players today.
I mean, Farouk, Baji Jr.'s task for today, nobody has had to deal with a greater task on a single day. I don't know what his preparations like were throughout the weekend. Like on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe we'll have Baji Jr. here and then ask him, because if you're going into it with the mindset, you know you're playing the top 2 guys. None of them have drop points. How do you game plan for this guy? How do you game plan for that guy? We'll be able to see his game plan into execution in the next couple of minutes because they are getting ready. Also, another game that's happening, Anif and then Bright. But like, with the way things are panning out for Baji Jr., he has to at least pick 1 point out of those games. If he goes 0 out of 6, his chances of staying in the top 4 could be jeopardized.
I think 3 points is something he should be going for in general. I mean, even if it's against Killer Freak, even if it's against what do you call it, Farouk Mamzo, of course, he has to find his way to get himself those 3 points. We can see on the screen what we have a comparison between both players. 12 matches played each, 11 wins Asat versus 9 wins for Baji Jr. 1 loss only for Baji Jr. and 2 draws. I think that's where the difference is, that loss that Baji Jr. had. And the win probability, it's very interesting, 66 versus 34. I don't think it's something that we would say was so bad. I think this one is one that it sort of represents what we expect to see. Second versus third, 66 goals scored for Baji Jr. as against 75 for Killer Freak.
Pretty interesting. And for Killer Freak, he's only got one thing on his mind. Look, if you look at the days that we've played, where Farouk actually has a game before Killer Freak is a different beast, especially when Farouk has won. I think he might be a different beast in this game as well.
Absolutely.
I know the opponent is not as easy as compared to the rest. As we go on to our other game that will be happening, where we'll be bringing you all of the goal updates when they do go in. Anif and Blaze, 2 players who have kind of struggled within the National E-League system. Anif just has 2 wins out of the whole of the league. Blaze just has 1 better with 3. 8 losses to Anif, 7 losses for Blaze. 45 goes to 49. Win probability kind of understandable with Blaze currently in a little bit of form, as he did beat Anderson going into this game. So he's kind of with some momentum going into this matchup.
I mean, Blaze is one who's going to be like a little bit undone by his performances, in the sense that the way he performed from game week 1, 2, 3, and I think I also sounded it out like a warning. This is a guy that he's been a little bit inconsistent, but every single time he tries to put up that performance, and just towards the end, that's when he started seeing the results. That's when he started seeing the rewards for all of that consistency and commitment. Of course, he might just feel a little bit a certain type of way in the sense that he didn't get some of those early points in game week 1, 2, 3. But he's the one who currently
that is pretty important. As we'll get into what you guys are saying in the chat. If you go in the comments, drop them. Habibi says tomorrow will be absolute cinema. You played like there was no mistake about what you said. We are in for absolute cinema. Emmanuel says that Killer Freak and Farouk will be the only time either of them drop points. That's a strong prediction, and a prediction that I clearly understand why you'd make that. Nobody has been able to take points off of them. If they do take points off of each other, then we see how things happen. Also, the polls are in. Go and tell us who you think is winning this game. Probability has Killer Freak winning strongly, and so are your votes already. 39 votes in, Killer Freak with 78% of them. Baji Jr. 19 to 20% trust that Baji Jr. will be able to carry the day.
As you're talking, the votes are increasing very, very fast. From 39, we have 44 votes right now. 35 people who are 77% are saying Killer Freak is going to win. Just 1% saying a draw, which is going to be a huge point for Baji Jr. in the race for.
Look, we were speaking about those two potentially lifting the trophy. Do you know mathematically mathematically, there's also a path where Baji Jr. can actually win.
Yeah, if you
And
win
they said
these
that
two
if
games
Killer
today,
Freak and Farouk, he beats all of them and gets to pick points in the last game as well, where maybe some of them drop points. He has a part of the trophy.
Absolutely.
As we get back into the comments, Khalifa says, today I am here to play Uzo versus Bright. Well, that game will surely be coming up. The battle of who gets to pick up their first points in the game. Hashtag L. This will show the level of freak way before tomorrow's game. I mean, you've said it clearly as well. Today, he's playing Baji Jr., third position. Adefola, one of the greatest of all time. And then tomorrow, he's playing the first position.
Yes.
Farouk Manzo as a stance down. So
if there's any time for him to like make a statement, the time is now. We saw KK. KK said, the way Baji ended my EMPFL run, we will see upset.
I mean, KK speaking like he has first-hand experience.
Yeah, I mean.
So he knows how good Baji is.
EMPFL, he had a mad run. KK himself, I was there. I think we were there from Ghana also. You were connected in that one. That was last year, EMPFL. And KK was on a mad run, and somehow Baji was able to get that one out of him. Baji, of course, made it to the final where he played Adefola, and he was second because Adefola won that one. But
look, when we're speaking of accolades and how good these guys are, I think Baji always falls short because he doesn't
won yet.
Go all the way and lift the trophies. But we're speaking of consistency. The guys in the mix. Habib's asking what did Farouk play. He actually won his first game against Metro. You can go back and check how things went down in that one. But it's all coming down to who goes on to lift the prize right in front of us.
I want to run away with it. I want to run away with this.
You have no chance. In your prime, you ain't good enough to run away with something like this. You can't run away with it now.
Now, to be fair, I never had a prime.
Yeah. Well, for me, I'll say I have a prime. I'll tell you when that prime was. You know, now going into this fixture, you have been the octopus so far.
Oh.
Is the octopus seeing anything?
Well,
octopus money, give us something.
Personally, I want an upset. I want to see Baji get something.
However, that's love an underdog story.
Yeah, I do love an underdog story, of course. Especially the fact that it's Baji Jr. I really love seeing him do his thing on this stage. Now, but I think that Killer Freak is the one who is going to be taking this one to the next one.
Well,
the very, very important 3 points for Killer Freak. He cannot miss this.
Money has put his prediction in there. You can drop yours in the comments. We're actually live from Lagos, Nigeria. If this is the first time you are joining us, we're inside the Game Evolution Studios where everything is being held. Cade Esports are a big supporter of making this one happen. Fusogo, Super Sports on board, Force Nigeria on board, Afro Sport, Game Pride, IO, all of these guys making sure that we are in this one. Of course, backed by the Esports Federation of Nigeria. All of these big brands being able to recognize the National E-Soccer League tells you the growth of esports in Nigeria.
Yes, this is just baby steps. This is foundational steps. In all of the work that have been done in the background in the past years, every single thing people have seen in the past years, I think it's just a prelude to what we're about to see in the next coming years. Esports in Nigeria is going to the next level. And I say shout out to Cade Esports, shout out to Game Evo, shout out to the Nigerian Esports Federation for being some of the prime movers and shakers at this time.
Well,
we're about to go into it. Baji versus Killer Freak.
The high-octane game of Killer Freak versus the silky smooth one of Baji Jr. is right before our eyes, and we get to see the lineup pretty early. You see a lot of pink cards in there.
Griezmann.
This season, people. I mean, we are seeing the new introductions of the players. Baji Jr. will be looking to make a lot of noise. Can he beat a player that has not dropped a single game in Killer Freak? And maybe this is Killer Freak's biggest test yet. This is the highest ranked player he's playing so far in the tournament. He hasn't played anybody that's been in third position.
Yes.
He hasn't played Farouk. He hasn't played Baji. So this is his biggest test yet. If he's able to pass these steps with flying colors, crown this man already. Killer Freak in the action. We'll see him do battle against Baji Jr. Also, another game that's happening elsewhere. If you are interested in what's happening in the lower bottom of the league, Anif versus Bright are also doing action. We'll bring you all of that. Speaking of esports teams, Anif and Blaze also be doing action. Speaking of esports teams, I think that's also one thing that the Nigerian esports system is also doing really well with. We are seeing Baji Jr. signed to Game Evo. We see Farouk Manzo, part of the OAS family. We see Adefola, part of the Cade Esports family. I know there's Dodge Gaming somewhere else there as well. So like this National E-Soccer League is also throwing spotlight for players who do not have teams yet, for teams to be able to sign players. I mean, and for players who are not part of teams, I know maybe Rhymes might not have a team. Rufai, I think he's been signed by Game Evo now. Like so many of these players are there for the pickup. But now the players are focused on one thing only, trying to secure the title for the National E-Soccer League. For Killer Freak, he'll be in the dominant white, I believe, and then Baji Jr. will be in the white and the blue. That Baji Jr.
Ooh, I think that's Clifford. Is that Clifford? Yeah, that's Clifford.
Wow. Yes, are quite confusing. So it is indeed the man who's been on track so far in the National E-Soccer League. Just needed 2 minutes.
My goodness. I mean, we've seen this so many times consistently across board where Killer Freak starts in such dominant manner. And we've spoken about how it seems to like trip up a little bit towards the end of the first half. And I think that would be where Baji Jr. should be waiting in that, because this man has probably mastered the art of starting so well. We also have another one in the game between Blaze and Leaf, and I think Blaze has got himself a very important opener. Also in 40 minutes, this one, I think this time around, we've seen consistently the reward of all his hard work so far.
Well, Blaze has kind of turned the corner in these last couple of games. Kudos to him. Start of the league, he didn't really do well, and now he's turning the corner. Baji Jr., this is not the start that he was looking forward to at all, and now you have an uphill task of coming down from a goal down against Killer Freak, and that's something that not a lot of players can do, as Baji Jr. is trying to break through that defense. Petit owing it back for Killer Freak. He's also actually used this midfield pairing for a very long time. Petit and Woodhole, that's a very good pairing to be able to use. Killer Freak is on the run once more. You don't want him in your box like this, and you always know you've got a trouble.
This time around, Baji Jr. was able to see through that. I really love the fact that Baji Jr. saw the extra passes ahead of time and was able to block it. So can he maintain it? That's another conversation.
So when you're defending in situations like those, you notice that Killer Freak was holding on to the ball for long. He's just waiting for the supporting cast to come. What Baji Jr. did was he intercepted that ball before the supporting cast came. Absolutely. If you can do that against Killer Freak, maybe you might have a chance. But the thing is, the guy's
how many times can you do it
in the match? So whatever it is, the ball, that he will be able to keep the ball no matter what you do, even if you defend aggressively. That's great timing once more from Baji Jr. Signs of really good things on the defensive end from Baji Jr. The game evil athlete has to be able to replicate it in the offensive end as well. So far, it's been Killer Freak all the way on the offensive end. Can he find one more goal to possibly give him a breather in this game? And he looks like he might be on the path.
Oh, the leg of Buffon just denying him from that one. That was going to be a very important goal for him, and you can see conversations happening between him and Killer Freak, whatever it is. They're going to be able to figure that one out as soon as possible. But we're talking about that defensive shape. He doesn't want to be on this defensive shape for so long, because one thing about Killer Freak is that he has consistency in continuing battering your defense consistently, especially for that first 20-25 minutes. Baji Jr. has hold on to the ball for a while. Because that is where the difference is made. Hold on to the ball, don't give him possession of the ball, allow him to press you, and probably see if you can get himself out of the press and get yourself something. Every single decision counts for Baji Jr. going forward in this one.
Well, Killer Freak, the one main thing that has been a mainstay for everybody that's playing against him is you work on the counters. Even for Farouk Madu, when I had him here, he said he always works on the counters when he's playing against Killer Freak, because that guy's press, he doesn't still know how to deal with it. Machala one, he's been a consistent guy who's been commenting. We appreciate you a lot. He comes again and says that Freak is a man on a mission. Nobody's stopping him, and Farouk. That's the way it's looking like right now. So I totally agree with you. So we all know Killer Freak is winning, right? Let's not act cool by thinking otherwise. Come on,
Swave.
Give Baji Jr. a chance.
Yes, I mean, it's early days, of course. We've seen countless times where a player gets the first goal and he doesn't get it over the line. Of course, I'm not saying that Killer Freak is not getting this one over the line. I'm just saying, let's give Baji Jr. a chance. Baji will pay for this. That is from Emmanuel after he put in a crying emoji. Bro is going into a TikTok. That's from Chico. I have no idea what that means.
I mean, for Killer Freak and Farouk, because they are the content creation side of FC as well, what they do is after every single game, they will make content about it. And the thing is, everybody has been on the receiving end. So because they beat everybody, you know you'll be in the content machine with those guys. They didn't even take Killer Freak up to 4 minutes to get a goal. That's how basically he started most of his games. Yeah. He's always scoring pretty early. Killer Freak putting in the work, Baji will still win this game. Not say I'm very confident that Baji might be able to pull it off.
No, sir. Well, that is very, I think optimistic one. Now, I think we can see hashtag say, if Brick doesn't score his chances, 3 dots. Let's see, Sha.
You see, the thing with Killer Freak is, when everybody's creating, let's say, a maximum of 8 to 10 chances a game, there are games where Killer Freak can actually create 15 chances a game.
Yeah.
And the probability of him taking majority of those chances are pretty high. Because the green times his finishes, low-driven finishes. He's very accurate with some of his shots as well. So the thing is, the fact that he creates so much of them, it gives him an opportunity to win. Whereas when you're playing against him, how many chances do you guarantee that you can create
consistent? And how many are you going to now take?
Your maximum is like 5, 6, 7 because of how good his defense is. As we get where the game is back on, they had a little bit of an issue. We have solved it. Killer Freak still in the lead with the first 15 minutes gone. Right now, I think we're seeing a consistent pattern with the defense. Van de Ven is looking like a card that a lot of people are buying into the idea now. I know when it was released earlier into the SBCs, not a lot of people bought the idea of putting Van de Ven there, but now I'm seeing it. I really do like it because it's also in my team. Yapstam is also being integrated into the lineup. Baji Jr. gets a lucky break on that 1-0 bet. So the footies item trying to make way through it. He's got space to shoot. Goes for the cancel.
Oh!
Maybe one skill too many.
My, oh my. He just didn't take that one. I was expecting him to take that shot into the near post. I was expecting him to do so much, but sometimes when you're playing players of this level, you try to over-anticipate. You're doing so much, and that sometimes can hurt your chances. That was Baji Jr. missing out on a proper chance to get himself into this one. But there's still early days, 18 minutes, of course, and Baji has now found a way to get himself a little bit on the front foot.
You know one thing about defenders in SC, especially at this time of the game, there are so many options to choose from. But the thing is, you look at what you like. And for Killer Freak, I've seen so many people stop using the Vanja Milinkovic-Savic card in defense, but he's stuck with it all through the way. That's quite surprising because now people feel like the guy's a little bit bulky. I mean, he can't turn around if you want him to in defense if you're trying to play out of pressure. But Killer Freak still trusts that the man who's actually made a move to Napoli recently. You know one funny thing? For people who don't follow the FC scene, people who don't follow the true footballing scene, like the traditional football, when they see Vanja Milinkovic-Savic as a goalkeeper, they are strong.
Oh my goodness!
Baji Jr. They smashed that one into the back corner. So like what I was saying earlier, people saw the transfer of Milinkovic-Savic to Napoli, and they all thought he was a defender. The guy's a goalkeeper.
He's a goalkeeper, yes.
Item that makes him a defender.
Absolutely. I mean, the height also and the build also helping him so much. Baji Jr. has been on the front foot for the past 10 minutes. Now he has to score the goals. You cannot afford to be on the front foot against someone like Killer Freak and not score. Beautiful left there by Killer Freak, but Baji Jr. not buying it that time.
Well, he did indeed do really well with defending. He's in once more. This Johan Cruyff card has proven to be a staple in this team, and he's been doing amazing work already. He's got great footwork, got great play style. So man has the finesse play style plus that you need for a player in that position. But so far, he's just not been able to execute from the right-hand side, and Killer Freak has been able to keep things under wraps so far. 25 minutes in, and still Freak leading with that goal that he did score in the first 4 minutes of the game. Heung-min Son has also been a mainstay in Killer Freak's team as the offense breaks down for him. Van de Ven will hold on to it. Baji Jr. just taking his time and working his way through the paces, not rushing anything at all. This is the most possession that somebody has had against Killer Freak in most of the games that we've had. Because usually they are playing on the defensive end. They can't play through Killer Freak's press. But Baji Jr. has done incredible work of playing through the press this early.
I mean, he has played through it very, very well, very composed in possession. But I consistently say he needs goals. He needs at least 2 goals right now to take into the second half. Without those 2 goals as a cushion, he is going to find himself on the back one against someone like Killer Freak, and here's an opportunity for Killer Freak. That one, I had to get the goalkeeper stretching down the line.
Big save, Buffon comes in. Killer Freak could have gone 2 goals up, and that wouldn't have been good for Baji at all. As now he's on the front foot, needs something to go down for him. Benzema looking to return the pass, and a great reading of the movement from Killer Freak. Look, with the midfield area and how things work, I've said time and time again that Killer Freak will make the pitch look as small as he can and frustrating that part. But you notice that Baji Jr.'s strategy is taking it to the wing and opening up the pitch a little bit. I think it's kind of worked, but now Killer Freak is figuring that out a little bit, and now he's winning the ball back in those wide areas. Neto, speaking of the wide men, there goes another one of those. Benzema. Now it looks like this Benzema item is everywhere now.
I mean, yes, but I want to also note something very, very sharp and very, very interesting. Ever since we saw that one between Farouk and Mitchell, I think Killer Freak has sort of taken on that strategy. He's not going for that triggering of the ones with the striker anymore. He's sticking with the clear look, trying to force Baji Jr. into making a mistake in those kind of options. This one was very, very hopeful from Baji. I think we probably would have seen him from other angles go in, but from that angle, it was nothing but hope.
It only speaks to how great Killer Freak's defense is. If he's holding you to play hopeful shots like that and he's preventing you from working your way into his box, because Baji Jr. is somebody that gets into people's boxes at will. Step over into space.
Talk about it, and the man steps up. I was saying consistently that he needed to score at least 2 goals. He's had those opportunities. He has had those moments where he has changed something in the armor, and he didn't take any of those chances in the first half. Now he probably will be regretting that, because now he's gone down 2 goals to 2, and he has put Killer Freak in a very, very comfortable position. Something you should never allow this man to be in.
There's the important second goal that goes in from Killer Freak, and you can't let him get comfortable. There's Son going for the near post finish before he comes to the rescue. Baji Jr. is at a point in the game where nobody wants to be in. He's on the back foot against Killer Freak. He's out by 2 goals. If he finds that third goal, it might just be game over for him. He is in a crucial moment that you have to take care of. Petit, final 5 minutes to go before the first half comes to a close. Baji Jr. hasn't played badly at all. But how many times have we said that about players against these caliber of players? It all counts down when it comes to scoring goals. And if you can't score goals against them, you find yourself wanting. Neto.
Unfortunately, overthinking a lot of these moves, Baji Jr., and that is why he currently is on the back end of this win back. This 2-goal lead by Killer Freak. And I think this man, he was trying, it's very smart to ensure he didn't concede again in the dying embers of this first half. Wow.
Well, the game turning out to be indeed a top 3 level game. Killer Freak has some defending to do now. Baji Jr. gets in with Cruyff, as silky as you'd like. Baji Jr. not rushing anything at all, knows he's under pressure and needs goals, but he's not rushing. Griezmann, great save!
Oh my!
He's reacting to what Killer Freak does. He waited for the goalkeeper movement, should have shot, and then decided to go near post. By that time, goalkeeper had recovered already. Chance still not gone. Plays it into space. Benzema looking to go on the 10. Killer Freak does his defensive duties, and that will come to a close for the first half of proceedings. And what a game of FC that was. 45 minutes. Baji Jr. will not be too disappointed in himself, but it's the results that matters, and Killer Freak will surely be happy.
I will have to disagree with you on that one. I think he has to be disappointed with himself, because unlike what we have seen anywhere else in the past couple of weeks, he has created some of the most chances in that half. In that half of football, he has created more chances than Killer Freak, and he didn't take any of them. We just saw that one in the dying embers and decided to go for the near post, the ground shot finish. I mean, anything far post with a lot of shots, we're probably seeing that one in the edge, in the bottom of the net. But whatever the case is, he has time. Another 45 minutes or plus, whatever it is, you have an extra time to get himself back into this one.
Baji Jr. facing the biggest games of the day today. Mind you, after he plays Killer Freak, he's actually playing Farouk also as Blaze, who was under serious pressure. He was leading earlier on, and Nif turned it around, and now that game locked in at 3-3. Killer Freak once more in another promising possession. That's what I was speaking of earlier on. Killer Freak, you can't predict the number of chances he's going to create, but what you know is you create 10 chances and upwards.
Yeah.
There will be so many opportunities for him to score goals, and how many of them can you prevent? Is that through on goal, or that was deemed as offside? But Killer Freak creates so many chances, it's always difficult to be able to hold him back. And for Baji Jr., it will all still be about keeping the mental in there and then just giving yourself a little bit of hope, in the sense that you know you'll be able to find a way back into this game. I know it's much easier said than done, but that's the only way forward. Stam will win it back. That's a positive tackle to be able to get him in the right direction.
Yeah, the backtracking from Baji Jr. almost set him up, there with that defensive movement. It was terrible. However, he was able to recover properly and on time. He has to take note of that. This player lock movement from Killer Freak proving to be so much to handle for players like Baji Jr. in this position. Yes, Ryan Croft going down that back time for Baji Jr. He has an opportunity
to score this one again. And that's multiple opportunities where he can't work a way back into this game, and yet still he is being denied. Baji Jr. And now I'm understanding why Manny said he might be disappointed in himself because he's had numerous chances to be able to break through that defense, and it's just not worked for him right at the last minute. He's not made the right decisions, and it's costing him so far that he's not giving up anytime soon. Baji, the game evil athlete, has to go in. Griezmann, surely this one will find the back of the net. No way. Straight to the goalkeeper.
My goodness.
That's 3 huge opportunities.
In the second half alone.
Already.
My goodness. And if there's anybody who is going to be happy for this particular one, it is a Killer Freak, of course, because that one means that he's staying in the lead in this one and ensuring that his 3 points is not under any pressure.
It's all about Killer Freak trying to put this game to bed now because he knows subconsciously that if Baji Jr. gets a goal, the tide could change. He's already playing well against him. Killer Freak, in his mind, knows he needs one more goal to seal this one, and he's on the verge of doing that. Benzema will exchange passes with Bruno Fernandes. Killer Freak working through the paces. I think he was setting it up for the Trivela there. Great anticipation and awareness from Baji Jr. to win it back. Look, the game evil man, kudos to him. I've not seen anybody breach Killer Freak's defense consistently like he has, but if you're not backing it up with goals, it just kind of fizzles out a little bit and you'll not be able to reap the full benefits of this game. Neto holding on to the ball now for Killer Freak with about 30 in-game minutes to go. Baji Jr., the man who's currently in 3rd position on the league log, looking to secure a top 4 finish in this league, and he knows it's under jeopardy a little bit. I know he might be happy that Rufai lost, but the fact that Boyd won, the fact that Anderson also won, maybe that position can come
might be
under siege a little bit.
Absolutely, of course, that's what happens when you play at such high levels. You need to always be in the front for yourself. You don't have to think about every other person behind you, of course, but you have to always pay attention when your opponents, when your other contestants are winning. You have to show you're winning also. And if there was any time to get a point or 2 or 3 rather out of the game, this was the best one. He would have cemented his place in that top 4, of course, and ensure that he was going to make it to the Ghana trip for the 5 versus 5, Nigeria versus Ghana, of course. But there's still so much to play for. It's just 66 minutes, and I know I just said just, but I think this is the lowest score line we have seen in a game that features Killer Freak at this stage. But don't forget, we've also seen him score so many lost time goals. Ooh, somehow Blaze is able to call himself back into this one, and he's trying to force his way into that one. But Blaze still staying afloat, 4-4 in that game.
Well, the time is flying by quickly now for Baji Jr. All those missed chances now might come back to haunt him, as now Killer Freak feels like he's playing a more calmer way, noticing that Baji Jr. is going into the game. He'll have to kill off the momentum a little bit, playing slower, holding on to possession, and just frustrating him in that aspect. Michael will win the ball back. Excellent turn to get back into a prime position to hold on to the ball. And the way he does that is it's inviting a lot more players into the equation there, Killer Freak. And that's what he does perfectly.
Oh, this one.
Just beat that with a big goal.
This one.
And he lets everybody know about it. Baji Jr. just missing all of those chances and punished heavily Killer Freak with an important 3rd goal to go in.
Oh, this one was very, very crucial for him in the way he built it. He was very patient with it. He dragged the position, all of the players out of position. And once he got that chance, he scored his own. This was some of those chances that Baji Jr. saw that he didn't score. And this one is where it comes back to haunt him and bite him a little bit. Wow.
Well. I did say earlier on that in the games that Farouk plays before Killer Freak, and then when Farouk wins, Killer Freak comes in as a beast. Well, you see the beastly nature of this man, 3-0. I don't think there's been any game where Baji Jr. has failed to score a goal. And if Killer Freak goes on to hold a clean sheet against a guy who stared on the league log, it tells the story. If he also beats if he goes on to beat Baji Jr., it's creating that clear separation of Killer Freak and Farouk and the rest.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And I think I was expecting Baji to put up more of a fight. And he really, really did from the first half of this one. But I think he didn't back it up with goals. We said this again and again. I think we might see more goals from Killer Freak as soon as he has broken this one in the second half. That is if we don't get Baji to score one as from this, whatever it is that this was
if there's going to be any talks of a comeback, the goal will have to come between now and possibly the 75th minute. He needs to be able to get one. Because
so I do think we're going to see anything related.
It's not looking likely at all. And now that Baji Jr. is looking like maybe a little bit deflated, it might be difficult for him to pull it off. But it's still time for him to do it. Needs this one to go in, and finally.
And so it does, finally.
Finally, he gets one to go in. Where was this finishing all along in the first half?
The difference between what happened right now and what has happened throughout the game is that he made up his mind and he decided to go for what he did. And there was no second guessing, there was no doubting of his abilities or his options, and that is what he has been missing throughout this one. He allowed Killer Freak to get in his head earlier in this one, and you could see from this one that it was totally punished by
Killer Freak's form of ball control is just something else. What he's doing is you pass it into the striker, trigger around, and just turn around your defense, thinking he's going for a speed boost, and he'll turn back and pass the ball back again. That is elite game management from Killer Freak. But just like that, he loses back possession of the ball. I was about to say, commentator Jinx coming to play there, but this guy, it seems like the Jinx doesn't work on him at all. He wins it back of that on that possession.
The next goal is very, very crucial in this one. If Baji Jr. is going to be able to get another goal, it might just change the way we're going to end this one. We just saw, of course, that one between Boyd and Adefola. That one went down to the wire in the 91st minute. We could have seen both players share the spoils, and we might just have something like that if and only if Baji.
You know one thing about Killer Freak, he doesn't leave it for late drama. The last time we saw late drama in this game, it actually ended up in a draw.
That was Emerson.
Killer Freak and Emerson was able to pick points over Killer Freak. So he's one to kill games off early, but this one is tiptoeing around maybe late drama being able to come as Baji Jr. is in. If we can find a way to score in this one, we might be in for crazy.
Oh my goodness! Oh my! Oh my! My! Oh my!
This is where the player lock comes to great use. If that player was logged on to Olise, that pass surely goes through. And Baji Jr., his reaction says it all. He knows he's messed up with that opportunity. He created it brilliantly as Baji Jr. I mean, we've counted about 5 great opportunities.
Yes, that he should have buried, absolutely. Based off what we have seen today alone, Baji should have been winning this one comfortably. I don't think we've seen any game so far where Killer Freak was involved, where we have said this, that the opponent should have won confidently. This was one that Baji should have won comfortably. My goodness, I was expecting a proper cutback to Olise, player lock, just like you said, and that one would have been a large family inside the net. It would have changed the way we would have ended this game. But there's still something in this one. Baji, he's passing the ball around. Here's Griezmann! Get it in! My goodness!
We might have 5 minutes of pandemonium left.
Is it too late?
The National E-Soccer League, Killer Freak.
First time ever we've seen some game management from this man.
Well, the last 4 minutes could be intense. And Killer Freak trying to hold on to it. Pull it. Loses one possession of the ball. Baji Jr. can he turn? The pass for Cruyff was on and rejected. Griezmann on the 10. The pass into Cruyff is great. Into space. Then the pass to Busquets. Oh!
Both an end to this one.
From the goalkeeper. Killer Freak holding on to this one. Can he secure all 3 points is what we're trying to find out. 2 minutes to go. Half-stamp. Holding on to it.
We've never seen Killer Freak go into game management since the beginning of this tournament, and all of a sudden, it's looking like that is how he's going to play this one.
It is the unpredictability of the National E-Soccer League. And Baji Jr. has one final throw at the dice. You said the run of Griezmann. Turn it into Cruyff. The options are not too many because Killer Freak is blocking everything possible. Griezmann, will we see a screamer? He passes it.
Oh my!
Last chance comes from the corner. Trying to play short this time around. Anyway, for Olise, player lock comes in. It's now or never. He cannot afford to go back and build up once more. Stamp, pass, great tackle from Ruud Holland. Killer Freak stays true. He grabs all of the 3 points in the most dramatic way possible. And the reaction of everybody says it.
Sorry, from the beginning of today, we said you cannot turn off your TV, your device at any point throughout today because we expected craziness. But this one, we didn't expect to see anything like this. My, oh my.
What
Baji Jr. leaving it a little bit too late.
What a fiber from Baji Jr.
Wow.
This might be unpopular, but I think this is the best offense that Killer Freak has faced so far.
So far, yes, absolutely,
Nobody
I agree
has
with
been
you.
able to put him under this type of pressure throughout all of the games that he's played. And
Everybody in the chat is going crazy. Wow, Baji. Sajek saying, why? My goodness, my oh my. Also, we have to really, really commend that goalkeeper movement at the very, very last, because what was that? Daniel Ororumo says this match was really painful.
If Baji Jr. had converted even 50% of his chances,
He definitely would have won this one.
With a win, or
Absolutely.
maybe a draw. Best game so far, and it's on record from day 6. I don't know about this game because there have been dramatic games.
I mean, because of what it means in terms of
To the
the
table,
table standards, I would agree that this one was definitely the best game. And also, Nosa said Baji was definitely the better player. I totally agree.
Look, one thing that we can get for players, and I'm glad Amani agrees with me, is Baji's offense against Killer Freak. We've never seen anybody play Killer Freak with that kind of composure. Like, he had nerves of steel. Usually, when you're under that kind of pressure, you can't operate the way you want to. But Baji Jr. did that really
Kudos
well.
to that man.
Someone says, give us Baji versus Farouk Man. You know what? It will be coming on later today because Baji Jr. is playing the top 2. There will be more coming. If only Baji converted his 1v1 chances from Swabe. I totally agree with you. If he had converted his chances, we'll be having a different conversation.
Yes. Throughout the game, we said it consistently. When you're up against someone like Killer Freak, he's going to create chances. We really expect Baji to have more chances. I mean, if you check the stats, I'm very, very sure we would have seen that Baji had more chances, but he was not clinical at all today. Only the first half should have seen Baji go 2 goals up at the very, very least. But what, I mean, you feel so unlucky, so hard done by his performance tonight.
One thing I was sure about coming into the National E-Soccer League is we're going to provide you with Elite FC. One thing I was unsure about was the level of entertainment. Come on now. This is something that you'd love to tune into every single time. And if you are tuned in now, make sure you subscribe to the Cade Esports channel. There's still more to come. Like the stream, people, really helps with YouTube's algorithm. There's still more to come from us. There's still a lot more to come. Mind you, every single day we bring you 8 rounds of action. This is just round 3. We'll be going into round 4 of action. Keep dropping the comments. We'll be reading them right after this break. Well, before we go into that break, I've seen that you guys are bombarding the comments with your comments. And I mean, some of the things that I'm seeing, it's really insane. I've seen a comment from one of the greats from the Ghana scene, truly one of the greats of the water. And one that says, what was that finishing? We have to question Baji Jr. with the finishing.
Yeah. I mean, he also said Baji really disappointed me. I totally agree. I mean, when you had the opportunity, this is almost the same thing we said with the Anderson game. Not being, for Anderson, was different, was the defending, not being able to finish that game properly in terms of time defended and all of that. But this time around, Baji's offense is to blame. Swavia says, okay, not gonna lie, I really underrated this Baji guy because I didn't expect him to give Killer Freak a run for his money. Swave, you should listen to us more when we are on this channel telling you about these players because
we told you that, look, Baji Jr., the only thing separating him from being in a top 3 conversation is lifting a trophy.
Yeah.
He has been there. He's been around. He's been close to winning them semifinals, quarterfinals. And you see, he's able to play them at a very high level and always come close to beating them.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we are right now. And in this game also, it was a tale of close margins. As soon as we're able to get that close margins off, I'm sure Baji Jr. will make it into that conversation of the top 4. Top grades. He definitely has a lot of time on his hands. He's just young, and I believe we're going to see more and more of him. Stay tuned, don't go nowhere. We have so much action left for you. This is just game 3 out of 8.
after tapping deep from my Ghanaian language on this one, then simply means if you don't want this, what else more do you want?
What else do you want?
Killer Freak versus Baji Jr. living up to the hype, giving us truly something to remember. But that's just match round 3. There's still more to come. We'll be heading on to round 4. But before we actually speak about round 4's games, have you had time to be able to dissect what has gone down before our screens? Because I think this is truly something special.
Yes, and every single time in my mind, I was like, Baji Jr., why didn't you score your chances? But also, I then remember that Killer Freak did craziness with his goalkeeper Koso, especially in that dying embers in the 80th to 90th minute. That his goalkeeper was everywhere. He was reading minds, like he was like on fire, because sometimes that's the difference. Sometimes that's the difference. Like at the moment where you've made a mistake in the defense, can you quickly move your goalkeeper to the place where you know the ball is going to go to? If you get it wrong, you look like a fool.
If you get it right, you're a genius.
Oh my goodness. We saw it in the game between Boyd and Adefola. And one moment he got his goalkeeper Koso wrong, all of a sudden the game changed. And we saw this one in the game between Killer Freak and Baji Jr. All of a sudden, Killer Freak was in trouble. We have never seen game management from Killer Freak. And if you notice properly, he didn't do it the way other people used to do it. He's not used to doing those game management moves. He's not the guy who's always
usually killing off the games at like the 70th minute.
Absolutely.
Look, if Baji Jr. had pulled off a 3-3 comeback against Killer Freak, that would have been possibly the greatest moment in the national soccer.
Absolutely.
We're on the verge of craziness, but indeed, it was something magical.
I just want to also add quickly here that this is something I've noticed so far. I think we have not seen anybody put a chink in the armor as much as Farouk, as much as Killer Freak. All of the games where we have seen like someone always have a great game, it's been against Killer Freak. I don't know if that's because every single person has their eye on him. They're like, he's the target man right now. Like everybody, like, you know what? You're currently one of the hottest prospects, so we are coming for you. I don't know if that works. If that's like probably what the case happening right now, or it's just the fact that people have seen some chinks in his armor, but it set us up for.
Indeed, there have been 2 names on everybody's lips since the league started, and those 2 names they'll be going head to head tomorrow. Killer Freak versus Farouk Manzo. If we go into tomorrow with no points dropped in today, they'll be going into it. One player could potentially go unbeaten. That'll happen live here on the Cade Esports YouTube channel. So if you haven't subscribed and turn on post notifications, do it right now before you miss out on that game. The big game is happening. But going on to round 4 of the action, when we're speaking about top of the table action and battles, now we have to deal with bottom of the table battles. Bright versus Simply Uzo. I've seen people call out for this game a lot.
Yes.
Now we'll have a chance to be able to discuss it. Both of them, they've not had the best of performances at all. None of them have been able to get one single win. This is the time to be able to change their stories. Both of them 12 losses, 22 goals for Bright. Simply Uzo has actually been impressive when it comes to the goal scoring category. Are you okay with the win probability? 56% is Uzo.
No, I think we have to give more to Simply Uzo. I think it's 65-35 should have been.
Yeah. No way. What of you having won games? You don't deserve to get 65.
If there's anybody that has put up a fight sort of in any of the games between Bright and Simply Uzo, it's been Simply Uzo. All right, because we've seen Simply Uzo at least attempt to score goals, but we've seen just that inexperience come into play consistently. We've not seen the best of. We have not even seen anything decent out of Bright. I've seen Bright play consistently. I genuinely don't think he is this bad. Every player sometimes, you know how you get sometimes you have players and then you wonder what's going on. I think this is the moment for Bright. But I would stick with Simply Uzo taking this one.
Well, and they have an opportunity.
Don't forget, I'm 2-2 right now. I'm 2-2.
Wait, okay, you called for the Killer Freak.
Yeah. So this one will be like
Baji Jr. Why didn't you change that result?
I was hoping you would get me that one off, but hoping we get a 3 out of 3 in this one. Rhymes versus Mr. Oga. This one is interesting. It's happening in the background, but we bring it to you guys all the goals, all the action as it happens. Rhymes, one of my favorite players ever. He had a torrid week 2 and week 3. But week 4,
bounce back. And you know one thing too? We've spoken about all of the title challenges. Rhymes is sneakily getting in there. He's top 5 already, and guys have been losing. Baji Jr. has lost, Mitchell has lost, Fola has lost, Rufai has lost. If he wins against Mr. Oga, it could skyrocket him into top 3 conversations, by the way.
That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Seeing this man in top 5 would definitely make for a whole lot of competition.
He's also played Killer Freak and Farouk already.
Yeah, so like it seems like, well, on paper, he has now some of the lesser opponents. I wouldn't call Mr. Oga a lesser opponent, but on paper, in terms of performances, as you can see, 6 losses for Mr. Oga, 2 wins only in 12 games. That's a 6 loss, and I think 4 draws. But we saw.
If you had told me coming into this league that after 12 games, the Oga only have 2 wins, I wouldn't have believed it.
Absolutely, but I mean, we've spoken about it consistently. Same thing we said about the I-Majis and the Adefolas in FC 26. The fact that these guys, the crop of guys, they seem like they didn't like metamorphose into the new age football, the new brand of football. It seems like it's affecting them, especially at this high level.
Well, more Killer Creek. With this Killer Creek performance, Farouk will beat him.
That's a
Are you sure about that?
That's such a different conversation.
We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. And Peter says Luton Town is Ipswich Town. It's still very high FC, high level FC. Calm down.
Both team to lose by staff. Come on now, we can't have that.
Drop your predictions. Who's winning? If I'm to pick who would win, I probably go Simply Uzo because, like Manny said, he's proved to have like a closer games as compared to Bright. As for Bright, I think even on goal difference, Bright is the one that's conceded the most goals in the league, and Simply Uzo has scored the more goals.
We're talking about last week. If we will see someone hit a -100,
somebody's close to hit it, or someone's already hit it.
I mean, Bryce is like -70 something. Yeah. So 3 games with the way he's been conceding.
This prediction from Edward is intense. Full time under 0.5.
Definitely
so
not
I'm
happening.
expecting even 1 goal. No way.
Definitely
not
happening.
Both of them's defenses have been leaky.
Yeah.
I think we'll see goals.
A lot of goals are going to be leaky.
We might see like 8 goals in there as the polls have come in. 21% actually do. 48%
yes.
Do believe Simply Uzo is picking up the win. Bright 37%. I think it's fair enough. A draw with 13.95%. All of you who have been sticking through with the National E-Soccer League, we appreciate all of your effort. It's something that we knew would have support, but this level of support has truly baffled us, and we appreciate every single one of you. Drop your predictions in the comments. Go into the polls. Vote who you think is winning this one, Bright or Simply Uzo. But moving away from this game, the other game that's happening is of much significance to Rhymes. Yeah. He has to find a way to get 3 points, because if he sneaks into that top 3, top 4 conversation, we might have to be able to put his game on the spotlight, because now the fact that he's already played Killer Freak, he's already played Farouk, he's already played Rufai, by the way. I think his only game that's left is probably even Baji Jr. I think I've not seen him play Baji Jr. But right now, it's looking like he's got more comfortable games to play. I
mean, yes, I agree with you. Don't forget also, he's up against a Mr. Oga, who we saw last week go for a lot of draws. I think Mr. Oga had 2 draws in game week 4. I don't know if that's the Mr. Oga that's going to be turning up. If that's the Mr. Oga that is turning up, he's going to be able to put something in his attempt to march forward. But whatever the case is, we are happy, we're excited. We want to see that movement in and around the top 8 and the bottom 8. Whatever the case is, Mr. Oga, so I don't think he's so far off the top position. I mean, even if he finishes in the bottom 8, he wants to stay as close as possible to give himself some hope that, okay, you know what, I didn't make it here, but I could have done better, and maybe going forward next season, I could have something to build on to come into the
thing is, for a league like this, 16 elite players, you don't want to look back on this league and say you were bottom of the table. Like, you didn't have any single point and you carried the whole of the league. It's not something that will look too good on your resume. Yeah. So that's something that I'm sure will be very consistent and bright and Simply Uzo's mind going into this game and thinking, if I end this league with not a single point and being last on the table, I mean, everybody else might have an opinion about me, but maybe deep down, you know you're a really good player. This league wasn't maybe like a true reflection of how good you are. So this game, it must be a do or die affair
for both players. I totally agree with you, and I do think that we're not going to see a draw. I do think both players are going to go all out for it. But whatever the case is, one person is going to be going home today, bottom of the table, firmly or deeply rooted. But then the funny thing is, after this one, there's still 2 more games. Somehow, somewhere, I still believe both players can still pick up points somehow, somewhere from somebody.
Well, we are at the halfway point of today, round 4 of the action. All of the 3 rounds that we've seen have been truly spectacular. Go back to that Farouk Manzo versus Mitchell game. something special. Then, of course, Adefola and Boyd gave us something really good on the main broadcast where Boyd almost let that lead slip. And Killer Freak, we've not seen anybody put him under such duress and pressure. Nobody has ever done that. Baji Jr. came this close to picking more points off of him, but we are now going to the bottom of the league conversation and the battles going on down there. Bright versus Simply Uzo going into this game. It has a lot of things behind it, a lot of talking points, like you said, behind it. But throwing spotlight to players in the National E-Soccer League and in Nigeria as a whole, the National E-Soccer League have done a great job of doing that. But we've spoken about international competitions, and the Esports World Cup is just around the corner. I mean, they started for other genre of games, but for the Nigerians, the last chance qualifier bracket just came out, and for who we've already opposed as possibly the top two in the league, they might be making their way to Saudi Arabia and playing. And we've seen their brackets, and they look quite difficult. Farouk is playing a seasoned pro in Alien Bushi, once playing for Lille. I don't know if he's still with that team. I think he made like round of 16 of the just ended Champions League. He also has African descent. He's an Algerian in some way, of course, staying in France. And Killer Freak also playing against Mahmoud. With the levels that you've seen them being able to pull off in the National E-Soccer League, how confident are you that they might be able to make top 5? Because it's only 5 players out of 512, by the way, for the last chance qualifier the Esports World Cup. How confident are you that they can get there?
If there's ever been a year or a season in terms of the esports seasons where I'm looking at some players and I'm very, very confident, this one is. Because for the past 1 year, 2, we've had consistent competitions, properly organized competitions that have forced the players to go deep into the reserve and come out with the best quality they have. I mean, we could see what Farouk did yesterday in the game with CK in Ivory Coast. Best of 3, he won that one 3-0, and that was the end of the conversation. So if there's ever been a time where I'm so excited and I'm very, very confident about these players, this is the time. I think they have the quality to make it to the top 5, because don't forget, this is not just the two of them going to represent themselves. They have the Nigerian backing. And you know, when you have Nigerians behind you, supporting you all the way, it is a massive backing.
So you think when you have Nigerians behind you, today the Nigerian women are winning the AFCON?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Of course.
They have multiple time champions, so they have
of course.
As like the host nation.
It doesn't matter anything.
Host nation back in the stadium
means nothing. Means nothing when the Nigerian band walks into the stadium or the arena.
Yeah, we'll see what happens elsewhere. But not just them are the Africans playing, the Africans all around playing, and we support the Africans heavily. I did that on the VJ Esports show, highlighting some of the Africans that are playing the last chance qualifiers. My own fellow Ghanaian Mule should also be making his way there. The bracket has been released for him. Dex Jr. will also be playing in a big game. His first game is actually against Meat, someone who's regarded as a multiple-time champion, season pro overseas as well. But you can let us know your thoughts in the comment section. Who do you think is the African that will go the farthest? The last player to be able to do big damage in the FC Pro World Championship was Sharif, and you'll be playing to the last chance qualifier this time around. Adam Hatake is also in the mix. He's actually playing against the Ghanaian in his first matchup in the last chance qualifier. We'll be keeping tabs on all of that. But for now, full attention on our Cade Esports National E-Soccer League as we are waiting for the signal for round 4 of the action. Bright versus Simply is a very important game coming up.
Very, very important game to both players, also not just for the points, but for the confidence it will do to them. I mean, of course, in case you're just joining the league, we have said this countless times. We're having when we say top 8, the top 8 are going to remain in this season, and the bottom 8 are going to be relegated into a newly created league next season. It's going to be like a championship, quote unquote, and then we have more 8 people come into this one next year. But I tell you that the next 8 that's going to be dropped into this one are going to even make it even more tough. I'm talking about the players that they have everything to prove, because you've seen this one, you've seen what it is like, you know the people you're going up against. So that one is going to say was juicy ones. Don't forget, if you want to follow the action, latest news, download Cade Esports on Apple Store and on Play Store. You could do all of that right now. I think the players are almost getting ready. You can see the pictures on your screen, the videos rather, the live videos. You have Simply Uzo versus Bright, but I think we might start up with the one Rhymes versus Mr. Oga pretty soon.
Well, very important game coming on your screen. I think this is not just a battle for points. This is the battle of for reputation, as well as we get to see the other game happening right now. Rhymes versus Mr. Oga. I've already highlighted how important this game is to Rhymes, as you have a chance to make a top 4 push in these last few games. Mr. Oga has run with green all the way throughout the whole of the tournament. Immediately I see green, I do remember Mr. Oga.
Yeah.
Every single time he's using this green kit. I think there has been a change of a kit a little bit from Rhymes with the red and the white.
Absolutely. I don't know if that's going to be helping any of them in terms of the actual play on the consoles today. But here is Mr. Oga with an early foray, sticking to that Vinicius card we spoke about. I don't know, Sly, if you're going to tell us if this is part of that team of the season. Vinicius! My goodness, that one nearly gets in the opener, but that one struck the post.
Well, I didn't get a glimpse of that Vinicius card. If it's in the footies item, then kudos to him, because I think Mitchell also added him to his squad. But if you're still using till the season Vinicius right now, I am seeing a footies item in Alfonso Davis at the left back spot. He is part of the newly released SBCs and all of that. So the players are keeping their teams up to date as the items are being released. Ryan is through on goal early. Konate making a very interesting save. That was more or less acrobatic from him, clearing that one away. Mr. Oga, right when he had a chance of scoring on one end, almost conceded on the other as well. Alvaro in that midfield. I heard a little bit of reviews about this Alvaro card, and the fact that a lot of people have added him to a squad. I haven't had
that shows you that something is cooking up in that.
I haven't been able to test him out yet, but of course, when I come to the National Soccer League, it's an opportunity for me to
watch all these players.
And the fact that Benzema is everywhere.
This is offside? Yes,
yeah,
it is.
Clearly offside. The fact that Benzema is everywhere is giving the signal that if you've not completed Benzema,
you should probably go try to do that. Right? Yeah. I think we've seen Benzema the most in any of the teams.
He's also in Rhymes' squad. He's playing up top. He's got all the play styles that you want. Quick step. He's got finesse, play style plus. I think, yeah, he's got quick step, finesse, play style plus. Also in the mix, everything you'd want from a forward in the team, and everybody rocking with the Frenchman up top. Vieira for Rhymes. Gerrard trying to play through, and both of them have had decent chances to be able to open the scoring in these first 13 minutes. Nobody seemingly good enough to take them, but it's still early days here inside Lagos, Nigeria, the Game Evolution Studios, where this one is being brought to you. The National E-Soccer League. This is something that will surely be happening yearly. So immediately FC26 drops, you must look forward to the National E-Soccer League.
Talking about FC26, we've already spoken about that Trivela being taken off, or nerves rather, and we're going to only have players with Trivela play styles being able to pull off the Trivela shots. We've also talked about that timing being finished. What else are you expecting to see in FC26?
A little bit of the gameplay changes. We did watch a deep dive. There are different mechanics coming to the game. I think there'll be less impetus on the AI defending for you. Have to do things a lot more manually in some sense. I think goalkeeper animations are changed. One thing that got a lot of people talking was how goalkeepers push out the ball when the ball is played to them. Now with the animations that are coming, they'll be pointing the ball towards the corner kicks, not giving a lot of bounce back and second chance opportunities. I saw people excited about that, but I mean, we live to see. Sometimes EA can do that, but people still find loopholes. The pros still find loopholes. But the most important big change will come from the time finishing gimmick. If once it's taken out of the game, you almost feel like
it changes everything.
Exactly. And now if you double tap, I'm hearing it will be a low-driven shot. So
now that one is one I am really expecting to see. I think I remember at the point it was that was, I think, in FIFA 20. That was the mechanics. A double tap would give you a low-driven shot, but this time it was taken off in 24 and 25. But the FC26 installment, we'll see that one return on our screens. I can't wait to see what that means for the guys. But whatever it is, once FC26 is out, these players are going to be very, very hungry, and they're going to be pushing to see what is the new meta and the mechanic, and they're going to be working to see how we can make that change for the FC National E-Soccer League in FIFA 26.
Well, I was speaking to a couple of people here in Nigeria and in Ghana, and they've seen the growth when it comes to the FC scene. The fact that if you look in previous years, everybody was obsessed with playing kickoff, and that was the most available to us. And the fact that with that one, there was no stress at all. But Mr. Oga could be too good. I mean,
that was
both sides have had really great opportunities.
This might be the one we will see.
No way. Both of us are too good to not score any goal. But I'm quite surprised that Rams is finding it difficult to be able to score goals. And I know Mr. Oga's defense is great, but in the National Soccer League, I mean, his ability to prevent goals hasn't been great at all. So back to the conversation, I was speaking to a couple of people and they've seen the growth and the rate at which now people are switching from kickoff to ultimate team. I'm treating everybody currently watching on the live stream. If you're a great FC player, or even if you're not good and you're trying to update yourself and be part of the very best, you have to start taking ultimate team pretty seriously. The level at which everybody is going right now, if you don't take it seriously, that train will leave you. And when the train leaves you, it's going to be difficult to be able to catch up. So take it seriously, start grinding your ultimate team, especially if you think FC25 has passed. Just do it for FC26 and you have a chance to compete when the ladder does come up pretty early. I think when the game does come out fresh, you have to just make Division 4 and you qualify for the ladder and play against the African pools. That's how South African Kaylan is in the planes. That's how Egyptian Moza is also in the planes of the Esports World Cup. It's something that you always have to keep up to date. And if also you're Nigerian, that's how we'll be selected.
Oh, this one is the one that breaks it.
League, Mr. Oga.
This one is one that breaks the opening proceedings. 1-0 in favor of Mr. Oga. That one was taken neatly. The defense from Rhymes there wasn't so good, and he was punished in that instance. Now, I think we said it in the beginning. If there's anybody who can frustrate you, it's Mr. Oga, especially in this position where Rhymes needs 3 points to get himself into that top 4 conversation, if not top 3. Well, let's see.
It has been quite underwhelming for Ryan. Maybe the story might change. Benzema threw on goal. He's not the quickest as he's being caught up. And that's why I was kind of skeptical about completing the Benzema item, because he's not the quickest. He's got passing play styles. He's got finishing play styles. And I'm sure that's why a lot of people use him, because you have a mix of Kane and a Ronaldo-ish type striker because of his passing abilities. But when you want the over-the-top through ball and the first time through balls to work for you, need quick strikers.
Absolutely.
And Benzema, he's not in that category. So I was quite surprised to see him in so many lineups. But he has been doing the job. So maybe on another occasion, he will be able to convert. Mr. Oga turning just on that 18-yard area. Ryan's defending has been
suspect, actually.
It has been put under serious pressure. And so far, he hasn't been passing the test early.
We definitely have to see a better defending from Rhymes. But of course, if he wants to get himself anything out of this game, he has to start already. This is already 38 minutes on the cups of first half. And this one is offside, of course. And Mr. Oga has the opportunity to reset and restart this one right from the back.
Dumfries. Benzema once more. We haven't seen that quick, intense passing from Rhymes yet. It's still been slow, methodic, and building up, and it's just giving Mr. Oga leeway to be able to close down the spaces a little bit and just predict where the next pass is going to go. Maybe that starts changes pretty soon. That was a weird shot from Benzema, and that sums up how Rhymes has played this first half.
Yes, I mean, he's been a little bit lethargic in the build-up, and this is not the Rhymes we saw last game week. Of course, sometimes maybe the exhaustion from the consistent training could affect some of these players at this level, but whatever it is the case, Rhymes has to wake up if he wants to get this one. I mean, at such a delicate moment, you cannot afford to
you have to take full advantage when others are dropping points, and this is Rhymes' movement, and so far, it doesn't look like he's trending in the right direction at all. He's got about 45 minutes plus the 3 minutes left in this first half.
That is if he survives this first half without considering another one.
Mr. Oga is pushing, and he's pushing for that second goal. Vinicius Jr. in space. You'd save Konate once more. We are getting word that other game between Bright and Simply Uzo is coming up pretty soon, and the guys are getting ready. They face a little bit of a problem, but things are getting right on track, so we can carry on with that matchup as well. Ryan still under pressure. Like Mandy said, he has faced so much pressure in this first half. If he can't come away with it, even down by a goal, he will be happy about it, or maybe more positive with a draw. The pass getting into Alfonso Davis, quite fortunate with that one. That will signal the close of the first half. Ryan wouldn't be too happy with how this first half has gone.
Absolutely. I mean, he has had zero positive impact on this one. There's not been any moments where we saw Mr. Oga under any attack that was detrimental, so to speak. We have Simply Uzo versus Bright back on our screen.
And Simply Uzo took him a matter of 8 minutes to open the scoring.
I told you I had Simply Uzo backed on this one, and he shows you why we had him back because he has opened the scoring. The goalkeeper left in
I
no
mean,
man's land.
you remember somebody's prediction under 0.5?
Yeah, already in the
It
7th
just took us
minute.
8 minutes to prove you wrong.
Yes.
I told you that their defenses have not been good. And if your defense is not good, whatever the case in FC25, you will concede goals.
Absolutely.
And if you've got a Simply Uzo who, even against some of the very best players in the league, he's been able to score 3-4 goals. I mean, coming up against a not really good defense, you find a way to score. It's not surprising that he scored this early.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think there's a pause in there. Both players trying to make some changes as early as possible. Great. But this one is the one we're looking forward to. But meanwhile, the game between Mr. Olga versus Rhymes, that was the one that had us a little bit on the tenterhooks. We didn't see the best of Rhymes, the one we saw last game with that too. All points are available to him in both day 1 and day 2, I believe. But whatever the case is, we're back into this one. Pedro Neto for Bright on the right-hand flank. We've seen him on the left for Farouk and some of the other games, but we haven't seen him on the right so far.
Well, the bottom...
the relegation battle. This is the relegation battle.
As some people call them, it's starting really interesting, and that's
a terrible.
The after effects of precision shooting. If you're not using them well, Bright struggling on that occasion as he shoots that one wide. There comes the clues once more.
Absolutely, talking about precision. If you have not currently figured that one out, you better go start learning that one because FC26, we're probably going to see precision shooting as the most overpowered one in that one. But people like Bright have that opportunity from now to FC26 to go brush up their themselves on the precision shooting. I already started. I was telling you about it. It's like I already started. I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to learn a little bit about the precision shooting. Here is simply also player lock into the striker there.
Wait, Van Dijk, is that Footies Van Dijk? Oh, if that's Footies Van Dijk, then that's quite interesting in Bright's team. Mr. Oga looking to pull up the wild upset, and it comes from a free kick. We usually don't see those rifling into the...
Oh, wow.
A thunderbolt.
That was absolutely insane. And Rhymes is now going to be on the proper back foot. He has 2 goals. He is 2 goals down, and he has to score at least 3 goals in the next coming minutes.
Today in the top 8, we've seen the weirdest of score lines yet. Outside of Killer Freak and Farouk, what is happening to everybody else?
I mean, we're called it the week of upsets, and it has delivered just that. And this is just what we love to see. Oh, this one might be...
I think it was offside.
Oh,
Kanu was just on that outside position. Quite interesting.
We haven't seen
Kanu in this line. I mean, his body type and the play styles kind of interesting to see that he's in the lineup. He's not a player that maybe I might go for, but I understand that Simply Uzo wants to have him in his team. But what's happening to everybody in the top 8? So many people have dropping points. Rufai has dropped points. Mitchell has dropped points. Baji Jr. has dropped points. Adefola has dropped points as well. It's like a bug that has infected everybody right now. And for Baji Jr., he knows he's playing another insane player later on today in Farouk Manzo. For Adefola, also knowing that he has Killer Freak, they might even be dropping more points. That's why I'm quite surprised that Rhymes is also dropping points.
I think we have to allude that a little bit to the fatigue, my goodness, I think this is a corner kick. I think we have to also allude that to a little bit to the fatigue. It takes a lot from these players. I mean, of course, us just saying here, having the moment to cast and talk about it, yes, it's a little bit easier for us than the players because there's a lot of mental exhaustion that goes into it. So I just want to believe that that's what's actually happening right now because we don't expect to see that one happen at all. We're expecting at least maybe not an easy win for Rhymes, but for him to be on the front foot at that moment in the game. But of course, he's 2 goals down. When we get another update, we'll let you know. Here is Harry Kane in midfield for Simply Uzo. Simply Uzo has now switched back to Thierry Henry. And I was wondering why he had Henry. I went with the...
I think Simply Uzo is also working with a 4-2-1-3, the most popular formation in game. The pass from Bright, I think the player, he didn't lock it into the striker that he wanted. And it just passed them by. That's quite surprising because he created a really impressive opportunity from that. Now you have to do a little bit of defending going into it. This is just round 4 of today's action. And if you've been familiar with what we do here on the National E-Soccer League, we always give you 8 rounds of games. And we are just at the halfway mark of things.
Tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting. We're going to have 4 rounds only, but very, very huge rounds. 4 intense rounds of activity. It's going to be back to back. That one will be the one that will give us the decider who wins and who makes it to Ghana in the top 5 versus Nigeria, top 5 Nigerian gamers versus top 5 Ghanaian gamers. Oh, beautiful one. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. This will be really crazy if we see you join this game.
Both of them share points with a point each to end the season. I mean, that would be quite interesting, but I think it might be unfair for Simply Uzo, who's through on goal again. The guy is all fair, has to save some goals, and he's getting them now. You see a little bit of a smile from him. Simply Uzo, like we said, he's been the one that pushes other players right down to the wire. For Bright, it's just been on a couple of occasions, but he's been rewarded heavily with that goal. There goes Bright there.
Yes, that decision making we talk about.
Almost worked on that occasion.
The decision making very, very criminal there. I mean, he had that chance open. He had Henry. The finesse shot was begging to be taken, but he didn't take that. And I think that's a very, very big indicator as to why he is currently down on his luck in this competition. Here is Simply Uzo trying to make it to a first half. To the end of first half with this lead, it will mean a lot to him to get these 3 points, not just for the confidence, but the fact that he wouldn't be the one finishing last on the table.
Well, those are important things to note. Just as Manny said, it will have huge changes on the leaderboard as it does stop and change to bring you all of the updates as and when we connect to. On the right-hand side, for Bright, who's not had the best of attacks in this game, but it's now looking like he's settling and is in another promising position. The pass looked like it was going to be a good one.
Yes.
And there's how Virgil van Dijk. Anticipate play style plus. That's why you want to have your defenders have that play style and he gets it. I'm seeing the Ribery card also completed. Wait, people have that much fodder on their team already? The guy was actually released yesterday and he costs almost over $1 million coins when it comes to fodder. And everybody seems to be having him in their team. Seems like people were prepared.
Remember when Farouk came here and he said he was a rich gamer? I guess we have a lot of rich gamers in this one. Green time, therefore, but this was way off
the precision shooting from Bright has just not been it.
I mean, to be honest, if I was this bad at precision, I would probably just turn it off just for this competition and just go with the assisted till I have a little bit of a grip on it.
The thing is, for high-level FC tournaments, it's a must to have precision on.
Yes.
If you're playing in the ladder FC Pro Open, it's a must. And Tommy Day, who was the coordinator for all of this, made it a must also to have precision on. And so everybody's using precision shooting in the whole of the tournament. So if you're looking to compete at the pro level, like Manny said, have precision be something that you're training on every single day. I would have said time finishing, but of course now it's being taken out of the game. Precision shooting, player locks, goalkeeper movement. These intangibles can make or break your FC career. And if you've got them down on lock, well, that's kudos to you. Bright trying to get a step over to the space. The defense of Simply Uzo has answered time and time again. And with 5 minutes to go, he is looking to secure all the 3 points in the bag. Van Dijk wins the header. Now the game has turned on its head a little bit. With Simply Uzo looking like he's turned the corner. Bullet to run once more. The tackle comes from behind, and that one is deemed illegal by the ref. With just about 3 minutes to go.
3 huge minutes, of course, for Simply Uzo. If he is able to maintain this lead into the second half, it will be very huge for him in terms of the points. 3 huge points. He has not had any points since the beginning of this one. So I think the next couple minutes is very interesting for him.
Well, final few opportunities in this first half. Uzo trying to hold on to it, and he just can't give the ball away there. Luckily, the ref comes to his aid and points for a foul. De Bruyne, Uzo, can he finish it off in this last chance of this first half? The turn is immaculate. Can he finish it off, though? Mama, that's really in the way.
It's still on, though. It's still on. It could still be active. Gets right in. Goes for that near post finish. He absolutely loves that one. This one, I believe if you check the XG, it's going to be very low. You don't expect this one to beat the goalkeeper at that near post, but he did. And he's 3-1 up.
Big goal for Simply Uzo. Put some separation between himself and Bright. But Bright would not be happy with how this first half was going down, because later on in this first half, in the first 20 minutes struggled. The last 25 minutes, he did have positive moments. He did have opportunities to score, and that's like a clear reflection of how much he struggled in the league. Because if you're not able to convert your chances in this league, you'll always be punished. And I mean, the look on his face says it all.
Yeah. No, also, I just have to credit Simply Uzo, because as soon as Bright seemed like he turned the corner, gained momentum, he scored that very important goals. that one will do him a lot of favor in deflating Bright's momentum and energy, and it's going to give him a lot of that option. If Chaotic Macho, we're back in the comments. I love the way he started this one. He said, if Simply Uzo has 10 fans, I am one of them. If Simply Uzo has 1 fan, then that is me. If Simply Uzo has 0 fans, that means I'm no longer on earth. If the world is against Simply Uzo, then I'm against the world. Very, very poetic.
Very poetic indeed for Chaotic Macho. I mean, it took his time to draft that one.
Absolutely.
Well, it was indeed very interesting. Edward Peter says cut 1. Oh, I mean, your under 0.5 prediction, I don't think it was happening at all.
Yeah,
There was going to
absolutely
be
not.
goals. I mean, it has shown consistently that when these guys play, they do concede goals. So I was expecting that they will concede goals. Bright actually had the most votes when it came to the poll.
I told you guys, I mean, this is already way up for me. If this stays up like this, I'm very excited to see how this is.
Octopus Money still in full flow.
I mean, at the end of...
I don't want to ask Octopus Money who will win the league.
Hey.
So tomorrow I'll put him on the spot. Tomorrow come and listen to what Octopus Money will say.
I mean, at this point, I feel like Cade should give me that title, the Octopus now, because my prediction stats have been really, really impressive, even for me. But then back into it, Bright is the one who is currently 2 goals down. The score is 3-1 in favor of Simply Uzo. So much still to play for in terms of just 3 points and at least glory for both players. Bright have been so bad in terms of this transition, and the decision making is not what I expected out of a player that I've known for a while.
Well, you have to turn the corner if he's going to pick up anything from this game. I do have a feeling, though, that we might have last-minute drama with these two. With how the scores look tight going into the second half, I do have a feeling it might be the same going into the last minutes. But if Simply Uzo, of course, gets another one, then maybe that one is thrown out of the window. Ribery for Bright now. As you exchange passes with Henry, the player looking to spaces, something positive from him. As looking for options to find. And Simply Uzo doing everything in the spot to cut out the options. And it's just that last opportunity to be able to break down the defense that he's just lacking. And the lost pass coming in, not good enough to beat Mamadash, really.
Absolutely not. Simply Uzo, I have to give him kudos in the defending today. He has been able to anticipate some of the plays, and he's able to stop the danger before they become anything else. Oh, beautiful move there by Reti to keep that one in play. And this is an opportunity for Simply Uzo to create an attack for himself. Wiring to Reti to Cade in that midfield. Now Henry has this one, but it is offside.
Yes, I heard a comment from David Joe. He says the two best losers, one must win today by fire by force. Well, someone is actually winning. Simply Uzo is currently winning, but you have the rest of the 40 minutes or so to hold on to it. De Bruyne through on goal. Bright has had numerous opportunities like this, like the half chances to make them really big chances, and it's just lacked
the decision
what separates the great players from the good players. The final pass to be able to break the defense is just what Bright has lacked today, and that's why Simply Uzo is still leading this game by a 2-goal margin, getting close to that 68 minute mark. We still haven't got word from the Rhymes and the Mr. Oga game, the production team, and get it up for us to know what's happening also in that game. We'd be very glad because Rhymes desperately needs those points on the board to keep the pressure on the top 5. Maicon for Simply Uzo into Henry. Great tackle comes in to Ram.
My goodness, this one, it seems like Simply Uzo might just be running away with it. We haven't seen enough at all from Bright himself to expect anything than a very comfortable win from Simply Uzo, unless that changes with this one. Unfortunately, Simply Uzo's defense is up to the task in that one.
Well, they've both been slow to react to what the offense creates. Great speed boost. Simply Uzo could put this game to bed. It was red time, but he's not going to care. That might just be 3 points to him.
Yeah, 3 points secured for Simply Uzo, and that one we might say might be the commentators' jigs, because as soon as you mentioned the word slow, there was a speed boost being done by Simply Uzo there. And you can see on Bright's face a resignation. There is written clearly. The disappointment is clear for everyone to see. This is not how he expected his run to be. I'm very, very sure. If you don't forget what we are fighting for, what every single player in this booth is fighting for, is for the National E-Soccer League trophy, the one that is here on the table with us. First glimpse of it today, and we are all excited because this looks so good. What start to what a way to finish the competition rather, not a start. Oh, this is very, very lucky for Bright.
Bryce deserved this goal. I mean, out of all of the huffing and the puffing, he deserved this goal to go. And he's created some really decent opportunities. He needed one to go. And then still my prediction of maybe having late drama is still in play. Just a 2-goal margin. If Bright gets another one, the last 10 minutes could be chaotic.
I totally agree with you. Goals change games. We've said that countless times. And this one just changed the face of the game a little bit. It just meant that all of a sudden Bright is no longer where he is.
Bright! He's not done yet.
Terrible game management from Simply Uzo. After all the hard work, to be undone by this sort of terrible game management is a little bit unfair to him, but this is where he finds himself. He is now left that position of comfort, and he is now struggling. Now, can Bright wake up and get something? We could still have this one turned on 8-10 because there's a lot of time, 20 minutes.
Well, this game is not only for a battle for your first points in the National Soccer League, it's battle for pride, it's battle for
position also.
The position is pretty important, but I think the reputation is the most important of them all. You knowing that you will not be last on the league table is very, very important. And both of that happen.
Oh!
He's cooking something delicious, by the way.
That is it. This is a way to win yourself your first game. To be honest, I don't think they have any reputation after this one in terms of it, because both players have totally disappointed with the way they played, with the way and manner they played throughout this competition. Simply Uzo, yes, is the one we might give a little bit of excuse for because this is a lot of inexperience he has had. However, this is a good way to get yourself your first 3 points in such a wonderful competition as this.
Manny mentioned earlier, game management hasn't been a thing that Simply Uzo has excelled at, but now you will have to manage the game pretty well. Just 2 points in there. Hold it. Holding on to the ball now. Simply Uzo trying to see out this game. Very important moment here. Henry, can he bully his way through? Van Dijk says not on his watch, but the pressing will allow him to win it back. Simply Uzo, can he find a fifth to just, you know what, keep him safe and then secure those 3 points? Kane can't wriggle his way through. Bright fighting for his life out there now. The finesse shot comes in.
My goodness. Let's quickly go into the comment section and see what you guys are talking about this one. This one, it seems like Simply Uzo is running away with it because he is currently up by 5 goals to 3. And Bright is not focused. What is bro playing? That's from Trust Benjamin. Well, I don't think we're expecting anything much than this from Bright. Football and Gaming, he said, I'm impressed with what I have seen from Cade Esports. This is what I love to see. Our competition with this level of broadcast, amazing. Thank you, Football and Gaming. Thank you so much for the love and the support. Don't forget to also share the live stream link if you're just joining or if you've been here for a while and you're having a good time. That goalkeeper movement there and the inability to react from Bright says a lot about why he is where he is.
I said that about him already. He's just too slow to react. Once the goalkeeper movement comes, you have to be able to change the direction of the shot, and he just didn't have it in him, and that's how come he wasn't able to beat the goalkeeper on there. Simply Uzo. He's 8 minutes away from securing his first ever point in the National Soccer League in week 5. Can he do it though? Ribery on the 10. Bright can't break through the defense, and Simply Uzo will still hold on. Maicon. Now onto De Bruyne. This is where he wants the ball. This is where he wants to take time off the clock and maybe possibly even find one more goal, but he loses possession of the ball as Bright to be able to win it back. Well. This is one part of Bright's game that I'm sure after the National Soccer League, he will be looking to improve on. The build-up play has been too slow.
There's so much to really improve on. At every single level you find yourself in this game, if you're in top 8, there's still so much to improve on, of course, because you want to be in that best conversation.
My Uzo with a big opportunity of getting his 6th goal to go with, just shot straight at the goalkeeper and unable to break through. Rashford for Uzo once more.
My goodness, here's the chance for Simply Uzo to see if he can double this one. Don't forget, we are trying to see if we could get Bright to a -100 goals. I think currently we probably have gotten to 80. There's still so much to play for, so I was expecting Simply Uzo to even do more and more for himself.
Well, we've got a clear confirmation of the results coming from the other game. And a big upset with Mr. Oga winning 2-0 against Rhymes. Rhymes' hopes of staying in the top 8 also in question, by the way. He had an opportunity to sneak into the top 4, and he just blew it. But congratulations to Mr. Oga also grabbing his 3rd win of the day. We've had so many firsts today, and there will be a big first for Simply Uzo. Just few seconds away, and finally now, the mark changes on the leaderboard. You have points on the board, and maybe the same goal as an icing on the cake. Brandon Van Dijk says no, but he doesn't care at all. There will be the sit. It will be game, set, match. Simply Uzo has points on the board, people. He will elevate from that bottom position. And kudos to him. Like we said, he's been the one deserving of the two.
Yes.
And finally, he has something to show for all of his works.
Finally, after so much games played, after so much, like you say, huffing and puffing, he finally gets himself 3 points. Someone said on stream, on the comment section, that this is a battle for less shame, not for pride. But whatever the case is, I'm sure he's happy with what he got. Ladies and gentlemen, the game that we just had off stream, which we just got confirmation for, Mr. Oga versus Rhymes. I didn't expect that scoreline at all. I was expecting Rhymes to make something out of it.
That's like one of the lowest scorelines we've ever seen. 2-0
at all.
In a 9-minute half.
Yeah, we've not seen anything like that.
I think this is Mr. Oga rolling back the years, the integral, this prime defending. There's been no game that Rhymes hasn't scored a single goal.
Yeah.
And he kept a clean sheet.
I mean,
wow.
I also have to say, like, Rhymes' attack today was very lethargic. This wasn't the Rhymes we saw last game week. Rhymes for last game week was really, really impressive. Was an end-to-end guy who was doing his stuff, doing it very well. But today he didn't deserve it at all.
Well, that was just part 1 of today. Round 4 just completed. We'll be going into the last rounds of action after our first long break of the day. It's all in quest to find out who wins this tomorrow. Stay tuned here on the Cade Esports YouTube channel. National E-Soccer League Part 2 coming your way. Part 1 of match week 5, day 1 already done, and we brought to you some blockbuster action. Of course, when we are done with part 1, you know how we do. We get the guys here to just chat a little bit about FC. I've got FC expert and creator Tommy Day here with me, and someone who's been red hot already from the game that he just had with Killer Freak. Baji Jr. also joining us. Tommy Day, what do you have for us on this one?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, most people online already know, like, aside the whole events, Killer Freak is signed to my management and everything, so the expectation is quite high on that level. There's nothing that I see that is not like I'm expecting, but Baji shocked me. I was shocked. I wasn't expecting that kind of matchup. I was thinking it was going to be a straight ride, but Baji was up to the task. But I have some questions though. Before the match, you saw, like, I heard you faced him during Weekend League recently. And, yeah, and then he won 5-2 or so. Yeah, 5-2. So going into this match, were you not thinking, I mean, Africa is going to, this is 9 minutes half. Don't you think like the scoreline, or what were you thinking going into the match?
Nah, when we played in Weekend League, I was testing the formation I was trying out today. I used the same formation to start today. And I switched it out.
Which formation is that?
4-2-3-1.
4-2-3-1.
That's
okay.
to help me defend better, basically. Okay. And you know, if he attacks with his fullback, so like my RM cry for 70 defending, my LM has like 92, so like they were just falling back.
Oh, so what formation did you switch into when you saw that? Okay.
Oh, my normal formation, 4-2-1-3.
Do you think the 4-2-1-3 was what gave you the advantage to get those goals, or you think it was just pure mentality?
You know, pure mentality, I can't lie to you, because if I didn't get a goal back, maybe I might have scored more, but I got a goal back. I could feel I could come back, so I tried to come back. And
yeah, I think the most impressive part about him was, and which was different to everybody else that played Killer Freak, was they struggled under the press. He didn't struggle under the press.
You didn't struggle under the press.
How do you even do that?
How did you not struggle under the press? Do you think it's a one-off thing? Because I've seen you play Killer Freak a couple of times. I've seen you fall for the press. And I've seen you, this is the first time I'm seeing you not falling for the press. Do you think this is because you had time to plan for him, or you think it was just a one-off thing? What's your
I noticed when people press against me, one DM is usually free. If I'm trying to build up on the left side, my right side DM is usually free for the cutback. So I step back with my winger, then ping the pass to my right side DM, from the right to left side DM. From there, I try to switch play, but not through long ball, through the DM. Then from there, step up and recycle.
So you have all of this planned?
Yes, I had all of it.
Okay, so now this might be a tricky question, but then you might just permit me to take this. This is the trophy, right? Do you think you stand? I know you can touch, but you can't take. Do you think you stand a chance in still like taking this one?
I mean, calculation-wise, is it?
Mathematically speaking, it's possible. But do you think you can do it?
No, it's not possible.
It's not possible anymore.
Yeah, it's not possible anymore. I have 6 points left to get. I think he's 8 points ahead of me.
Okay, but quickly, just answer this quickly. What do you think the scoreline is going to be, you versus Farouk?
Watch and see.
I like that. Let's watch and see. We'll all be watching closely and seeing everything that will be happening. It's all in the quest to lift this trophy right here. We'll let Baji Jr. go. Another player will be joining us. We've got more questions and more breakdowns for you. Not every single time that your expectations are met. And now we are joined by somebody who clearly your expectations wasn't met. Simply Uzoya, welcome to the broadcast. As and when the weeks do go by and you play like close games and you're still not able to get that 1 point, does it really hurt your mentality sometimes going into these games?
Well, I'll be honest. Some games, I don't know. The fact that I didn't start on a good note, it kind of affected me, especially my first game. But the next game, I think I ended 2-1. I think I played better, a little better, but along the line, I don't know. Yeah, it affected me a bit.
So you think that your position on the league is not a true reflection of how good you are?
No, I don't think it is, because this league is filled with top players. I mean, the best players in Nigeria, right? So, it happens. You can have good days, bad days. You can have bad tournaments too. So, but
Okay, I have a question. You just said you don't think that where you are on the table is a true reflection of where you should be. At what position on the table do you think if you were on your best day, where should you be?
I think top 8.
Top 8?
Yes.
Top 8?
That's very bold.
That's a stretch. Top 8 is a stretch.
That's bold. That's
That's
really
bold. But anyways, what are your next matches? Which opponent do you think you can still take points off, or do you think it's on the road?
My last match is Boyd and Adefola.
Do you see yourself taking a point off any one of them?
I mean, after the momentum.
After the momentum you just had with Uzo, like,
yeah.
do you see yourself?
Well, maybe my last game.
Maybe your last game.
Who? Fola?
Yeah.
Maybe your last game.
Oh,
Well,
maybe.
we'll see. Before we let you go, so you've played against all of these guys.
Yes.
What are some of the things that you've learned that you are probably going to be adding to your games? Maybe FC26, maybe when the National Soccer League comes around again, you have an opportunity to play. What are some of the things that you'll be doing differently that time around?
Well, first things first, your mental strength. The ability to play the game even beyond 60 minutes, 70 minutes, because that's where your mental capacity comes in. So for some of the games I played, when it's beyond 70 minutes, it's about who has.
Wait, were you training with the 9 minutes half?
Yeah,
you play a lot in that?
Yeah.
But you just started playing the 9 minutes after this tournament.
Yes.
Sorry, quick question. When you lost your first match to Killer Freak, did it affect you? Or do you think it was just you didn't play well? Do you think that was the main reason why you played bad the entire league?
Well, it affected me a little bit because the next game was quite close. So it affected me a little bit.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, you heard from the man. It's always a learning curve. And then, like he said, he's got more things to learn for the National Soccer League. But right after this one, we'll be getting into more games coming up. Thank you, Tomide. Thank you, Simply Uzo. And thank you to Baji Jr. for joining us as well. Manny will be joining me right after this one. We go into the next round of action.
Come and talk. They are talk and walk. They walk. We're back. We had just finished the first round of action. That was 4 games in total on stream and 4 off stream, making it 8 games so far. We have another 4 coming up soon. We went on our quick halftime break, but we saw some of those players, Baji and Simply Uzo, come up. Simply Uzo finally getting the all-important 3 points to make sure that he doesn't leave here empty-handed. He said, and he made some very, very bold predictions, like on his great day that he probably would be somewhere near the top.
I mean, the boldest prediction is him saying he'll take points in the last day. That's against Fola. I mean, Fola's performances, it's still a stretch, but like, Fola's kind of showed that against some of the opponents, he gives them an opportunity for them to take points off of him. But we've had great first round actions already. I'm sure production team is putting things together, so we'll be able to take you through everything that's happened in part 1 of today's broadcast. We've had a lot. If you missed out on the Farouk Mitchell game, you missed out on a banger. If you missed out on Anderson versus Rufai,
you missed out something amazing.
Crazy. And then of course we went
Killer Freak also. Killer Freak match was one. So we didn't expect that one. Killer Freak versus Baji. Nobody expected that one. Also, in the background, the game between Mr. Olga and Rhymes. I mean, after the game, Rhymes was talking about how the game management was deployed by Mr. Olga, how crazy it was that for over 20 minutes he didn't touch the ball. That's what it is.
I mean, you remember that one with Fola and then Boyd as well. Boyd picking up a really important win. So for the first round of action, which went down, there were a lot of results that have changed so many things. Anderson, this is a big win for Anderson for his hopes to stay in the top 8. Winning against Rufai, 8 goals to 7. Farouk Manzo, when he was put to the test, he passed it with flying colors, 7 goals to 3. Boyd also picking up a strong win against Adefola, 4 goals to 3. And that nail-biting one, Fola almost making a comeback. it just wasn't so. And then I-Maji, those 3 points could come in very, very handy for a top 8 push.
Yes, that was the first side of the game, but in the second angle, we saw Killer Freak. And if you thought that one between Boyd and Adefola was nailed by it, I don't know how we're going to explain the Killer Freak versus Baji Jr. That one went right down to the wire. In the 91st minute, we saw Baji seeking to get himself back into it, but unfortunately he wasn't able to do that. Anife beat Blaze by 4 goals to 2. And we saw Bright go up against Simply Uzo in the battle for the relegation. And we saw Simply Uzo pick up the first 3 points out of the 2 of the players. Mr. Oga also holding on for a very famous victory over Rhymes. That was how the action went down in the first round of the game. We still have coming up to you soon. Mitch versus I-Maji, Boyd versus Simply Uzo, Baji versus Farouk. That one, you cannot miss that one. And we have Anife versus Rufai.
Yeah, first, that's that round of action looks intriguing. That Farouk versus Baji Jr. game should be interesting. Seeing how Baji Jr. played against Killer Freak, seeing how everything is panning out, that should be interesting. Of course, game with Josh and Blaze will also be in battle. Mr. Oga, momentum win against Rhymes. Can he carry it on against Bright? If he takes 6 points out of 6, this will possibly be his best week so far. Killer Freak versus Adefola. Well, Killer Freak coming so close to dropping points. I'm sure he would not like that kind of situation against Adefola. Can he beat him to keep that push at the top? We'll find out pretty soon. And finally, Rhymes versus Anderson inside the Game Evolution Studios, Lagos, Nigeria. Brought to you by Cade Esports, Game Evo, of course, supported by the Esports Federation of Nigeria. Of course, our partners, Game Pride, IO, Afro Sports, Pulse Nigeria, Super Sports, all making this one happen. All for the goal of finding who will be the first ever champion of the National E-Soccer League. The name definitely goes into the history books as the first ever champion. As already the changes in the table look interesting. I told you guys there will be a lot of changes. When we started today, Mitchell was in the top 8 position. He's outside of the top 8.
Absolutely.
But for Farouk Manzo and Killer Freak, it is as you were on 37 points. Right now, the goal difference keeps increasing.
It keeps getting wide and wide. Yes.
Look, right now, I think in Killer Freak's mind, the most important thing will be winning the games. Yes. Forget about the goals, just win the games. If he wins the rest of his games, you win. But if he goes head-to-head on goals, Farouk Manzo is picking everything. Baji Jr. on 29 points. So right now, the top 2, they've separated themselves from everybody. So mathematically,
we
nobody
can only
else
have
can win
one
the league
out of the 2.
aside those 2, Farouk Manzo and Killer Freak. One of them will be lifting the trophy. Baji Jr. on 29 points. Rufai on 28. Mind you, the top 4 positions will be heading over to Ghana later this year.
Top 5? I think we can
top
see
four, top 5, possibly.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Get that.
Top 4, top 5. Keep an eye on those guys. Boyd also in the 5th position, 25 points. Rhymes, after losing that one against Mr. Oga, he drops down to 6th position. Fola still on 21 points. Anderson 21 points. Mitchell on 18 points. Mitchell, it's not all said and done yet for him.
Yes, absolutely.
Because Fola is playing Killer Freak. If Fola is unable to grab points on them, Mitchell wins.
He comes back up into that. But I think based off the goal difference, Fola has a huge advantage in that. So he has to be praying that Anderson is the one who drops points in the next game. Because Mitchell, I'm very, very sure he will not like where he is.
Ryan is also not saved on 22.
I mean, yes,
of course.
Of course, he's not saved on 22, but he has a lot in terms of goal difference also. So I think that's what we spoke about from the beginning of this competition. We talk about how very important scoring your goals are to your longevity in this one. Because if Rhymes pick up another victory, he most likely has found himself in the top 8. He might not make it to the top 5, but he has cemented. So Rhymes' next game, 3 points is very, very important. If he gets another 3 points, then there's no way he finds himself outside this one. The only time he's going to be in problem is if he doesn't win his next game.
What of I-Maji's chances? After winning against game with Josh, now mathematically he's still in the works, because if he wins his last 2 games, it will put him on 21 points. I know the goal difference is not looking all the best, but if Anderson concedes a lot of goals,
this mathematics is a lot.
It's too much.
Yes, it's a little bit too much.
I mean, it's still possible. So
yes, it's possible somehow. But
then,
so looking at Anderson, we're looking at Mitchell, of course. You have to also look at the person right in front of you. Mitchell is still above I-Maji, so that's a lot to go on. So that we are saying if I-Maji wins his next 2 games and Anderson loses his next 2 games with so much by so much in terms of the margin, yeah, that's where the problem will be.
Well, Mr. Oga, in 11th position on 13 points. Blaze also follows up next, and at the bottom, that's a goal. And we saw Simply Uzo pick up pretty important points. We're heading on to our first matchup after the break. Mitchell versus I-Maji. This one is pretty important. For Mitchell and I-Maji, both of them have top 8 hopes. I know for I-Maji, Mandy's trying to tell us that the calculations are too much. It might just not work. But for Mitchell, I think the calculations are valid. He could possibly climb up.
Win this one, and then he is making a good move for himself. So this one is very, very important to Mitchell. And once you know we're in this kind of time, you know Mitchell is always going to come up to deliver as always.
Well, both of them having had really great campaigns for their standards. 44 to 56 win percentage. I think it's cool.
No. I think I just totally disagree. There's absolutely no way I'm taking I-Maji 44% to win this one. Yes, I think this
the position says so. 9th and 10th position.
Yeah.
They're not far off each other.
Yeah, I agree with you. But
when
in
it
terms
comes
of
to wins, just one win separates them. Losses, one loss separates them. I mean, the goal margin heavily favors Mitchell, but they're so
but
close.
you could say for Mitchell, he has come into his Mitchell in terms of perspective, the lesser games. But for I-Maji, now maybe Mitchell is not the lesser game. So this one is the one that either pushes it apart even more, or probably proves me wrong and shows me that I-Maji can hang.
Well, that's a big battle coming up. Top 8 matchup going in. And of course, we'll have games happening concurrently. Rufai, who dropped earlier points against NS, will be looking to get back on track. He already has 9 wins. Those impressive ones came in the previous match. Anif on 3 wins, also 8 losses. 50 goals for Anif, and Rufai with 68 goals. 82% win probability. I think it makes sense.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. Anif has not been at his best or anywhere near the Anif we used to see in a couple of other competitions. But yeah, I think I expect to see that one heavily favor NS. Rufai, but we saw NS take something off Rufai. Who knows if that might be a prompt for Anif to get something for himself. Here's the one we have been looking forward to, the game between Mitchell and I-Maji. Here is Mitchell now. Oh, with that green shirt. And I-Maji in his favorite white and pink kit.
A pretty important game coming up. Battle for the top 8. Like we've alluded to earlier. I-Maji looking like it's impossible mathematically, still a slim way. Mandy's trying to tell us otherwise, but we'll keep close tabs on that. But Mitchell, who realistically has a chance, will be looking at this game and say, if he loses this game, Mitchell, I think that might be it for his top 8 chances. He desperately needs to win this one. And he'll be looking to start the game in the right way possible. I-Maji on the right-hand side. And looking to, there's put some doubt into Mitchell's mind this early. Matuidi, quick pass into Cade. I-Maji looking confident in front of goal as a low-driven effort comes in by Buffon right in the way. What we've seen consistently is everybody adapting to the low-driven shots.
Yeah.
I-Maji wasn't somebody who was using it so much earlier on, so in the first 2 weeks of the National Soccer League. He has adapted and he's now adding it to his game. That's pretty important to notice. De Bruyne, player lock comes in, Mitchell in his groove.
He waited for that moment, and as soon as the goalkeeper took one step to the right, he buried it in the near post. Mitchell gets himself a very, very important and crucial opener in this one. It's just 8 minutes, and so far so good. It seems like Mitchell's plan is coming to fruition in this one.
Well, the plan has worked to perfection in the first 9 minutes, and basically his first attack of the game. I know that game against Farouk didn't go as planned, but you have a chance to right all of his wrongs if he still has dreams of staying in the top 8 division of the National Soccer League. He goes down the byline again. The player was quite interesting. I think it was a stretch for him to try and find that player on the back end, but he did try it indeed. And he comes again with Vinicius Jr. I-Maji can now come and claim with Buffon and cool down the pressure a little bit.
And then we have I-Maji going down that byline he loves so much. He is very, very dangerous when he's down that byline. He's now trying to create himself some chances. This hasn't been his best preview in the competition. We've said that countless times, and I'm sure he also knows it. But whatever the case is, this is one of the best, some of the best players in Nigeria, and he's struggling to get himself into that top 8 conversation, but he's up against someone who also wants to be there. So I think this makes it very, very interesting for both players.
Messi, Lauren James, I-Maji, who has done all of his dummies
Oh,
side, and the pass is put on a plate for Cade to smash home.
Spoke
This is trademark I-Maji.
Absolutely. You know, we spoke about that I-Maji's byline run, how very, very dangerous it could be. Wow.
What a pass that was. And I mean, the distance between the striker and where the pass came from, you thought, okay, maybe he might not be able to pull it off.
And
I
he
don't know
just
if that's double tap of the cross or a driven pass into the striker, but whatever he
it
did.
did look like a double cross.
Double cross?
Yeah, it did look like a double cross. Is that a penalty? My
I think
goodness.
Mitchell has had a penalty out of that, and you get a chance to regain back his lead.
Oh.
Shouting. Penalty, very controversial on that end.
Very, very. You could see on I-Maji's face the smirk. We would feel very undone by that one. But whatever the case is, he has to quickly recover himself and pull himself back into this one. What a crazy, crazy start to this one.
I-Maji, his offense is looking so
Oh,
and he's rewarded every single time. Right off kickoff, he works his way into the defense.
how many times have we said it here at Counter Time Slide that fortune favors the brave? You have to take risks to get the results. And this time around, he took that great risk.
Both offenses are right on another level. The defenses can't handle the pressure at all. Feels like a basketball game as we speak. And 19 minutes in, already 4 goals split between both sides. And for I-Maji, we've spoken about at length about how he struggled on offense. Now he's looking more or less like himself. And if he can take points off Mitchell, it will do him so much good going forward in this league. But if you just join, this is National E-Soccer League. We've been running for 5 weeks straight, and we are into our ultimate weekend. Today being our penultimate day. Tomorrow, of course, will bring you the final week of action. Mitchell, he's cruising at this
My
point.
goodness, Mitchell, what a man, what a player that man is. Ability to create space in that very, very tight corner. It is something that is very, very underrated. Definitely one of Nigeria's finest players. My goodness, what a way to take that one. That one was really, really well worked. And he has for himself a breather. Now he has a chance with Ronaldo and Virgil very much present to cancel out that danger.
On this game, I realized that Manny made a prediction earlier, but now I'm putting you on the spot to make another prediction. Out of Emerson, Fola, Mitchell, I-Maji, who do you think misses out on top 8? And 2 of them are missing out, by the way. Or we can put Rhymes in the mix. Maybe Rhymes can also miss out.
No, I don't think
You know,
Rhymes-
I'll put Rhymes in there. Pick 2 of these players that you think will miss out on top 8.
Out of Emerson,
Rhymes, I-Maji, Fola, also in the mix.
Oh yeah, definitely I-Maji is missing out.
I-Maji is missing out for you.
For me, I think he is missing out. This has not been his best. Now I'm going to say one that might sound because of how much because of how much I really, 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 really love this man. I think Fola will be missing out.
Woo, that's a bold
And I think
prediction.
that's like the one that everybody is going to be like shocked with because of the Fola factor has not been there. And unfortunately, in a league system, if this favors you if you're able to take your chances. We haven't seen him. We've spoken about it countless times since we last saw him in that his full glory in game week 2. We haven't seen the Fola we've all come to love come up to the stage again. Here is I-Maji. My Buffon taking
the
that one
prediction
out.
that Manny has just made has just blown my mind. I know Fola hasn't had the best of tournaments, but to think he wouldn't be a part of the top 8.
I mean, if Mitchell wins this one right now,
He
Mitchell
puts
is beating
serious
down.
pressure. And the fact that Fola is also playing Killer Freak makes it even worse. As Mitchell is looking to put a cushion on this game. He gets a corner out of it. Kevin De Bruyne will take it. Corner comes in. I-Maji clears his lines. I'm trying to look at Fola's last game, actually, of the whole of the tournament. That will determine if he actually is going to be a part of the top 8. If the last game is a comfortable one for him, then maybe you can go in and say, okay, Fola, I think his last game is going to be pretty important, but he'll have to focus on this one as Mitchell gets a 4th. I do believe his last game is against Simply Uzo.
Okay, so here's the thing. The game against Killer Freak is very, very important. Now, if Fola loses that game, and depending on the margin he loses that game with, you understand what I'm saying? That could, play up in the hands of, we see just on the screen now, I will fight totally annihilating Anif in that one. 3-0 already. But like I was saying in the game about Adefola, in the last game against Killer Freak today, how much he loses that game by is very, very important. You can see already Mitchell is turning on the goals in this one. They're going to be tied on points, and then we're talking about how many goals he can score and how many goals he's going to concede from Killer Fake will now make the difference in this one. Oh, beautiful move there.
Well, Manny has dropped this prediction. He feels like I-Maji and Adefola will miss out on top 8 in the National E-Soccer League. You can drop yours in the comments. Of course, we'll have the big discussion about it and let us know who you think is finishing in the top 8. In my personal opinion, I think it might be a stretch for I-Maji, but just thinking the fact that with good one, the way he's playing, as Mitchell gets the fit. Mitchell clearly has his sights set on that top 5. I'm trying to see everybody's last game for the day, for the whole of the tournament. I think that is going to determine who actually gets in the top 8. So for Anderson, he's playing Rhymes, and on the last day he'll play Bright. So on the last day, it's quite a comfortable game for him, but he'll need to pick up points against Rhymes. But right now, I'm still sticking with Fola making the top 8 and maybe Anderson slightly missing out. I mean, it can go anyway. It can go anyway.
Oh, this man is turning on the waterworks.
I think Mitchell had all of the talks about the goals and how he was shot on the goals.
Absolutely.
That's 6 of them already in the first half.
I mean, in terms of the goal difference, that's +4 onto whatever he has. And if Adefola, with the way he's been very, very lethargic, if he loses against Killer Freak, and he loses by a huge margin, he's already in trouble, because now while he and Mitchell will be on the same point, he would concede so much in terms of goals. But let's see how this turns out. The next 3 games are absolutely important to whoever it is who wants to make it into the top 8. There's the guys who are in that 6, 7, and 8 position, and also the guys in 9th and 10th. Very, very close. And then this one, I think at the end of this one, I think I-Maji might just say farewell to his hopes of top 8.
Well, Vinicius Jr. for Ronaldo. Mitchell is looking like a different beast at this point. That cancel was there something out of the order. It's not something that you usually see. A heavy cancel, smashing the far post. It looked like a game in the first 20 minutes. Mitchell had a totally different idea and he's executed perfectly. What a start to this first half we've had as it comes to a close. 7 goals in the first half already. Mitchell's offense, it's definitely hot knife to butter at this point. And right now, I-Maji's defensive woes clearly showing.
I mean, he needs to score even more. For Mitchell, he needs to score way more, because Adefola has over 20 goal difference or so, something around that nature. So if there's any time to get yourself as much goals as you can, this is the perfect time. We spoke about this consistently, about how you need to score goals right from the very, very start. So I think at this point in time, all the near misses, all the chances that was not taken properly is now coming to front in terms of the case of someone like Mitchell, who is now chasing Adefola all points but needs goals.
Well, the goals are pretty important, and Mitchell understands the assignment and is looking for more and more right after the restart of this half. He's looking to get in once more. The pass though intercepted by John Barnes. And I-Maji, his defense has always come into question, and you almost feel like that is why he is where he is, missing out on the top 8 of the action. And like Manny and I have been saying, it's only the top 8 that will maintain for the National E-Soccer League going into FC26. They will be the only ones that will be a constant. We'll be having a new top 8, a new 8 being added to the top 8 for another 16 for FC26. And Mitchell is making sure he's part of the 8 for next year too.
Goodness.
With an 8th goal, with a brilliant Trevella into the far post. Mitchell looking like a man in flames right now.
Wow. What a way to turn on the flowers for yourself. My goodness, get himself goals. And he still needs more. He still needs
You know what
goals.
I'm also looking forward to? Rhymes versus Anderson. We haven't spoken about how important that game is
for both players.
Rhymes has 22 points. Anderson, on those 21 points, is tricky around. If Rhymes loses that game, they'll drag him into the battle, and maybe his spot of being in the top 8 could be in question. And already he's lost against Mr. Oga. You said it, that his offense wasn't good. If that's how he's going to be playing against Anderson, he might lose.
I mean, you're very, very correct, because this one could just be another one that totally opens the play up for all of us. Because if Rhymes loses the game against Anderson, he might be the one who gets relegated next season. This is really nail-biting stuff. Absolutely love to see it. Absolutely.
Well, pretty important games coming up. Like we said, there's the top 2 battle. Those guys have clearly open the gap. Right now, we know it's only going to be between two players that will be touching and taking home this National E-Soccer trophy. So that's confirmed. But it's also the top 4 battle. The top 4 battle, whether we'll see if it's Boyd, Rufai, or Baji Jr. Rufai looks like he wants to be part of the team that will book their trip to Ghana come the next couple of months or so. So for him, he wants to be part of that squad. So right now it's confirmed that Farouk and Kelafrik will be on their way to Ghana. The only few players left in that mix will be Boyd, Baji, and then Rufai. Rufai is trying to make it possible that he gets in there.
I think if we're being honest, I think Baji gets in already. I think
Sure, even if he loses to Kelafrik too.
Yeah. Who was the Baji?
But even if he loses to Farouk too later
Yes. I mean, the difference between the guys he currently is in 3rd because every single person under him has lost, of course.
Well, Baji is on 29 points.
Yeah.
Rufai is on 28, and Boyd is on 29. So if Boyd wins his next 2 games, he's going on 31. And now Baji, if he loses his next 2 games, he's going.
Boyd is on 25, right?
Boyd is on 25.
Okay, plus.
So Baji has a chance of dropping to 25th, by the to 5th position.
So at the end of the day, whatever the case is, I'm very, very sure. I think he's going to be able to book his flight to Ghana. And I think he's one of those who really, really deserves to be.
I mean, per his displays, he's been incredible. He's had great games against the big players. We saw how good he played against Kelafrik. So judging from that alone, I mean, the guy has a case of being part of that top 4 that will make their way to Ghana for the Ghana versus Niger battle.
That one was a very, very decent block.
And Baji Jr.'s last game of the whole of the National Soccer League tournament is actually I-Maji.
And now that's one game I think he can be able to take points off.
Well.
Especially from what we have seen so far in this one.
We will be keeping you up to date on everything that happens right here on the Cade Esports YouTube channel. I-Maji just haven't had his way throughout the whole of the tournament. Unfortunately for him, that one bounces in the right direction. Lauren James also able to get one more on board. It's an 11-goal thriller in this one. And Rufai making sure that the goals are not a problem at all. We did complain that he wasn't scoring too many goals. 5 goals to 0 is the perfect way to seal it.
He says good night to Anif. Thank you for coming. Good night.
I think he probably borrowed that night celebration from Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors. Immediately, he puts the dagger in, the night is coming. Rufai telling us that he has surely put the game to bed. And now he is confirming his position to be clearly in the top 4 of this competition.
Every single goal considered by Mitchell right now.
I think he's actually gunning for top 3 because he did have the same number of goals as Baji, and now that he's scoring so many goals, and with Baji potentially in a crazy battle against Farouk, if he drops points there, Rufai leapfrogs him.
Absolutely. I mean, we're expecting him to be in cruise control today when he came up against NSN. I mean, we're not expecting, maybe him to just necessarily win, but we're expecting him to be just somewhere around that whole conversation. But that loss against NSC was very, very heavy in terms of the goals, in terms of the fact that he robbed him of any single point.
Well, today when we started this broadcast, I told you guys there'll be a lot of mathematics and the imagination of who could be where and there. So far, we've been racking our brains around who could possibly make a top 8 finish and who could possibly also be making the trip to Ghana later on. Of course, the conversations about who will win the whole of the league is also still in play. Kelafrik and Farouk are still on the same number of points. It's only the goals that separate them. And the OAS man is currently top of the table with a 12-goal difference. Imagine throw on goal once more, maybe to possibly get a 4th in there. Harry Cade goes for the best thing. That would have been lovely if that had gone in.
If that had gone in, that would have been absolutely lovely. You can see it on his face. The man is leaving himself to resignation. Wow. This is one picture that is meme-worthy, and I'm guessing the guys in the chat and the guys in the group will see that already. They're going to clip it, and they're going to be using it as some memes in the next game weeks to come. My goodness, but what a competition we have just seen. Well, I know we've spoken about it so many times, but what a well-organized, well-arranged, and I have to give kudos to the players for sticking to the scheduling also, being here every single game week for the past 5 weeks.
It's something that if you had told me to give a percentage of the possibility of pulling this off, I would have said like a below 50%. But the fact that the players have kept the principles in play, I-Maji again, oh my God, buckle in. he himself understands that this goal is quite an interesting one, but I mean, credit to all of the players that have made this tournament possible. We definitely could not have done it without them. The production team have also been spot on. Any problem that we've had throughout the whole of the tournament, we find ways to get it done and then work around it. It's just very, very impressive how we've been able to pull off the National E-Soccer League. And we appreciate every single one of you at home watching as well. We can't do this without you. Our viewers, very important to us. And if you still want to join the Cade Esports family, if you still haven't joined the Cade Esports family, the Game Evo family, the National E-Soccer family, make sure you're following us across all social media platforms on Cade Esports. Of course, subscribe to the YouTube channel where you're enjoying all of the action as well to be a part of this greatness. I'm also still hearing word that maybe K25 might be in the works. So if you are still contemplating
all of the players who are
there,
online who always say, you know what,
you
one of the
pull
best
up to
players.
K25,
Pull up to K25, pull up to qualifiers, come show your mettle, come play against some of the best players who you see every day on stream, on screen, and who you believe you're better than, or you can match them aura for aura. Pull up. And that's why we want you guys to go to the Instagram page, follow the Instagram page.
And there's actually one more thing, one more surprise coming for the fans. As for this, they told me not to release it, but for my love for the fans and what you guys have shown us, there will be some giveaways. And when giveaways, I mean the new iteration of the game, FC26. There will be some giveaways on the final day tomorrow. So tomorrow, make sure you come into the stream early. Make sure you're following everything that Cade Esports is doing on Instagram and on other socials, so you'll be a part of the mix. The giveaways will be happening.
Sly, do you think we're going to get some of that instrument of the game too? Definitely, I think we better have to talk about. I think we probably should talk to someone about it. Yeah, we should get some of that. That would be really, really good. What do you think?
Money wants to return back to his private FC26, and he's doing everything in his power to be able to be right in the mix. But it's you at home. That's really most important to us. You at home who wants to be a pro yourself, or even just actually want to enjoy the game as a casual, there's no problem at all. You stand a chance of winning FC26 giveaways possibly tomorrow. So just make your way there, come into the stream early, share the live stream, just support it any way you can, and we'll surely make your day tomorrow for the grand finale of the National E-Soccer League as we put this whole tournament under wraps. It's a tournament that will be in history as one of the greatest ever to be ever held, and it's truly a privilege to be a part of an amazing production team that has put all of this together. But we're still not done yet. We're still just on day one of the match week 5 and
the final lap.
Yeah, the final lap is being run. We call this not a marathon by a sprint, but a sprint is coming to an end. And usually, if you have the fastest runners in the world, the likes of the one who has the record, Usain Bolt, it is in the last round that he actually goes in hard. So for our last lap, we want to go in as hard as we can, and we appreciate every single one of you being here. I-Maji, with possibly the final chance of the game, and maybe to get a consolation before this one goes. And now, as it's confirmed that he'll be losing this game, he's saying bye-bye to his top 8 hopes. And for I-Maji, he will not be a part of the National E-Soccer League. I mean, it's not something that we expected, but performances, as Mitchell seals another goal to go with, performances, I-Maji, I mean, others have performed better than him.
Way better than
they deserve more to be in the National E-Soccer League, and that will give us the signal for this game finishing with Rufai elsewhere also picking up 2 important points.
Yes, I mean, on the faces of the players, you could see what each action meant to them. For Mitchell, that goal was celebrated as though it was a match-winning goal. It wasn't, but it was a goal that meant that if it ever comes down to the wire in terms of it being Mitchell, goals, yes, Mitchell might be able to take that one. That might be one of the goals that helps him get into that top 8 action. So much to fight for, so much to play for on part of both players. They have really done well. I mean, I-Maji right now might be regretting not being able to make it into the top 8. Next year, there's still so much to play for. And we can see this one also from Rufai. He's currently wrapping it up in the game against Anif. 8-0 in that one. My goodness.
Pretty important display from Rufai. Also wants to be able to finish in the top 3. You know what? He wants to be able to brag and say, outside of Killer Free Game Farouk, I'm still the best.
Yeah, I mean, and
I'm the best around.
Do you know what? Based off what we have seen so far in this competition, I think that's something that's worth bragging about.
Well, it is indeed. 8-0 for Rufai against Anif, and he's able to get 3 really important points. And of course, you'll be looking closely at what happens next in our next matchup, as there's just been 1 minute of added time for players like Anif, Bright, Simply Uzo, Game with Josh, Mr. Oga, I-Maji. All we'll say is we hope this was a learning curve for them. They can go back to the drawing board and just add a couple of things to their game that will, get them back into positions of being some of the very best in Nigeria.
Oh, talk about a learning curve. My goodness. Giving us a 9-goal thriller. This one was totally a dominant one. 9-0. And he is laughing and he's having a good time. But his opponent, Anif, had no time to laugh or have any sort of fun. This one was one that he was blown out of the water. Oh my.
Big games coming up. So far, we've had a blast on stream. We told you guys that the penultimate day had so much in store. This one proving to be a very interesting game, but we'll be moving on to the next one, so we've got a very difficult one. We already had a top 3 battle, and we're having another one on the horizon. Farouk Manzo not dropped a single point, taking on Baji Jr, who almost took points off of Killer Freak. That one coming up right next after this quick one. I thought that was the next game. Or they've changed it.
finished the game between Mitchell and I-Maji. We saw that one, Mitchell tearing him apart 9-4. That one saw Mitchell pick up a very important 3 points and also a very, very important 5-goal difference. Now, let's see what that will mean for Adefola after the Mitchell game. Adefola is going up against Farouk Mamzo. What are your thoughts? Tough game.
Baji and Farouk. I'm hearing that will come after the game that we'll have right now, but then in build up to that one, that's pretty important. Baji Jr, we saw him play really well against Killer Freak. If he can keep that up, it might cause some problems for Farouk and all of that. But I mean, when that is going to come, we'll definitely give you all of the updates on that as well. I'm hearing game with Josh and I think Blaze are in the mix trying to go at
Okay. Well, that would be very interesting because game with Josh after the first time, I think that was game week 2 or 3, where he was able to get those 9 points. He has not, and you know what's very interesting to me is the fact that till now he has not drawn any match. So his style of play has been on the polarizing. It's either he's going for a win or he's going for a loss. But so far he has not been able to play for a draw and secure any draw. But the next game is very, very important for him. Going up against Blaze, who's like a windowed lion, the game we just saw versus Blaze. I think Blaze this time has none of them are fighting for anything, of course, but just for placement.
I mean, the placement is still important in the sense that it just gives you a sense of fulfillment in the sense that
I went up against 16 or 15 other best players
and
in
maybe
Nigeria.
I was 12, that was 13, that was 14. Very, very important. And also on the other game that will be happening, Mr. Oga and Bright. Mr. Oga, coming off the back of beating Rhymes, will be confident going into it. That's 3 wins out of the National E-Soccer League that he's been able to have now. If he can pick up another result against Bright, I think it will do him a whole world of good. It was disappointment in the first 4 weeks for him. He's turning the corner a little bit now.
I mean, he left it a little bit too late to this moment. There's so many times during the game week we expected to see him pick 1, 2 regular wins, but he didn't do that and he left it too late. And that's the thing about league format or competition. When you leave it too late, you find yourself struggling unnecessarily in the background.
Well, we'll go into the matchups as we do prepare for those big games. Game with Josh and Blaze have had identical records of just 3 wins each. And like Mandy said, Game with Josh has never drawn a game. It's either win or lose for him, and he's been on the end of 10 losses. And for Blaze, he has been able to get a couple of draws in there on 8 losses, 44 goals and 43. I mean, there's not too much to separate them, and the win percentage is that fair on Blaze's part because he is in 12th position and Game with Josh on 14th position.
I don't know what this one is, but I think as much as I like Game with Josh, I think I'll be going with Blaze to take this one. Yeah, Blaze has that more.
The octopus is backing Blaze to win this one.
I mean, have I been wrong so far today? I don't think I'll be wrong so far. So yes. I think I see Blaze having.
Wait, did you see Mr. Oga picking up points against Rhymes? I don't think you predicted.
I don't think I predicted, but I said like I didn't like the whole. Simply was back in action, finally picking up his well-deserved 3 points against Bryce. He's going up against a Boyd that is seeking placement in the top 5 positions. So I don't know. This is, as you can see, the difference in wins, in goals, in win probability. It is very, very crazy. As you can see, Simply is not so far behind in terms of goals. It's just that he's conceding a whole lot more. Of course, the goals he scored against Bright might have also added to the whole tally. But in terms of it, I think this one might be a very easy one for Boyd. Just another day at the park.
Well, maybe, just maybe. But Simply also, he might be coming off some momentum, beating Bright with that kind of margin, 6 goals to 3. We just spoke to him as well. He said he feels like he might be able to pick points in his last 2 games. So mind you, his last 2 games,
those are going to be very, very huge points. Those are going to be very, very huge points. That's a tall order to ask of anybody in this position. But if he backs himself up to get that, let's see if he's going to be able to get that.
Well, we'll cross our fingers on that one as we are preparing for that game. There was a little bit of a miscommunication. That's why the Farouk versus Baji Jr. game is not on now, but I assure you, right after this round of action, we'll bring you Baji Jr. versus Farouk. So hold your horses on that one. We enjoy this one first, and then, of course, go for that one later. Later on as well, we'll have Killer Freak versus Adefola also
that
in the mix.
One, everybody,
and one that is sneakily becoming very interesting, Rise versus Anderson, also around the corner. We'll get into the comments for the voting, and it's like it is apart, kind of understandable a little bit with how both of the the votes are going. 52% in favor of Game with Josh.
Wow.
48% for Blaze.
I don't know what these guys are basing their votings on, but this is very, very interesting to me. Nobody's going for a draw, so I think they are taking into account the fact that
Game with Josh has never drawn again.
he loves going for the polar sides of a game, either win or lose. And I think now it's getting balanced a little bit. So whatever the case, I think this sort of like, to an extent, shows us a true reflection of what we should expect from both players inside. Don't forget to stay updated on Cade Esports and every single thing we're offering. Don't forget to download the Cade Esports app on Play Store, or you can get it also on App Store.
Well, those things are pretty important. Just be a part of our esports world, be a part of the esports community, especially the SC community as well. If you're enjoying the National E-Soccer League, everything just going to plan as and how we had projected it to be. Just a quick reminder, the National E-Soccer League are brought to you by Cade Esports, Game Evolution Studios, where we are currently having all of this and a lot more sponsors up next. So Edward Peter asking, I beg, Farouk versus Baji next. Of course, yeah, like I said earlier, we will be bringing you that action up next. You can get into the post and tell us who's winning Game with Josh versus Blaze. Oloranti says 9 goals. Yeah, I think he's alluding to the fact that Rufai got 9 goals against Anif. So yeah, that comes into play as well. But just a quick reminder, right after the National E-Soccer League for Nigeria is done, the Ghana League is also coming on. So
something I'm going to have my eye set on. I promise you, I'm not missing 1 day of stream at all in that one. The Ghanaian own. I don't think I'm missing any day, because I want to see people that Sly have been banking on consistently, people he has been pushing and telling us about.
Well, the Ghanaians are also pretty much hyped up. We'll be beginning on the 2nd of August. On that Saturday, we'll have everybody around. It should be fun. So if you're here, you're looking forward to more great FC action. Of course, the build-up to the Niger versus Ghana, you can also tune in to the Ghana Esports League. And of course, when we put it together, hopefully we also have as much success as the National E-Soccer League in Nigeria also had. We're all building up towards something amazing in that regard. So keep your eyes logged on to that one as well. But as we go into this game, Boyd is also very important that Boyd is able to pick points in this game, in the sense that if it comes into play, because right now we've not confirmed whether it's top 4 that is going or top 5 that is going to Nigeria.
Okay.
So if he wants to confirm his position,
he should make it to the top 4.
Secure top 4, and if the only way that he can do that is win games.
Absolutely.
The advantage for him going into it is that the fact that Baji Jr is playing Farouk, and if he drop points in that one, Boyd might have a chance in that game. But we begin this one, Game with Josh taking on Blaze. It's quite a while since we saw Game with Josh on the main broadcast.
Absolutely, it's quite a while, and I don't think we've missed much, because since the last time we saw him, there have not been any direct increase in points for him. He's still stuck in 9 points I think in 9th position or 10th position. That's where
I think 12th position.
12th position, right?
Yeah, and then Blaze in 14th position as we speak. So he will be going into this game looking to change the fortunes. One thing we can guarantee you for sure is that I'm not sure there's a draw happening in this game. Game with Josh and draws, they're not in the same sentence at all. Well, speaking of trying to get it to a plane on to Ghana, Boy did start well, but simply Uzo, from the momentum he got against Bright, he's now taking it into this game, and now that one poised at 1-1.
Absolutely, he loves those near post finishes. Of course, you can see that, and he decided to go in that direction this time around, and he's able to punish Boyd in that one. That one he has made it 1-1 in that one. We're back in the main broadcast. Blaze versus Game with Josh. Game with Josh with that orange, deep orange kit versus Blaze in that white kit. Both players battling for position and placements. Not necessarily glory as it stands already. Mathematically, they are going to not be making it into the top 8. Here's Blaze. He's one who I think should be disappointed. The fact that his performances haven't really yielded him results in terms of points in this competition. I think he has played way better than the leaderboard says. He's the only one.
So many players would say that.
And I think for me personally, he's the only one I could say his performances have been really good.
Well, simply also thinks the same, that if it's not been a true reflection of how good he is, it feels like he should possibly be up there. He said on his day, he actually finishes in
that's a very tall day, man. I don't know what day we're going to call that, but that will probably be redemption day. I don't know. Whenever that day will happen, I guess we're going to find out very soon. Here's a chance, red timed, and it is just beyond the goalkeeper.
Well, Game with Josh looking to open the scoring early on, but that one red time finish just can't nestle the back of the net. There comes Jonathan David. It's not someone that you see traditionally in a lot of squads. As simply
Oh my goodness.
looks to have turned the corners. He's through and goal with Patrick Cliver, the footies icon I-10. Will find the back of the net. And like he said when he came on here with myself and Tommy Day, he said he's turned the corner and it feels like he'll pick up points either against Boyd or Adefola. Maybe that win against Bright has gingered something crazy out of it. Now, him saying he could have finished in top 8. You don't see it to be too crazy now?
I mean, first of all, he has to get this one over the line. If he gets this one over the line, then probably we have to take that
he
into
spoke of
account.
something that I think is pretty important, and that's something you highlighted about GameJosh. He said that you have to be able to stay mentally focused
For the
for
duration.
the whole of the game. He said
Absolutely.
around the 60th, 75th minute, that is where he loses focus. I'd love to see if it happens
can
to him
maintain
again
it.
or he has learned from that mistake going in. This one still at 0-0. We haven't seen too many games, two low-scoring games. The only low-scoring game that we saw,
That was today
a
also.
big surprise. Mr. Organ and Rhymes. And look, if there was anybody that could pull off a low-scoring game and still win, I think that is Mr. Organ for you.
Absolutely. Once we
Just
got
roll
those
back
two,
the years on
Yes.
how good he was defensively.
once we got back those, that second goal especially that came from that free kick was beautifully taken also.
Well, could simply also hold on to it. Well, it just took him 2 minutes more to concede, and Boyd needing this win
Oh my goodness.
with the Trivella from way outside.
FC26, and we're no longer going to see this. Oh my goodness. How has he missed
Felt
that
like an
one?
open goal.
Yes, it did. And with the precision shooting enabled for GameJosh, I thought that one was definitely headed into the bottom corner or something like that. Wow. And you can see on his face, he is so disappointed with himself with that one. Sometimes you do everything right and it just doesn't work out.
Well, it just doesn't work out. He can ask Baji about that. The build-up was spectacular in the first half against Killer Freak. It was just the finishing touch
Yes.
with the goals that he was lacking. So,
Absolutely.
Speaking of players that have missed some crucial chances, GameJosh can also possibly be in the mix. But everything happening is just showing us how consistent some of these players are, how up to date they are with their squads that they've been pulling up with, the game styles. I mean, if you've walked through the whole of the 5 weeks, there's been something of a different trend every week. Like Manny mentioned earlier, there was a week where it was only the Trivellas that were going in.
Yeah.
There was a week where it was only Speed Boost that were
Extra
going in.
pass, extra
There
pass,
was-
extra
Exactly.
pass.
There was a week for the extra passes. Like, you have to keep up with the trends and then just know what is happening within the FCC. If we finish a week, you can't just go and not touch the game again and expect to be in top form. We've had weeks where people have had rises and falls. Look at Adefola's week 1. It was a great week 1.
Great week.
Week 2, down again.
My
Week 3, mixed bag. Week 4, down again. Like, we've had so many chops and changes within all of the weeks. It's only 2 players that have been able to stay consistent in that regard. In
Almost
Farouk and
flawless.
Killer Freak, yeah. So you just can tell that it's pretty important to stay up to date with everything that happens with this game. And I just hope everybody who is hoping to be in the National E-Soccer League next year is taking note of how consistent you've got to be able to produce at such a level.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. 25 minutes into this one though, and it's still poised at 0-0. Wow.
Well, it's not something that we usually see very often. Both players struggling to score goals at this point. They have had decent chances. GameJosh especially with the last chance, unable to convert. Boyd with a top 4 finish inside, and he's looking to execute it. It's a quick turn from the corner kick situations, and these ones are always difficult to defend playing it short.
Yes, and the fact that he got himself into that very crucial position, you know definitely Boyd is not losing out on that one anytime soon. But ensuring he is definitely in that conversation of the top 4, ensuring he's going nowhere. He needs this 3 points and he needs it as quickly as he can. Also, he needs to rack up as much goals as he can. We've spoken about it so many times. Is this an offside? Yes, it is. This time around, the referee saw that Josh was poised a little bit beyond the line and was called rightly so. Yes, Mendes for Blaze. This is the first half that hasn't seen so much goal mouth action. And I think it might just come to life in the dying embers of the first half or in the second half, because there's been an opportunity. That pass was almost
totally again. Blaze rewarded for his calmness in front of goal. Didn't panic at all after missing all of those chances. Got a second opportunity and he wasn't missing on that one. I mean, the goalkeeper movement, they helped Josh at all. Just made it an easier goal to finish for Blaze as he opens the scoring. GameJosh now seems to have lost all of his offensive power up top, and the game has kind of had a shift in energy a little bit.
Absolutely,
towards,
I agree with you.
Blaze now.
I totally agree with you. You know, we say it consistently, a little bit that it becomes more of a cliche. Goals change games, and you will see as soon as that one went in, all of a sudden, this game has changed its own.
I mean, he could have gone near post on that one. The goalkeeper was moved, and Blaze could have had a second within 35 minutes, and now he'll have some defending to do with a game with Josh. His traditional first time through balls, we haven't seen them. I think Blaze has done a really great job of setting those traps really early and closing down the midfielders when they are trying to give those passes. Ribri, sometime around now.
Sometime during the week, I wanted to just try something. I think one time I played with friends and I just wanted to try something. I played a friend who loved the first time up choose. You know what I did? I switched my depth to 50, and all of a sudden, all of that was changed. You know, so I think sometimes these are the ways these guys keep themselves updated and ensure that all those, you know, it looks like a very small tweak, but here's game with Josh. Boom. I told you, now all of a sudden that one has been turned on its head. And my oh my.
Well, we said today might be a first time for so many things. Though the first time simply Uzo was able to pick up points today. There was also the first time that we had Mr. Oga pick up a clean sheet today. Maybe there might be a first time that game with Josh gets a draw. Well, it's still early days, 40 minutes in, but it is at 1-1. Maybe the story could change here. Great here for Ronaldinho. It's lovely.
He's going to be feeling very, very unlucky after that one, but it doesn't matter. He has to get himself back into shape and refocus and get himself into it. This one is still on, so much still to play for. And then, you know, earlier I was telling you about how just that little detail in shifting your depth can help you neutralize at the first time up through balls. This is the things that some of these players, you know, have on lockdown. This is the difference between them. My goodness.
Well, the way things are panned out here, very interesting game of FC. 2-1 in favor of Blaze with about 2 minutes to go. Can he hold on and take this lead into the second half of action? Benzema with a through ball. Ronaldinho has been very, very good. I mean, not a lot of people are using this card. Actually, I think it's Footy's icon item. It's out now, but it's quite expensive, so not a lot of people are invested in trying to get this card and all of that. I think people are going for the cheaper SBC options in some sense. As the first half comes to a close, I think Blaze deservingly up by 2-1.
Yes. I mean, for people who voted overwhelmingly in favor of a game with Josh, I think they didn't really watch Blaze himself. Blaze has not really deserved, let's say in terms of profession, he doesn't deserve to be in top 8, but he's around that conversation. He's one who is very, very consistent. You know, he knows how to score goals, he knows how to, you know, press, he knows how to, he was one who was the first one to show us the chink in the armor of Pilaf. If you remember, I think that was game week 3.
Yeah, he led at some point, and
at some point, yes, I mean, he was the first one who was able to beat comfortably that very, very massive press from Killer Freak.
Well, speaking of that press, it has been Baji Jr. who's had the best success against the press, in my opinion. And he was telling us about how he dealt with it and switching of the
formations.
formations.
Do we call him Baji Jr. or NSC? Because NSC so far is the one who took points. At the end of the day,
but who dealt with the press well, I think, is Baji Jr. NSC was playing on the counters. But Baji Jr., he was playing against a set defense every single time. When Kelafi put on the press, he seemed comfortable with it. He said every single time that he was going on the wing, he noticed that one of his DMs were free on the other wing. So he tried to always find them. I think it's excellent game plan. That's what we always say. For the National Youth Soccer League, if you have somebody to play ahead of you, always watch their games back and game plan.
Yes, consistently. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. And I think this also shows you the amount of research, the amount of effort that these players put into this thing day in, day out. So this is not something you just stand up, wake up and come on a Saturday to play or a Sunday to play, because these guys are really putting in the effort. Well, so this is for everybody online who are shouting, oh my goodness, I could beat this one, I could beat that one. Yeah, so just have that in mind. Do you know, one funny thing is, if you put somebody as bad as, oh my goodness, that was such a
Blaze looks like he's on fire, and he's giving a little bit of the gunshot symbols, telling you that he's shooting on fire. Yes. And right now he's putting a lot of pressure on game with Josh in this one.
Yes, I'm going to say something totally unrelated to what we're just talking about. I'm going to say something that you might find very controversial. And if you put in somebody like, oh, here's a chance, game with Josh retaliates already. This one is shaping up to be something that we're expecting. Yes, it might just start getting delicious in the next couple of minutes. 3-2, Blaze leading game with Josh very, very closely behind. Oh, what a pass from The man blazed. First time up through for GameJosh.
I think
The depth is low. The depth is low.
Too many times.
The depth is low, so automatically, that was sorted out. I was going to tell you something I believe is going to be very controversial. If we put someone like Bright to play, most people who watch and who think they can do better than him, they will be so shocked to see that actually Bright is very good. It's just that the quality gap between the people who he came to play and the Bright that came here has been very, very huge.
Well, it speaks volumes about the competition levels of the National E-Soccer League. I think people might have this perception of some of the players that finish in the lower tiers of this league, but I mean, play them yourselves. If you've met them in champs or rivals, you can come and give us your reviews on some of them that you've played in the chat, and just let us know how you fared against them, because I know some of them are pretty good, but just like Manny said, there are levels to this, and it has been clearly shown right at the top of the table. GameJosh maybe has something different on his mind with Petit on the 10. Oh, it's glorious finishing, and he just couldn't put it to bed.
The goalkeeper,
he did everything right.
I mean, the goalkeeper was stuck in the near post. I was expecting to just go down the far post and bury this one, and this one would have definitely brought him level. And unfortunately, he has to find a way to reset. That one was thwarted by the goalkeeper.
Well, so someone asking, the tournament is at what stage now? It's actually in a league format. We are in our final weekend, people. So this is our final weekend. Today and tomorrow are final days for the action. So just for today, it's a penultimate day. Tomorrow, we'll have our last round of action, and then we'll wrap it all up in what has been a glorious National E-Soccer League.
Absolutely. I said 2 more games. I think it's just 1 more game. After this particular round, we've seen the first game in this round. We are currently in the second game. We have 2 more rounds to go till the end of today.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
He says, you might have beat Bright, but you're not beating me any day. I must make that trip to Ghana. Boy, they're running away with that one. 9 goals to 3 people. Boy, they're running riot everywhere. And the man who, coming into this tournament, people kind of overlooked a little bit, but he's now earning all of that respect elsewhere, and they're just putting that game to bed. Pretty important. Putting the pressure on the likes of Rufai and Baji Jr. up top is pretty important for Boyd, as you make it very, very simple 3 points in the bag for him. We're just about 30 minutes to go now in this one with GameJosh, looking to make this game a tight one into the last stages as you earn a corner out of it. Corner kicks always a problem when it comes to FC25. I know a lot of people are happy that people are scoring from corners, but I mean, you can't blame them at all. If it's working, you have to join the bandwagon, or you might just be left behind.
Even this season in real football, in Premier League, in La Liga, in Champions League, we saw a lot of goals being scored.
I mean, remember
Arsenal's one,
and their famous corner kicks.
But I think almost a whole 2 months, 3 months, they were scoring consistently from that.
Yeah, it became annoying at the point. If you were not an Arsenal fan, right? If you're an Arsenal fan, you were happy they were going in. So if you are anybody that's scoring from corners, I'm sure you'd be happy, but if you're on the receiving end, you'll definitely be mad at it. But if it's getting you goals, for sure, you'd like that all day long. GameJosh still has hopes of getting something out of this game with Ribery now. I'm just so surprised that people have completed this Ribery card this early. Just came out a day ago, and almost everybody seems
don't forget
to be able to have it. I mean, everybody has fodder everywhere now with how EA is giving out all of these highly rated players. Ribery wants more on the other end. Like I said, almost everybody has completed the SBC. Petit. Speaking of SBCs, they are everywhere now. Petit, Benzema, Ribery. That's their bread and butter these days. Nobody's just going to buy one player for $1 million coins and put him into their team unless he's truly OP, and that's the format that everybody's followed for the National E-Soccer League. Benzema, he's good, and he's trying to get that cut back. This is where you need that extra sauce. Maybe a croqueta into a shot to kind of change the angle for you. Remember Farouk
with the ball goal
today? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think this is what separates all these type of players. That little detail, those little extra things they do, it makes it the whole difference.
Yeah, it always makes a lot of difference. A GameJosh, they're seemingly running out of ideas on the edge of that box. Look, it kind of happens when you're playing FC. When somebody plays a low block against you, in the sense that when you're on that edge of the box and there's just so many bodies in front of you, it's difficult breaking them down. Well, speaking of breaking it down, it hasn't been difficult for this man at all. 11 goals for Boyd. Wow. That's possibly the biggest scoreline that he's won by in the whole of the National E-Soccer League. What a performance that was. And thinking that it was a game in the first 20 minutes, he's blown it out of
first 20 minutes. Simply Uzo came out of the blocks, running with that energy. but we're talking about something, and I want you to pick this. The goal started flying in at what point? The 60th minute onwards. Again and again. After this one, I think these players have to go back into it and they have to sit down. They have to really, really, really work on this thing because this has come to stay. FC26 compete mode, that's what we're going to get. So
9 minute half.
9 minute half, we're going to get. So consistently, these guys have to start working on those 9 minutes half type of games.
Well, they are pretty important. This game with Josh almost had an opportunity of getting the equalizer. He's working on it vehemently, and he's banging at the door of that equalizer. Just can't seem to have that finishing touch to have that all-important goal. He'll work around the defense once more, as he'll try once more with De Bruyne on the left-hand side, just looking for that cute angle to be able to play it into, and that's where he struggled a little bit in this tournament. Ribery, can he get the fortunate bounce? Not on that occasion, as Blaze gets lucky with that, he can clear his lines.
There's still so much to play for. 30 minutes, in-game minutes, of course. It's looked like it's been more of game with Josh for the past couple minutes, but then every single time we say that, we also end it with you have to score goals in your momentum, or else you'll be punished. Consistently, we say that, and just again,
Money, right on cue with that one. If you don't finish your chances, you will be punished elsewhere. And when it comes from that same sequence, it hurts even so much. Yeah, it hurts so much in that regard. And game with Josh now feeling the effect of it, or maybe he might have different opinions on that one. On Reese effort, but a big save from David De Gea. Now goalkeeping options, there are so many to choose from. I mean, there's a Footies Buffon that you can think of. There's this De Gea card that's pretty good. Konate is
the one I was talking about.
Footies Allison is also in the mix. That's the goalkeeper I use, and I think it's also pretty impressive. There's so much options for you to choose from. I don't think goalkeepers are a problem anymore at SC25. I think so far the ones that are coming in, they've got all of the play style, footwork plus, and the far reach plus. All of those things are very, very evident in the way their goalkeeping styles have been upgraded.
I totally agree with you. And I think we really did see a lot of Konate on the opening stages, on the opening day of this competition. We saw a lot of Konate because of that footwork plus play style he had that made him very, very dangerous once he got to that ground shot.
He saved a lot of low damage. Remember
that rhymes.
That was insane.
That was an insane one also. Not to forget it. But after that, we've seen a lot of De Gea's, Buffons coming into play, and I think once or twice,
Allison's all coming into the mix. People are switching things up a little bit, and for game with Josh, it will just be a reflection of how the tournaments have been. Unable to finish his chances, unable to actually break down defenses. So the right statement is unable to create chances, because once he gets on the edge of that area, he always just doesn't have what it takes to be able to break down the defense.
I would attribute that to the over-reliance on the metas, the Chipellas, and the first-time up-throughs. And you see someone like Farouk abuse these metas, and you expect that, I can do this. But the difference is, this is someone who knows how to chop it up. He actually knows how to use all styles of the scoring methods. But he might just abuse these ones because they're working at the moment. But as soon as it's blocked, he opens it up with other things. He knows how to pass the ball. The passing of the ball is a very underrated skill in the game.
Well, I have to compare it a little bit to the NBA this year's NBA Finals. A team that made it, and not a lot of the people expecting them, the Indiana Pacers. That's exactly how they play. Because they're always playing quickly and they have you on the back foot and you scrambling back on defense. They don't usually play against set defenses. That's when they face the OKC Thunder. They kind of struggled in that, but they also really did make a great finals out of it, taking it to a game 7. But game with Josh, the fact that he cannot mix it up has been causing him problems, and it doesn't look like he's taking any points out of these. Maybe a consolation goal to wrap all things up, and that right there shows the decision making at a very, very minimum point for a game with Josh. But on the other side of things, Blaze deservingly picking up 3 crucial points.
3 over 3. I just have to say, when everybody was calling it in favor of game with Josh, I think I've seen Blaze's performance over and over. I just believe that he had more of that X factor to get this one over the line than game with Josh. And I think we saw that today in the game between both players. But kudos to both players. They've really done their bits. They've done their best. It has been an amazing one for these players now, and they get to see what they can get in terms of the final day. But whatever the case is, 3 points, 3 huge points again. Well, I don't know if it's huge anymore. for Blaze because of course
mean,
it's not taking him anywhere.
For the respect that you gain from the community, I think is pretty important. But somebody who really needed those 3 points is Boyd, and he's gotten them in a massive fashion. The last time we were leaving this game, he had 11 goals.
I'm sure it was.
He got like maybe a couple
probably extra couple more. But we'll get that one very very soon from the production team once they let us know how that game ended. But we can tell you categorically that Boyd had that 3 huge points.
He's now putting pressure on Baji Jr. and Rufai. Now we'll be heading over to the game that you've been asking for. Farouk Manzo, Baji Jr. They're getting into the main game room. So we might have a big one on our hands. First thoughts before we go for that break and get that one.
I think this one is one we're going to have to be. It's going to be nail biting. We just saw what Baji Jr. did against Killer Freak. So if there's anybody who's going to put another chink in the armor, it is Baji Jr. of course. But I know it's one that Killer Freak is going to be looking at very closely throughout that game, because not because of anything, but because he's going to be supporting Baji Jr. to get that one. You know, in terms of the race, it would mean a lot to him if Baji Jr. is able to get this one out Farouk's hands.
Well, the big one about to go down, Baji Jr. taking on Farouk Manzo. Farouk Manzo still yet to drop a win. He almost feels like rinse and repeat, like a machine, just doing its work and grabbing all of those 3 points. Baji Jr. has showed us that when he plays against the big boys, he takes them right down to the wire. Will that be the case? We'll find out pretty soon, right after this.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Ghana Esports League EAFC 25 preseason. This is the stage where it all begins, the foundation for Ghana's most competitive EAFC league experience. We're kicking it off with 16 elite teams battling it out in a high-intensity preseason. This isn't just a warm-up, it's the proving ground. Teams are here to showcase their skills, chemistry, and strategy before the main season begins. The preseason is more than just matches. It's about identifying talent, building rivalries, and setting the tone for what's to come in EAFC 26 when the full-tier league structure kicks off. Each motion counts. Performances here will influence team rankings, seeding, and visibility for the big season ahead. This is where the underdogs rise and champions make a statement. Get behind your favorite teams, follow the drama, and witness the passion as Ghana's top EAFC talents fight for recognition. This is only the beginning. EAFC 25 preseason is setting the stage for Ghana's next esports giants. Are you ready? The road to greatness starts now.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, this one is for match 7 out of the 8 rounds we have built for today. As you can see, I'm in the studio now with a new face, not such a new face, of course, Killer Freak. This time around, we're going to be casting the game between Baji Jr. and Farouk Mamso. How you feeling?
Feeling great. I'm feeling great. Just finished my match 3-2.
Yeah.
Everyone's saying that I felt pressure, and that's not what it was. But I mean, Farouk versus Baji, interesting match. It might even shape the way the league goes for the top 3 spots. I
mean, I totally agree with you. I think as soon as we hit the game week 5, I knew every game matters to both of you guys, especially if one person has won already. Farouk now is going to be playing Baji, and immediately after that, you're going to be playing Adefola. So I would say 2 top opponents, at least on paper, up against you guys. Looking forward to derailing you guys in terms of that league standing. But at the end of the day, what do you think was different from the Baji Jr. you played today and the Baji Jr. you've been playing before?
It's just a different game. I mean, he played very well. I mean, I was up 3 goals. I think I just snoozed a little bit. I slacked a little bit. I got comfortable, and he came back. He almost came back. He should have come back, to be fair. But
to be fair, I think I was expecting him to.
I have to give him his credits. I think he woke up once there was 3 goals down. So kudos to him, man. He played really well.
And of course, for the first time since I've seen you, since you burst on the scene, for the first time ever, I saw game management from you. Is that something you do regularly, or like this is like probably like you had to go down deep to pick this one out?
Well, like I said in my last few interviews, goals don't matter no more. I think Farouk has gone with the goal difference. 3 points is what that matters.
Okay, makes sense.
So 3 goals up, I didn't need to score. I didn't want to push my luck. So that's what I was trying to do, but I couldn't play out the back. So it is what it is.
Apparently, it's not something he is used to, because you're always used to being on the front foot. Interesting times. I mean, we came into this one from the beginning of game week 1. People looking at you and Farouk were one of those ones who everybody was looking forward to, proving a point against. So far, so good. I think you guys have taken this one and run all the way. And right now, the race is with you and Farouk, of course. As you can see, what is happening on the screen, the current league performance. Do you think, though, that as Baji Jr. played so well against you, even though you won, of course, do you think this will probably spur him on against Farouk? What is your thoughts on what we are going to see in the next game?
My honest thoughts on this game, bro, Farouk is a completely different player from me. People might think we play the same, but the tempo where he plays, that's way different from me. He's more of I think attacking-wise, Farouk is insane. So Baji has to be 110%, way better than where he played against me. He can't afford to miss chances. Because Farouk is not going to miss
his own chances.
So, I mean, I have Farouk winning this one, but let's see what Baji can pull in.
13 matches played so far between both players. 9 wins for Baji Jr., 12 wins for Farouk. Of course, that is why Farouk currently is in first position and Baji is currently third. But the win probability, 34%, 66%. What do you think? I think it was almost similar to the same win probability between you.
I mean, 66%. More touching that 70 might make more sense, but it does make sense because Baji is still third. So it's a good ratio. Also the fact that Baji's lost 2 matches. But I mean, the percentage doesn't matter as long as you go wherever you play in the game.
Absolutely, percentages doesn't matter. But in this time around, I think it might matter because this is probably the only one we have seen at this huge win probability. Mr. Olga has 94% and Bright has 6%. Bright, 13 games played, 13 losses. No win, no draw. Up against Mr. Olga, of course, who took that very, very interesting win of Rhymes.
Yeah,
It was a 2-0 win.
I actually had Rhymes winning that match as well, to be fair. But
Oh, wow.
Olga, man. I mean, you can't really count out all the players in the league. I mean, everyone has their own abilities. It's not going to be, FIFA is not 1+1 because I beat you.
Absolutely.
You beat me. So, I mean, Olga's still a good player. Like, you can't count him out. So, it's not unexpected, to be fair.
Based on this, do you think we should count Bright in?
No. I think,
it's probably that
that might be gone. That might be gone. So
okay, let's look into the comment section. Not the comment section right now. This time around is the polling votes, and I think the polls are sort of different from the win probability. 15% of people think that Baji Jr is going to win, as against 34 from the win probability, while 80% believe that Farouk Mamso is taking this one home. There are 2 people who vote for a draw. I mean, for you, a draw would suffice.
Nah, to me, it doesn't matter, to be fair, because it all comes down to the Farouk game. Like today, if I draw against Fola, I still need to beat Farouk.
Okay.
Because Farouk is winning on goal difference. So the draw, this match doesn't really...
Are you serious?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
So you wouldn't... okay, I mean, looking at this one, just from a participant, a challenger's point of view, wouldn't you say like being able to take something off Farouk would at least help you breathe easy in the game versus Farouk? Now you know you're going for a draw while he's going for an ultimate win.
Unfortunately, when you're a killer freak, you're always going for a win. A draw is not good enough, bro.
Okay. We hear you, but we are live. We are about to go. Farouk in that white and black jersey, he's the one with the ball right now. He's going up against Baji Jr. In that white and blue kit. Farouk, as usual, starting with so much energy and burst of energy. You've played Farouk a couple of times. How do you manage this pressure in the opening minutes?
I think the thing is, people that don't notice about playing Farouk is playing Farouk for the first time ever is one of the most difficult things you could do. Because if you look at the position of his players, it's almost like no one is marking anyone.
Absolutely.
Players are always free, and you can't give freedom to good players.
Oh, really? And this time around, it was a green time effort, but the goalkeeper just in the right position to get that one.
1 minute in the game.
1 minute into the game.
That's already pressure right there.
The first loose ball from Baji, and he's already facing a crazy green time effort on goal.
I think what Baji needs to focus on now is forget about the game with me. Forget about the fact that he missed so many chances and just focus on this match. Yeah, because it's not like he played bad. So, I mean, he has a really good chance of actually winning this game, but Farouk is ruthless, man. He does not give up.
I mean, I think I and Slimo did say that about this game in the build-up to it, but of course, we are so excited to have you, because if there's anybody who could give us an insight into what this game will look like, I believe it is you. But I want to just quickly say something. We've seen the preview of the FC26 installment. Here's that green time effort from Baji Jr. And they're taking away the green time, the time finishing. Oh,
we have 0 battle. I think it's too many touches there.
Before you answer the question, I want to just quickly highlight this because I just saw this now. In the first half, Baji had it too. I personally believe he was overthinking some of the moves. Did you feel that same way? Do you feel like you had a psychological advantage over him? Because
I mean,
if you were in that position, I see you doing the little basic things, passing here and there, taking that speed boost in and taking the shots.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with what he had in the first half was when he was making decisions, he was making confidence.
Okay.
It's okay to miss a chance. Don't overthink missing a chance. It's a 9 minutes half. You're going to create more. So when I get a chance, just shoot it with so much vim. That's it.
Absolutely. So now, if you guys are hearing us in the comment section and on the broadcast, you guys can hear this one directly from Killer Freak himself. You're going to get a lot of chances. Just take the ones you have with so much vim. I especially like the advice. But here's now Baji.
See you right there.
This time around, he could have gone for
finesse right there.
For it.
But he still has the ball. Benzema, the goal.
He takes this one.
Baji 1-up.
1 goal to Baji. There's still so much to play for, of course. So if you're a Baji fan, this is the best time for you to have all of your hopes not so high, but of course, so much to celebrate for being Baji in this position, don't you think?
Yeah, I think, me personally, I feel like if Baji's going to score a lot of goals this game.
Okay.
I think he is. I think he's going to score at least 3 to 4 goals, which is very rare to see against Farouk, because Baji's actually very good at the attack. And if he can take his chances, which I know he can, this match is going to look very dangerous for him.
My goodness, especially with the fact that he has actually taken this one on against you. He didn't take his chances in the first half. This time around, he's probably found his shooting boots.
Yep.
If he stays like this, my oh my, it might be something. Mr. Oga already 2 goals up, and this time around, it might be 3. My goodness, what are we witnessing on our hands?
Yeah, that Oga match, Oga is going to run away with that one for sure. That match is probably
Unfortunately, no matter what it looks like, this is just for pride alone and placement because there won't be any move in terms of the top 8. Also, we are talking about the possibility of the top 5 from this competition going all the way to Ghana to play their top 5 after their own events. We start on the 2nd of August. Here's our first time up through from Farouk. And my goodness, he's still in play.
Wow. And to be fair, that was great defending, but Ronaldo's strength.
But Ronaldo's strength in that position.
Strength. That's what you need some specific cards for. Like, you need to have Ronaldo's strength right there to
be able to bully the defenders.
Yeah, the bullying is just ridiculous.
My oh my. And talking about Ronaldo's strength and what it means in terms of this game for both players, which of the favorite of cards do you love in terms of that striking option currently right now? With all the cards that are coming out, the footies card, which of the cards do you really, really love?
Well,
I mean, a lot of people chose Benzema today. We didn't see that last week, and Benzema was a mainstay in most of these guys. That was good defending.
That was amazing defending.
Amazing defending.
Amazing defending. Well, if I had to pick a striker, it would probably be Benzema right now. He fits the playstyles that I like in the game, and he moves really well. Benzema wasn't out; he just came out like yesterday. So I played a few matches with him, and it was really, really good. So.
Okay, so for you, he sort of fits in the description of the striker you want currently in your squad. Is that correct?
Yeah, for sure. Now, but if you notice, before the goal that Farouk just scored, Baji was actually controlling the game pretty well.
Yes.
And it's just as simple as that one through ball, and Farouk was through, and Ronaldo just bullied his way through, and he has Rafinha right here, back to Thuram, recycling to Hullet. Thuram on the ball, Farouk just probing, Hullet, Matuidi, to Maradona, looking for the spaces. Maradona finding the space for Ronaldo. Ronaldo in. Good defending there by Baji Jr.
Beautiful defending by Baji. Now, with what is happening so far, I can see confidence oozing out of Baji, even though it looks like he has been on the back burner for a while after the goal by.
Oh my God! Oh
my goodness!
Farouk Manzo, what are you doing over here?
Talk to me, guys.
Oh, red time Trivela. No.
Oh my goodness.
Now, would you say that's lucky, or what would you say about that?
First
I feel like that's lucky right there.
Even to slime up, you make your luck in this game. Fortune favors the brave. If you don't take that shot, it never goes in.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's what I mean by shooting with confidence right there. He shot it with confidence, and
wow,
he got rewarded. And now Farouk is on the front row. Another attack. Ronaldo.
Do you know what's interesting to me, Kilafik, is that he is even shocked that one went in.
Yeah, it should never be going in. That's just one of one. I don't think he can replicate that again. Red time finish, Trivela. Bro.
Now,
Maradona finish. And this is what I mean. He's running away with the game now.
Now he's in cruise control.
Yep.
Now, talking about the Trivela, I just had a little one thought in my head. The Trivelas are going to be nerfed for FC26. Now look at that goal. Take that look at that
is ridiculous.
Timed goal. And you can see.
Farouk is shocked.
Wow, he is even shocked. When he took the shot, my goodness, this boy is something else.
Nah, that's ridiculous.
Do you think it changes the way we look at the game if they take off the Trivela option and only make it for players who have? So now you could know the players that can attempt the Trivela. And
I mean, it is a big game changer in terms of that defending the Trivela. I think it's quite ridiculous that any player can Trivela in this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it doesn't make sense, but yeah, I mean, it's a good addition. I don't like the fact they took our time finishing though.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you that also. But with precision shooting, don't you think it'll probably make it a little bit more powered, more OP'd to sort of make up for the fact they're taking off time finishing?
Yeah, precision is definitely going to help with the adjustments if they take out time finishing, but come on, time finishing, it's almost like it's an OG thing in the game. It's almost like taking out running.
Yeah,
so it's like Farouk, one-on-one, perfect slide tackle right there.
Beautiful slide tackle. Any inch to the wrong angle, and that probably would be the penalty. 100%. Now, it seems like Baji Jr is now in familiar territory. At some point, he was down by 3 also against you, but he was able to get himself back into the game.
The thing is, if I was sitting next to Baji, I'll tell him there's only 2 goals.
Yeah,
there's only 2 goals. There's only 2 goals. 35 minutes played is just 2 goals. You can just put your head in. Don't let the goals mislead you, bro. You can still come back in this game.
So not force the passes, not force
Don't rush your attack. Take your time. Exactly. Take your time and just play.
But my goodness, sometimes it seems like FC can be a little bit unfair with all the good work he has done.
Yeah.
All he just needed was 2 bad defensive moves, one from Ronaldo to bully off his play, and that one that went in, that one that even had Farouk shocked to his bone marrow. But here's another
Trivela. Wow.
This one.
Me personally, I don't like Buffon in post.
Why?
I tell people I don't think bro, and we look away and Farouk has scored.
My goodness,
For the corner. Wow. So
How many he does have this ability to score from corners consistently. I've noticed.
Farouk has the ability to score from anywhere, as you as you can see, the Trivela corner, finesse in the box, almost anything. Like he's a well-rounded player when it comes to attacking.
All right, beautiful. I think we have 39 minutes on the clock. Farouk seemingly taking this one in its entirety. We spoke about it, I and Slimore, and that even though we felt as Baji really did well against you, but Farouk has this different way he approaches the game, and I think we can see that in the first half already. It looks like he is running away with this one. So ultimately, it seems like it's going to be down to the wire between you and Farouk on the final day.
Well, if Baji can get a goal right here, then it's going to open up for the game.
Oh, that was so good. A finesse effort. But the defender seeing that one all the way.
Unlucky. I would have gone for a bicycle kick there.
You would have gone for the bicycle kick?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Some of the details that you guys have in your memory. Do you think it's from muscle memory?
Yeah, it's muscle memory. Yeah, playing a lot, practicing, knowing the angles and when to do stuff. Yeah, it's all practice.
So interesting. Over the weekend last week, we had so many videos come up on the net. Of course, we didn't see much of you, but we saw the Tomide and Farouk against somebody like Zlatan.
Yep.
We saw you in the wings. We wondered why nobody was going up against you. What was that?
Well, everybody was too scared to play. Everybody was saying they don't want to play, but I eventually did play Benzema in the box, doing too much again. And the thing is, the goals that Farouk have scored has reduced his confidence a little bit, but he has Ronaldo running straight through. Advanced roulette, good defending once again. But
I didn't expect that a dribble animation. I think he also did. So that one, just in that moment, he was very lucky. You can see he's really deep in thought. It looks as though he's been out of his depth, but the funny thing is, he's really done his best in this one.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think Baji's played bad in this game. I don't think
that's how crazy sometimes it could be.
He is getting into the dangerous areas to score goals. He just needs to focus more. That's the thing, you can't drop focus no matter what. I was 3 goals up, I dropped focus.
Yeah.
Came back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's switched.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to time the time when you would come back in this match. Farouk is gonna drop most of the time. You just have to keep trying, man. You have to keep trying.
All right. Encouraging words from Killer Freak there. If there's any man who knows what it is like to play at this level, of course, it is the man himself. Let's go quickly into the comments. GXBIL said red time. Oh my goodness, okay. I said, Habibi, I'm sure he was pissed. It was red timed, LOL. We have somebody in the comment section talking to you. It's Daniel the Sheep. Killer Freak, this is MX Drip. Probably someone who play very well in...
I think I'm talking about what I'm wearing in my outfit.
Oh, okay. So we're going straight into the second half. Baji has a mountain of a game to climb. This is 4-1. I'm playing an informed man in Farouk Mamzo.
Like I said,
what in the world is
that? Relentless attacking.
Oh my!
And the funny thing is, I'm not surprised. Any angle, anywhere on the pitch, Farouk can find a way to just get into the dangerous area so easily. One pass again, straight to Ronaldo.
That was absolutely insane. That first time up to, I didn't expect to see it. I mean, probably because you play him a lot, you expect to see it. But my goodness.
It's ridiculous. I think it's almost absurd, like how you can be able to play like this, but Farouk Trivela was saved by Konate there. I think Konate is the best keeper in the game, me personally.
The shapeshifter Konate icon, absolutely. I remember very clearly the game I and Slimore saw. I think it was Rhymes versus, I don't know if it's Mr. Ogo I-Maji, earlier in the game week season. We saw Konate thwart so many opportunities, so many of those ground shot finishes. He was an absolute beast in that one.
Oh.
Baji Jr. is over and over his head.
Beat him with the keeper movement right there.
But then
Farouk loses the ball. Roberto would go 5-2.
Good goal by Baji. This one makes it 5 goals to 2.
There's still hope.
I mean, as long as he keeps reducing the tally, that's the way he will get dangerous. At some point in time, as you mentioned, we expect Farouk Mamzo to drop off a little bit in terms of his pressing and his pushing attack, correct?
Yeah, 100%. Everyone does drop off a little bit. I feel like there's only some insane players that focus 100% throughout 9 minutes half. It's almost impossible. It's too long. So
it's too long for you.
Even though it's just a moment, it takes only just a moment to change the game and change momentum. So
absolutely,
that's how the game goes, man.
Bullets. into Ronaldo this time
Good
around.
defending again.
Baji Jr. is equal to the tax. It seems like this second half might be a little bit on Baji Jr.'s side. He's woken up seemingly, and he has the ball a lot more than he did in the first half. But whatever it is, he has to start taking his chances as quickly as possible.
Took too long on the ball there. Got dispossessed. Maradona. Farouk lays off to Ronaldo. Back to Fernandez. So many players in space. Fernandez just standing so free. Maradona. Matuidi might go for the Trivela. Guess what?
Tells you this man knows who he's up against. Now, based off this, I want to ask you a very, very interesting question.
Yeah.
As it stands, it seems like it might just come down to you both on the last day. What are your plans of stopping Farouk Mamzo?
Well, firstly, I have to get past Fola first. Still a very tough opponent. I feel like people are rising Fola out. But
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but if it does come down to the last game with Farouk, then it is what it is. Like I played Farouk in a lot of finals. But
do you think the Farouk we're getting in the National E-League soccer is the same Farouk we got, say, for example, in last year's Cade E24?
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
It seems like he's a different beast in this one.
He has improved beyond what you can imagine. The things that he does now is literally ridiculous. As you can see, from anywhere he can be in your half in 2 seconds. But we have Baji on the attack here. Roberto Petit looking for Roberto again. Offside there on Griezmann.
That one is so unlucky for Baji because that was not to the player he was expecting that one at all. But I think Baji Jr. has sort of grown into this one. The passes are connecting better.
All he needs
the movement is sharper.
All he needs is one goal.
All he needs is, do you think the next goal is very important in this one? For Baji?
Whoever scores the next goal decides the game. If Farouk scores, the match is done, to be honest. But if Baji gets it, then he's still very much in the game. But I think Baji realizes that he's, as you can see, he
cues a pause in this one. And I think Farouk also realizes that he's trying his best to manage the situation a little bit different. He probably isn't going into full-time game management, but whatever the case is right now, he's ensuring he has the ball a lot more than Baji Jr. This game, I've noticed, is a game of momentum at FC25. As soon as you have your moment, just like you mentioned a couple minutes ago, as soon as you have your money, you have to take it. We have Willit now with the ball. Baji Jr. trying his best to get this one in. Johan Croft on that right wing for Baji Jr. Hoping for space, looking for space. This moment, this space was where he did a lot of damage in the game versus you. Did you see that happening again?
Roberto, pass to Cruyff, finish. 5-3. I think he overplayed, but he got lucky there.
Absolutely.
I think he got lucky there, to be fair.
He had that first chance to bury that one.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter as long as the ball goes in the back of the net, man. It doesn't matter
this time as long as it goes back into the net. We said the next goal changes the face of this game. Do you think the face of this game has now changed? This is 68 minutes or so in.
I don't want to contradict myself, but Farouk is, bro. I mean, as Baji's going to go for it, he's going to go for the attacks. But Farouk is also going to hit on the counter as well. But Baji has a very good chance of taking a point. A very good chance.
This one.
Yeah, it's not like he's playing bad. He can get a draw of this game. If he just focuses, I know he can do it. He's a very good player.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. And you know what is interesting? I feel like at this moment now, he's going to be put in a very precarious position. He's not going to go on the full attack. But we know Farouk Mamzo, he's very, very good when it comes to that first time. This is the Chivella! Oh, my God.
And what can you do but just smile and laugh? I mean, from any angle, at this point, it's almost unfair. Because the thing about moving the keeper there is once you're in the middle of the pitch, you can't actually move your keeper across.
Yeah, because you can't even see him.
You can't even see what's going on. So it's, the game is very unfair sometimes. But I don't think Baji's played bad. It's just Farouk using the meta to the fullest abilities, to be fair.
Absolutely. I mean, I personally believe that all of the players who came to the National E-Soccer League tournament this year are going to be excited for FC26, given the fact that they don't have to deal with all of this when next they meet Farouk or you in the next tournament. Don't you think so?
Well, yes, correct. Olise, that should be a foul.
I mean, I was wondering why this time around
overplayed again.
Go for it.
But he loses the ball in the box. Griezmann gets the goal.
What a way to close
this match. I don't understand what's going on in this match right now, but I'm just here to watch, man. This match is getting ridiculous. Like if Baji can make it 6-5, then Farouk might start shaking, you know?
Absolutely. Now that's another thing because the mentality of the game is now different at 6-5. Right now, you have a cushion. You have the ball, you have 2 goals ahead. But once it's cut down to 1 goal, the momentum shift is different. How do you deal with that one when you are in this position, being that I think you've been there once or twice in this competition?
Well, the one thing about this game is there's actually ways to take momentum out of your opponents. There's a lot of ways. There's queuing a pause. wasting time, passing at the back. There's a lot of ways to take out momentum, and I think Farouk needs to realize he actually doesn't need goals. 6-4 is actually good enough to start, game management. So he just needs to focus on that right now. And I think that's what he's doing. He's not going for the attack, just passing in midfield, waiting for Baji to come and press him. Right there, he loses the ball. Olise through. Roberto is also through as well. Very good. That was amazing vision. He has Olise on the other side, crosses the ball down. Player looks to Cruyff, pull it. Griezmann, pull it again. Petit, Roberto, slowing things down now. Pull it again. Olise, Griezmann, good touches. Oh, and he wasted that chance right there.
This triangulation of the passes seemed to be like something that was taken out of Farouk's handbook. Because as soon as he gets into that moment, he starts using all of those passes to confuse you. I wonder for you guys who are like at such a high level, how don't you yourself get confused? The quick brain to hand coordination is something I probably cannot relate with.
What I would personally say is the way to go about those quick passes is you want to know who your end goal is. You want to know who you want the ball to land to.
Ultimately, the ball to land
you have
into.
to set it up perfectly. Maradona, Lauren James, back to Matuidi. Fernandez in the box, player locking, fakes it again, goes for the finesse, green time.
That one.
Good defending. Matuidi recovers the ball.
My goodness, what we are watching right here is a perfect example of how to ensure your opponent doesn't have the ball. We just saw that in the game between Mr. Olga and Rhymes, where the game management began from over 70 or so minutes, and that was how the game ended. But this time around, Baji Jr has been very, very lucky to have gotten the ball off Farouk a couple of times. But let's see if in the next 7 in-game minutes or so, he can be able to bring up something out of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the game, Baji has actually been in the box a lot of times. Farouk, half chances.
Yeah, I was going to say that. It just seems so unfair that some of the chances he has considered from a corner, that outrageous Trivela, of course, that one from Ronaldo, and the Trivela, again, we saw from the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, Henry in. Can he convert? He passes Olise, free net. I mean, me personally, as a player, I would have said Henry finesse.
As a player, Henry to finesse, that would be a better option.
Henry finesse, not go for the pass.
Goodness.
Or if you want to go for the pass, you have to player lock him into space. But wow, that was a very good chance to come back into the game.
My goodness. I mean, that one had gone in. I'm so sure that Farouk would have been on the edge and then been down to the mentality of Farouk.
Yeah, I think this game might be done now. 87th minutes, 2 goals up. Yeah, unless Baji can get the first time,
beautiful move by Farouk there.
That's just the Ronaldo strength, just shrugging him off so easily. Ronaldo, extra pass and an extra pass. Takes him. If he went near post, then he would have scored.
I mean, I have to give credit to Farouk and also give credit to Baji Jr. in that moment.
Yeah,
Farouk going for the safest option, but Baji Jr. seeing all of that through and making that very, very important tackle to get himself.
I was good defender, to be fair.
6-4. Wow.
Can Baji just make the score 6-5? Just for a little more entertainment. Petit. Player lock fakes Olise, Griezmann, Henry. And this is why I mean you can just shoot the ball, but he scores it somehow.
He does score it at the end of the day.
I don't understand.
But consistently in those other ones where he doesn't get the ball again, I think this is where it betrays him.
I mean, if you look at this match, really and truly, it just comes down to decision making. Baji had the chances. He's actually very good. It's ridiculous how good Baji is. He's just a little mini details he needs to work on, and he'll become an exceptional player, to be honest.
My goodness. You know, the funny thing is, like, it doesn't seem like he's doing so much. I don't know if that's because he's playing against players of your caliber. It doesn't look like he's doing so much, but, in terms of how he's able to beat presses, how he's able to hold on to the ball, he's seemingly doing it very well. It's just the basics.
Yeah, as I was playing Baji, I mean, I noticed that I actually couldn't press him. I don't know what was going on. It's almost like he was riding the press so easily. So, I mean, you can tell that he has good things about his game. He's a special player, but it's just the decision making in the box needs to be better.
I think it's just that second guessing himself so much.
And the thing is, when you're playing a top player, you expect to predict them to predict.
To see what he's thinking at the same time.
It's a lot, but once you play more top players and you see how the games go, your confidence will be there to just shoot the ball. But not a bad match at all from Baji and Farouk, to be honest.
My goodness, I think they both served us a very, very proper match. This one was a very good way to wrap it up. And we still have one more game. That one we'll be seeing you in action against Adefola. But if you can get the comment section, let's see what the people are saying after they view this one between Farouk Mamzo and Baji Jr., of course. But before we go into that, while the production team is getting all of that happening, what are your thoughts on the game between you and Adefola? Because I mean, now it's down to you. If you sleep at any point in time, it's going to make your work a little bit harder.
Well, against Adefola, my game plan is to play like Killer Freak, man. And to play like Killer Freak means to win. So I don't really have a game plan. It's just play what I always know how to play.
All right, so let's go into this one. Trico said he had the same problem when you guys played Ivory Coast.
I see what he's saying. Baji, the decision making, yes. Yes, we played Ivory Coast, Nigeria versus Ivory Coast. He had the problem with decision making. He still won the matches though, but
it was evident that if you guys can fix this.
Yeah, to be fair, but very good game from him. I mean, he took on Farouk, unbeaten record, many goals scored a match, and he went 2-2, 6-5. Not a bad scoreline, to be fair. Yeah. And it looks like he deserves the third spot, to be honest.
Yeah. Someone comments went up, but I took note of it. Emmanuel said, "Win Farouk so that your competition of not losing, your streak of not losing competitions will not be broken, please." I think that's one of the.
I think I have a flawless record right now.
Right now at the moment.
Yeah, most of them I've won. I've not lost a game. So
okay.
We'll see what we can do tomorrow, man.
Okay, Baji is the third best player. He's definitely on that Killer Freak tier. Do you agree?
I mean, he's showing it. It's not like I played Baji and it's 3-2. He played Farouk 6-5.
6-5.
So he beat Fola 3-0. It's almost like people are looking past him, but he's doing the work. He's putting the effort. So I mean, yeah, he's a very, very talented player.
Okay. I like that. Temidayo says good commentary for Killer Freak. So yes.
I mean, I told you guys I'm good at everything.
Yeah.
I'm good at everything. So.
All right. This was the one between Baji and Farouk Mamzo. It was a game that had so much talking points, and both players gave us reasons to definitely talk. Don't forget, we are going into the last action for today. This one is going to be featuring Killer Freak and Adefola on the main screen. You go nowhere because the entertainment is about to be wrapped up. See you guys in 5 minutes.
special delivery on that big game, Baji Jr. versus Farouk Manzo. It was truly something special. And now we'll be switching things up a bit as I'm joined by I-Maji, who just finished up with his games. I-Maji, first time on the broadcast, you're welcome.
It's lovely. It's a good experience, and looking forward to doing this from time to time.
Well, from time to time, you just were unfortunate to miss out on a top 8 finish. Sum up everything that's happening in the National E-Soccer League for you, and why do you think you were able to get to the top 8?
Okay.
Those things are really important when it comes. Apologies for the break in transmission. We've sorted everything out now. I-Maji, just unfortunate he missed out on top 8 in the National E-Soccer League. How do you sum up your whole campaign for this tournament?
One of the reasons I came here was to test myself. I play almost everybody in the community at home. I play John, Farouk. I'm Fala's coach. I play Enesin. I mean, the whole community, I'm very popular amongst them. So they come to me for advice and stuff like that. So I came here literally to test myself, see how far I could go and see whether I still have it.
Interesting, and just unfortunate that he missed out on that game. But if you were watching all of the games, the just ended one truly had us at the edge of our seats. I'm sure everybody was enjoying all of the action. Farouk Manzo, Baji Jr. I'm sure you also caught a little bit of a glimpse. Look, sometimes we underestimate how good Baji Jr. is because of how good those two are, Farouk and Kelafrik. But you've had first-hand experience with Baji Jr. How good do you think that guy is?
He's very good. I think he will need to work on his composure, especially in the final third of the box. And he will be a very great player. I think his decision making sometimes maybe becomes too edgy and he makes the wrong decision.
Because he always seems to create chances against those guys. Even when their defenses are great, you find a way to penetrate through them. But that's just that for that game. We go on to possibly the biggest one of the day. Kelafrik and Adefola will be picking up the controllers for our final round for our penultimate day right here Saturday inside Lagos, Nigeria Game Evolution Studios. Kelafrik still untouched. The record still not touched, and he almost lost it against Baji Jr. 12 wins, 0 losses, 78 goals is insane. How do you even do this? And for Adefola, 7 wins, 6 losses, 60 goals. I mean, the win probability looks heavily in favor of Kelafrik. Do you agree?
I'll be biased. I'll say that.
You think no? You think maybe Adefola should be in like the 40s?
With his scoring form, I will give him 40. I'll be honest. Right now, John is on the form of his life. He's beating everybody. He's literally on top of the world. So I call this a final before the final.
A final before the final.
In this game would set the tone for tomorrow.
Well, this is possibly the tone setter, like I-Maji said, as we are building up to our ultimate day for tomorrow. Make sure to be there tomorrow. Of course, that big one between the top two will be coming up. Kelafrik against Farouk Farouk Manto. But like Killer Freak said on the broadcast with Manny, he said he needs to focus on this one now. He'll be looking to pick up points on there. Speaking of picking up points, these two have a chance to maintain top 8 status, and they all need the points. They'll be going head-to-head against each other in our other game happening in the other room. Of course, we'll be bringing you all of the updates. Identical records as well. 7 wins for Rhymes, 6 wins for Anderson, 5 losses for Rhymes, and then 4 losses for Anderson. 59 to 70 goals. Win probability so close to each other. Currently, Anderson is in 8th position, Rhymes in 6th position. This game could also be a very, very important one. If any of them is to miss out on top 8, who do you think is going to be outside of? So there's Fola also in the mix for top 8. Anderson, Rhymes. There is, I think Mitchell also in the mix. Who do you think misses out?
So for Mitch to win, the odds are not at all. Someone needs to lose. Someone is too much. I don't see him making. I wish him the best, but like I don't think so. It's too narrow for him to make top 8.
Well, sometimes the unexpected happens in the National E-Soccer League. We'll be looking forward to that one. But for our main game on the broadcast, like we previewed, and it feels like it's 2 contrasting players. Adefola, considered one of the GOATs of the scene, has won possibly the most tournaments. Has he won the most tournaments ever within the Nigerian FC scene? Would you put him at number 1?
Yes.
When it comes to like number of trophies won.
Yeah, he's among the top 3, which would be me, Farouk, and him. So he's among.
For sure. So Adefola definitely high up there. Killer Freak on the horizon has won multiple tournaments as well coming in. And with how good Killer Freak has been, would you say you've never seen somebody be this good at their peak? I know Fola at his peak was great. Aerox at his peak was great. You were great at your peak. I mean, Farouk, at this point, I don't even know what Farouk's peak is because he's had multiple peaks. But like Killer Freak's peak compared to the rest of all of the guys that I've mentioned, and is he up there with the very best?
So I've been around the scene long enough to like spot when somebody is special, and I'll tell you he's special. You know what I'm saying? Like he's one of the few people that came in hot. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I don't like to. I came in hot. For like didn't come in hot.
He came in hot. Did Farouk come in hot?
Farouk too came in hot, but like he was in Abuja and had to come to Lagos and kind of prove himself, you know. So Killer Freak is very special. I see him going the long mile. I see him going really far. He has a very good work ethic.
Well, I-Maji sees the future being very bright for Killer Freak. Well, if the future is going to be bright, it has to start now in the National E-Soccer League as we begin this one. Killer Freak still in the black and white as he usually does in this one. And of course,
oh my days!
What a start!
Oh my days!
Game already as a red card to Adefola pretty early. What just happened?
I don't know what just happened. This is nerves at the highest level. This is you shaking your hands while holding the controller.
Coming right like a bull from the blue, not expected at all. The National E-Soccer League, the way it springs surprises up is always something else. And about 2 minutes in, going a man down, if you're in this position right now, what's going through your mind? What are you doing to possibly give yourself a chance to win? Because 9 minutes out, 10 man down is insane.
Oh my days. So you will be very fortunate to win this kind of game. You will need to re-strategize everything you came in with. Probably have more midfielders and sacrifice the striker. It's going to be a long road. You know, it's going to be a long road for him.
I mean, I would not love to be in positions like these 9 minutes out, but that's why you're a pro. You've got to prepare for the uncertainties that comes with playing FC. I think that red card was kind of harsh a little bit, but now you have to re-strategize, like I-Maji said, and the whole trajectory, the whole dynamic of the game totally changes. But for Adefola, the fact that he's played
Hello.
Well, the way things are going right now inside the Game Evolution studios, we apologize for the break-in transmission, but we are back and ready to go. The guys are ready to go. And you know what? Today, it seems like everything was moving smooth. You know, we just had to mix in a little bit of controversy to spice things up. Yeah, the National E-Soccer League, we've already had a great time. There was a controversial red card that came in early, but both players have agreed. Both players, both Killer Freak and Adefola, have agreed to restart the whole of the thing. So we'll be starting from minute 1 to minute 90. From minute 1 with that red card being nullified. So they'll start both with 11 men on the field of play.
Yes, exactly. So this is going to be the match we are all waiting for. I literally cannot wait for them to start this game. This is what I call a final before a final.
Yeah, pretty very intense game. Like we said, apologies with how things ended. That rhymes. Anderson game is also about to go down. We'll bring you all of the updates from that as well. The National E-Soccer League brought to you by Cade Esports, Game Evolution Studios, where we are doing this. Also, Super Sport, Afro Sport, Game Pride IO also helping to bring this one on board. But everybody who's been supporting, we appreciate every single one of you. And what we've been able to pull off has been truly amazing. Right after the Nigeria's league comes off, we'll have the Ghana League also come on. And
really?
we've spoken so many times about Ghana versus Nigeria. Now it is confirmed, actually, that when we are done with the Ghana League, top 4 of Nigeria is on top 4 of Ghana.
Days.
I know you have a Nigerian bias, but try to be as neutral.
Don't worry, I love my Ghanaian bro. Wise Mans is one of my training partners. You know, me and Wise Mans, we had a discussion yesterday night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had a bro-to-bro discussion, and I was asking him, what does he think about Killer Freak and John? He told me it's like anytime they play online. But if he's being honest, when he's playing John and Killer Freak, he's playing John and Farouk, nobody gives him the feeling like that in Ghana. But he would like for them to play offline to know who's the best.
Well, playing a lot of event will truly be insane, and we would love to make that one happen already. We've told you guys that the top 4 from Nigeria will make their way. But before you get into top 4, of course, we'll have to finish the National E-Soccer League as we go into this one with a revamp. Killer Freak will stick with the black and the white, and then the all-white will be Adefola. Like I said, both players have agreed to restart the whole of the thing with the red card being nullified. So we'll go for a final game of the day. Also, the Rhymes versus Anderson game happening as we speak. And going into this one, it's pretty important to know that Killer Freak and Farouk Manzo are just separated by goals. That is, if Killer Freak goes on to win this game, he'll be on the same points with Farouk Manzo heading into tomorrow. Tomorrow's game surely going to be a cracker. We've previewed that one already. Make sure to be there for our final day of the National E-Soccer League, which has truly been special. Killer Freak on his first attack of this game. Bruno Fernandes with some space in the play block. Looking like it's working early on for Killer Freak.
Oh my God.
And he just finds a way to always do this, getting the bounce back with Benzema as he smashes that one into the open net.
Yeah, and he scores very early as he's used to. You know, he sets the tone for his game and attacks well. Like this now, he's in a very good mental state, and he's going to hope to keep it the same way and attack and pressure Adefola. Hopefully, we can see an upset or see John taking this.
I mean, everybody seems to have an underdog story in these tournaments. And we've kind of seen most of them, but so far, when they go up against Killer Freak or Farouk Manzo, it usually doesn't pan out how things are going. Pedro Neto will win the ball high up the field. Fola trying to put some pressure on pretty early in these first 10 minutes. And you know what? Make a statement in this game. Benzema, as the finesse comes in. With this finesse that came in, we didn't see a green time effort. And some of the new things that are in the game, Manny and I have said so many times that it feels like Fola has not adapted to the new things that work. They over their top through balls, the first time through balls, the travelers that go in. What's your take on that? And do you feel like Fola also hasn't mastered that aspect of the game?
Okay, so being his coach, I would tell you he's a very mental player. You know, a little dink in his armor and he could just be playing AY. You know.
Killer Freak is in again and he could make it too. Red times that effort, chance not good. And right now, Fola's in a dangerous position of conceding 2 goals in quick succession as he wins it back.
Yeah, so like I said, it's mental, you know. If he's not playing well or he sees that the result being favoring him, he could just be in a very bad state, you know, and then he might not end up playing well. I think him now, what happened was, oh my days, he moves the keeper, and John, 2-0, This is incredible. This is fast-paced. Let's see what he has for us.
Well. Killer Freak on that offensive possession kept knocking at that door, and a pretty good goal to get his second one to go in. Right now, Fola's defense is under serious pressure, and if he doesn't take care, this one could blow out of proportions before he actually gets away into this game. Over the top two ball once more. Benzema in space, shoots right at the goalkeeper. Great goalkeeper movement from Adefola.
He guesses right again. This is crazy. John is literally putting him on the edge for every single attack. He's making him guess all the time. This is a back and forth monster we've been looking for, and John is stepping up today.
Well, he is indeed stepping up to the party, and so far he has been the one that's showing off right now. Adefola, can he change the way things are going on early in this game? 20 minutes in, as Messi will have the ball on the right-hand side. I saw in the comments people still asking why we've restarted the game with no red card. So both players agreed. Both players agreed to start the game with no red cards. It's not just production's decision. It's not just the organizer's decision. Both players, both Fola and Killer Freak agreed to start the game with no red card, if you're wondering what happened earlier. But right now, Killer Freak is fully focused on this game, trying to, put it to bed in the first 30 in-game minutes. Fola now trying everything he can to just settle into the group. The most difficult thing about playing Killer Freak is always about the press.
Yes.
I think he presses differently from everybody else.
He is the best. He is the best. If you can beat his press, you have a chance of beating John. If you can't deal with the press, you will just drown.
Well, speaking of beating the press, Baji Jr. did a great job of doing that.
A beautiful job. Baji
as he gets one back, Benzema with a low-driven effort, slotting it far post, and now we might have a game on our hands.
This is a game. This is a game. Like I said with John, if you can beat his press, you can play. If you cannot beat his press, you have zero chance of beating John.
Well, Baji Jr. actually broke it down perfectly on how to beat the press. We'll come back to that later. But in this one, the battle for top 8 continues, and Rhymes, who has started the day slowly, will open up the scoring against, I believe it's Anderson that's actually opened up the scoring early against Rhymes. So Rhymes' poor form continues today. He hasn't played well at all. When he lost early on to Mr. Ogaman, he did mention that his offense has been quite slow, and now he concedes once more. Fola, could that go ginger Fola into getting back into his offensive groove? Bruno Fernandes, right on the edge of the area and looking to penetrate through that stubborn defense of Fola so far. Killer Freak probing and probing. Great tackle from Pedro Neto. That comes in. It seems like with this tournament, a lot of people relied on SBC. So I'm seeing a lot of SBC items. Pedro Neto, we are seeing Vitinha in the mix as well. Is that something that you pay close attention to?
Yes, because you spend less money with SBCs. SBCs are very cheap, and the players that are releasing right now are very, very good. Adefola with the attack. Adefola Messi
brings to work, and he had an opportunity to shoot earlier, but decided not to go for it.
There's a lot of mind games going on. These guys are feeling themselves. As the game progresses, we see a lot more.
Is that onside with Benzema?
Oh my God.
Slide one. You know what? The player lock makes so much difference. If you go back to the years when the player lock was introduced, in comparison with the directional run, in the sense that with the directional run, once you just trigger L1, you flick the right stick to be able to go into one direction.
Yes.
But the player lock allows you to do so many things.
So much more.
I think it gives the player a full control of what happens on the offense.
Yeah, player lock is like a world of his own. If you master player lock, you can get free goals, free run-ins, that the AI, because I'll tell you for a fact, in this game, the AI doesn't track player runs the way you want them to. So if you master the player lock, especially with like a 4-4-2, 4-4-1-1, if you watch Muriumas and the rest, you can do a lot of damage with player lock. John is trying to cook in the middle with Benzema and low-driven. John is playing so exceptional. This is wonderful.
The passes are just exquisite. The fact that he's taking his time, breaking down that defense, and Fola struggling to be able to keep up with the intensity of that attack of Killer Freak, as we've got with that Anderson looking to run riot. But Ryan said, you know what, I've still got my eyes on that top 8 finish. He has pulled one back, playing it short from the corner. there's a little bit of
Traumeni.
bubbly things going on in the area, and Traumeni able to slot that one home. That one also looking like a pretty interesting game. If you were not here earlier, we've gone through 7 rounds of action in the National E-Soccer League, and this is the final one for day 1. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll bring you the last bit of action. If you're still on here, Cade Esports YouTube channel, consider subscribing to the channel. We've got more in store, and like I said, we will be having giveaways on the broadcast tomorrow. Make sure to be there early for a chance to be able to win something huge. Vitinha in the middle for Fola now, trying to settle into this game a little bit more. After he did get that one goal back, Killer Freak totally took control of the game, and now Fola is trying to regain back that control.
Yes, I always tell people FIFA is a mental game. No matter how much skillful you are, if you are able to discipline yourself and control your emotions, you have a better chance of winning the game. And Adefola right now needs to bring himself back to the game in order to be able to defend what John has for us.
Discipline is one key word I think I-Maji has dropped right there. If you're not disciplined, you always struggle in this game, and that's one thing that Killer Freak has. Even when he is struggling, he's always disciplined to do the right things. And speak of discipline in chaos, he finds Benzema after the bounce back and he slots it in. 4-1 in this first half. Killer Freak running riot again.
He is running riot right now. Folari has to dig deep. This is where I have been before against Dex Jr. in GameRx, and he was leading me 4-1 in the first leg. And when I say FIFA is a mental game, not for 1 second did I ever think I was going to lose the next game. That is what you call mental strength, you know. And I ended up coming back from 4-1 to make it 3-0, and then we had to play a third leg. But that's a different story for us.
That is a different story. I'm sure I-Maji will tell us that story on another given day. But Killer Freak looking like he is unbeatable at this point. 4-1. Look, when we started the National E-Soccer League, everybody's 2 favorites were Killer Freak and Farouk Manzo, but we never thought that they'll be on the same points going into the final. It feels like it's scripted at this point.
On my days, this is going to be one of the most watched finals ever, if this ever happens. If John wins this game, tomorrow is going to be a lockdown. You know, everybody is going to glue their screens and see what's going to happen. But let's jump back in the game and see whether Fola has the mental fortitude to come back from this.
Well, it is a pretty difficult task to come back from 4-1 down. But somebody who's made huge comebacks today is actually Baji Jr. He was down 3-0 against Killer Freak. He found a way to come back. He was down early against Farouk Manzo, and he made it just a 2-goal margin. So he has got that ability. The question now is, does the Cade Esports player in Adefola have it in him to be able to pull goals back? You need the goal early. Just, you know what, keep the momentum going and give him some hope that he can be able to stop Killer Freak. Those 2 guys have just been on a tear. They show that they've been levels above everybody, and going into it, they are pretty locked tight at each other. We're speaking at length about how the Esports World Cup is approaching, fast approaching. In the last chance qualifier. Now the brackets have been released. I know you'll be watching closely as to how the Nigerians are doing. And speaking of Nigerians, the 2 guys that are in question are Killer Freak and Farouk Manzo. We'll let this free kick play out, and then we'll go back to that conversation. And Adefola has an opportunity to possibly get 1 goal back, and we know how dangerous free kicks are. I was quite surprised that he didn't use Messi. Okay, maybe he wants a right footer for the top corner. It will come in there. Adefola trying something different from the playground. He gets it in.
Oh my days.
To it.
Oh my
I mean, that sums up how things are going for Fola at the moment. 2 red times in a row. That's usually not like it.
That's not good.
But going back to the Esports World Cup conversation, how confident are you that Killer Freak and Farouk Manzo can do something great? Maybe not actually make top 5. I know that's the dream for them, but actually make their mark on the world stages.
So first and foremost, I told them that going to Saudi Arabia, their main goal is qualifying. Do not see yourself anything after that. When you qualify, then you can start thinking of every other thing. You know, just try and qualify. Know what's going on. You know what's meta. Know what the pros are using and what the pros are not doing. You know, and I believe they are ready. They are very confident. You know, and the Nigerian community is also backing them. You know, there are people like me who do a lot of research and provide a lot of information concerning what is going on and what is working. So I believe in seeing 100% that they will be able to play on the main stage.
Fola in again, this could be a huge moment. Great save, Konate. Killer Freak was on here praising how much he loves that goalkeeper, and he comes to the rescue once more. Corner comes in, Milinkovic Savage gets there first, and Adefola with a huge opportunity to make this game pretty interesting. Oh, what a great save that was from Konate. Chancellor Gondo on the left-hand side. And look at the number of bodies back defending for Killer Freak. It tells you how important this possession is.
This is a 4-2-3-1. This is one of the most balanced formation you can use. And as you can see, he has 2 DMs, LMs, and RMs who are willing to come back and make defending easy for him. He's very patient on the attack, goes with the first time up through, and can
Benzema gets in front of Virgil van Dijk, but he's not winning the strength battle if it comes to that defender.
No way, no way. He's a new SBC card. You guys should try and check him up on Foot Market, on Foot Objectives. He has very good physical strength.
It seems that everybody was using Benzema today, and it's only a couple of people that they rock with it, but Karim Benzema has been everywhere. Mani also spotted that Karim Benzema, that item, the footies item, has been everywhere. I mean, the play styles is there.
Yes.
Usually, I see with you.
Benzema has the incisive, that's meta. Right now, everybody's playing with their strikers having the incisive play style because you need to abuse the wings, if I may use. The wings is the way to go this year with the incisive through balls. Adefola on the attack, Borrow scoop, is dribbling in the box, and John defends properly. Like I said, you need the incisive pass this year to make sure that your attack is not one-dimensional, you know.
Well, you have to have variety in your game, and if Benzema is going to be able to provide that up top, like I-Maji said, check him out on the SBCs and go and do that. Adefola now putting on the press and trying to win the ball high up the field and cause some problems. But Killer Freak, very careful in the way he's playing out of the back. As Petit will now find the ball back. And speaking of SBCs, there are a lot in Killer Freak's team, by the way. The Maicon comes from an SBC. Petit comes from an SBC. I do believe Bruno Fernandes also comes from an SBC. Yeah. Pedro Neto also in the mix. Speaking of Benzema, as you get the second right the goal, and that might be game set mark for the 5th one going in. Killer Freak putting the nail in the coffin. Goal number 5. And now it's setting us up for something crazy tomorrow. Look, I keep saying this. You make your own luck sometimes. The fact that you'll attack with so many players going up top, when he gets a second chance opportunity like he did, you have a player there available for a finish.
Yes, that's just the way it is. The more people you commit to the attack, the more chances of a rebound going your way. This is FIFA, and rebounds, I think you better know how to deal with it. Simple.
Important things going on for Killer Freak as he builds momentum towards tomorrow. Going into today, I said that this was a set of the most difficult fixtures that Killer Freak has to play, and you know what? He's passed with flying colors. I know the Baji Jr. game in the last few minutes looked chaotic, and it looked like Killer Freak might lose it, but he still found a way to win. I've said, great players, even in difficult situations, they'll find a way to win. And I'll borrow your word here, discipline. He was disciplined in the last moments, the goalkeeper movement and everything against Baji was on point in the last moment. But in this game, he has truly been in control every step of the way. And there's no way he's dropping this game out. I mean, the 2-ball was on, and right now, you see, he doesn't care about any more goals. He's just trying to keep the lead as safe as he can.
Yes, this is what we call game management. You know, you need someone to teach you this, or a coach. He is doing it perfectly. As you can see, he's slowing down the game. He's not taking any risky passes because there is no need for that. He doesn't need more goals. He just needs to win. And FIFA is an objective game. You only need to do what you need to do, nothing more, nothing less.
Well, just do the most important things and you will find ways to win. I've loved the fact that I-Maji has been here dropping some depth. Like he said, he has been coaching some of these guys at a very high level. So if you're also trying to get into the FCC and get at that level, you can hit up I-Maji. Wait, are you charging for the coaching classes so far?
Some of my clients in foreign countries do pay me. So I charge and I play as well. And I have notes for a lot of people. And like this is a decade worth of knowledge that I have, so it's not full.
Yeah, it is indeed rare. So if you are looking to improve at the game, I-Maji is there for you. Go hit him up. And of course, he discussed everything on there. Like I said, we want everybody to be able to get to the levels that the outsiders are. When I speak of the outsiders, the Europeans, the Asians, all of those guys that are really good at the esports world, Africa needs to get back on that level. And if you're very good at FC, leave your kickoff, going into Ultimate Team, just start building your team pretty early. FC26, the National Soccer League will surely come back. They're having discussions as to how quickly it will come back after FC26 drops. Someone was saying it should come back right after like 2 weeks after FC26 drop. But I think that's way too early.
That's way too early. So the reason why is because the teams, everybody will have very base teams. You know, for a tournament like this, you need to showcase like variety of players. So let's say a month plus, and then that will be able to first time. You know.
Oh, Killer Freak looking to score a free kick off his own.
Really dangerous at free.
That Adefola moved the player early.
Days.
Bruno Fernandes was
Oh my days.
comes off the post. A Killer Freak just showing you all of the things that he's got in his arsenal. This guy has truly been on one. What a performance that he has been able to put up. And now he'll have a chance to possibly get a set goal to go in. But building up to tomorrow's great game, we are all going to be sitting and watching carefully that one. Slated for offside. We're all going to be sitting and watching carefully.
Yes.
Before I let you go, any quick predictions on that game and where you think that game will be won and lost?
So I would say something that most people in the community might not know, but like Farouk uses 4-2-1-3, and I told Farouk that most pro players he's going to be playing in Saudi Arabia are not using 4-2-1-3 because of certain reasons, which I will not disclose. But they don't use it any longer, you know. And the way I see it, with the way John is playing, I don't know whether Farouk will have something up his sleeves for us, but it's going to be.
So the way I-Maji is speaking, it seems like he's going the Killer Freak way.
You know, Farouk is, you know, my friend, and you know what? I'm just going to watch. I'm not going to pick and choose a side. But
I-Maji's running away from every prediction possible. But you know how tight it is to call. Leave your thoughts in the comments. Who's picking up the win tomorrow? Killer
you know
Freak
what?
or Farouk
You know
Manzo?
what? You know what? It will be a great scene for us if Farouk wins. You get what I'm saying? That's all I was saying, because Farouk will literally prove me wrong. I'll be like, you know what? 4-2-1-3 is the way to go. I'm not leaving anywhere. And I'll be like, okay, you know what? I'm fine. But for now, I favor more to the side of the people using the 4-2-3-1 than the 4-2-1-3, because like I said, the 4-2-3-1, you have more control of the game. And if you are chasing the game all the time, you are prone to make mistakes. So that's why I'm just being logical there. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, I like that objective reasoning. That's why I had you on there. I-Maji just giving us some gems there. A little bit too late for Adefola, but he gets one back, and that will signal the end of this game. Our final game for round 8 of day 1 of match week 5. Killer Freak putting on an absolute showdown of a performance. 5 goals to 2 it ends. We're actually about to get word from that Anderson versus Rhymes game. Remember, that game also has huge ramifications on who actually gets in top 8. The top 8 is pretty important because if you stay in the top 8, you stay in the National E-Soccer League. That's why we've kept saying top 8, top 8, top 8, top 4, and of course top 1. Top 4, you make the trip to Ghana and play Ghana's top 4 as well. Top 1, you get to lift the trophy right in front of us. So we are building up something spectacular tomorrow. But what a performance that Killer Freak and Adefola have put in. But Killer Freak picking up all those 3 points.
very important points.
Extremely important. Now we are going into tomorrow thinking who's going to win this.
By the way, this is a beautiful trophy. This is amazing. Anyone will be lucky to get his hands on it. I have a few of these at home, but you know, this one is literally the cream de la cream. Gold, you know, it's beautiful.
Yeah, the colors are indeed special. I've already asked you your prediction on who you think is going to win. Right now, it's down to them. Farouk can go into that game going for a draw and it still win because of the goal margin. But Killer Freak has to go all out trying to win. Do you think that will affect how they'll both play? I mean, we have to keep talking on this one because it's a pretty important stage to be able to discuss.
About the game. So for me, like I said, 4-2-3-1 has better control of the game than 4-2-1-3. But Farouk has literally proven us wrong time and time again with the way he plays. He's dragging players back to make sure that he has more body, more people at the defense. So I want to see how he's going to deal with it against John. Mind you, they play all the time, like all of us are in the party and they're playing. But you know there's a difference when you are seated on that chair. It's a different ball game, you know. So let me see.
He has sat in that chair, so he knows. He knows the pressure that comes with sitting in that chair and dealing with all of the spotlight on you. We said today that maybe those two, somebody might drop points, and they ended up picking up 6 points out of 6. They are truly incredible. That's how we'll round up how today has been. It has been a spectacular performance live from Lagos, Nigeria. Did you ever think we could pull off a league that will have everybody come to one location for 5 weeks straight?
Honestly, I would say this. I've been around long enough, and Mr. Kumi, he's the one that I saw with my eyes. This whole thing we see here, the FIFA, and I would say this is one of the best things he has done that I have seen. The production team is wonderful, and Cade Esports beautiful. Like, you see this whole thing here, this is the start of something major. This is the start of something major. I promise you, this is going to be way bigger than what it is. Because we have the Ghanaian scene, we have the Ivorian scene, we have the Senegalese scene, and they are all watching Cade Esports. I have a lot of my friends, I have a Cameroonian that watches Cade Esports. Man, we're talking about it, and he's like, how can he make it to Nigeria to play? And I'm like,
I mean, that would be insane. Before we continue that conversation, we get to see glimpses of how the game went. I mean, Killer Freak started right out of the gate with those two pretty impressive goals. But Adefola gave us hope into something of a crazy game, extra pass into Benzema. Those things are quite important to add into your game. But the way Bruno Fernandes bullied his man off there, and the player, look, he's spoken about the importance already. Look, drag Pedro Neto from the wing to be able to get into the middle. It's just something special.
Oh my days. You see the press thing I'm talking about. This chance that John got was as a result of the press, and it was the ball off Adefola and punish him for that. Now you see another build-up, quick passes, left, right, and he gets very lucky here, but that's for you. You need to take what you as part of the game, because if I had the same thing,
he'll take it.
You know what I'm saying?
He will take it. This was the goal that sealed everything. And you might say he's lucky, but he committed the points for it.
There is something I would say that most people don't know. If you green time, listen to me, chat. If you green time a shot and the keeper punches it, you have a very high tendency of getting a rebound. Most people don't know. If you green time a shot from a short distance and the keeper punches it, you have a very high chance of getting a rebound.
Well. I told you, I-Maji was here to drop some gems. Speaking of gems, this is a gem of the game. This is live in play, people. Anderson has pulled off something incredible. He played against Rufai earlier and now playing Rhymes. That's 6 points out of 6. This is something special. This is possibly the best week he has had throughout the whole of the weeks that we've had. Anderson putting on a show. This is one of the players that the National Soccer League has spotlighted, and he's taking this opportunity by the scruff of the neck. What a performance from Anderson.
Anderson is one of the most dangerous counter-attacking players in the league. Literally do a poll right now with all the players, and he is one of the most dangerous.
I mean, you saw the way he picked points off of Killer Freak.
Oh my days.
The counters, so consistent with them, and the decision making with counters is pretty important, because if you make one pass too early, you mess it up. If you make it might be an offside here and there, but Anderson working that to perfection is truly special. We've had a blast of a day, 8 rounds of action, but we need to tell you how everything went down. If you were not here earlier, all of the fixture results are coming in, and we'll show you how everything is panning out on that leaderboard. So we'll go for a quick spin around. When we are back, we'll wrap it up for day 1 of match week 5.
Welcome to the Ghana Esports League EAFC 25 preseason. This is the stage where it all begins, the foundation for Ghana's most competitive EAFC league experience. We're kicking off with 16 elite teams battling it out in a high-intensity preseason. This isn't just a warm-up, it's the proving ground. Teams are here to showcase skills, chemistry, and strategy before the main season begins. The preseason is more than just matches. It's about identifying talent, building rivalries, and setting the tone for what's to come in EAFC 26 when the full-tier league structure kicks off. Each motion counts. Performances here will influence team rankings, seeding, and visibility for the big season ahead. This is where the underdogs rise and champions make a statement. Get behind your favorite teams, follow the drama, and witness the passion as Ghana's top EAFC talents fight for recognition. This is only the beginning. EAFC 25 preseason is setting the stage for Ghana's next esports giants. Are you ready? The road to greatness starts now. Welcome to the Ghana Esports League EAFC 25 preseason. This is the stage where it all begins, the foundation for Ghana's most competitive EAFC league experience. We're kicking it off with 16 elite teams battling it out in a high-intensity preseason. This isn't just a warm-up, it's the proving ground. Teams are here to showcase their skills, chemistry, and strategy before the main season begins. The preseason is more than just matches. It's about identifying talent, building rivalries, and setting the tone for what's to come in EAFC 26 when the full-tier league structure kicks off. Each motion counts. Performances here will influence team rankings, seeding, and visibility for the big season ahead. This is where the underdogs rise and champions make a statement. Get behind your favorite teams, follow the drama, and witness the passion as Ghana's top EAFC talents fight for recognition. This is only the beginning. EAFC 25 preseason is setting the stage for Ghana's next esports giants. Are you ready? The road to greatness starts now.
Soccer Liga. We are glad everybody has been enjoying all of the action. We appreciate every single one of you in the comments. Manny, we've definitely had a blast here.
Yes.
But of course, there was some controversy at the last minute regarding the Adefola.
I mean, what's such a tournament without a little bit of controversy to spice it, especially as the fact that we are going now into crunch time. The one that is going to decide everything is tomorrow. So if there was ever a time to have some little spice,
controversy,
today was the
it is
best
now.
time.
We do have some words for the fans. So we appreciate every single one of you's comments. We know the ideas that you guys are giving behind the red card situation and all of that. What I'm saying is the organizers are taking this one into account to make a final decision on it tomorrow. So make sure to be here tomorrow to just hear the final verdict. But as it stands, that game does stand. Kelafi gets all 3 points, but it's not a final decision yet. They are still looking into things, and possibly tomorrow we'll have the final decision on it. But all I want to say is we appreciate every single one of you's comments. We appreciate everything that you guys have put into this tournament. The National Soccer League will be nowhere without the fountain. So far, the 8 rounds of action have given us great games.
Wow, especially today, 8 rounds of action. We've had something to talk about every single time. Today we said it might be the day of upsets, and I think we got
a couple of them.
Upsets.
Mr. Oga against Rhymes, we got Rufai losing against NSC.
Also, NSC won. NSC won against Rufai. The game was off stream, of course.
Exactly. Yes, he was going crazy. NSC beat Rhymes 6 goals to 2.
So now what happens to Rhymes now? He's now back in that duel.
I didn't see the leaderboard right now.
Yes.
The leaderboard
Yes. Okay.
Before the leaderboard, though, we'll get into how the fixtures went down. We'll start off with round 1. NSC starting the upset trail, beating Rufai 8 goals to 7. Farouk Manto, there's no upset when it comes to this guy.
Not at all.
7 goals to 3 against Mitchell Boy, picking up a very important win, 4-3 against Fala, and I-Maji 4-2 against GameJosh.
Doing the business. Yes, so that was the first round of action today, and then after that one we had another round of action before we went on a very long break. We had Killer Freak go toe-to-toe with Baji Jr. That's not something we expected to see at the end of today after both games were played, but that one was a very, very tight one. And then Anif picked up a 5-4 victory over Blaze, while Simply Uzo in the battle of the losers won by 6 goals to 3. He beat Bright.
Yeah, that game was fun.
That game was very, very fun to watch. And then Mr. Oga showing up and showing out in the most rugged display.
That's possibly his best week so far. What a performance that he has put up. Farouk Wanzo in that tight one against Baji Jr. ended up being 6 goals to 5. Baji got a goal in the last minute.
Yeah.
That ended up being too late. Mr. Oga, 7 goals to 2 against Bright. Killer Freak and Fala was the one we just saw on our broadcast, 5 goals to 2. They're still on the stairs beside the game. We'll make the final verdict tomorrow, people. Anderson, like we said, he's truly had a blast when it comes to this week. He needed 6 points, possible 6, and he did it. And the manner in which he has done it
was very, very, very commendable. I totally agree with you. The manner in which he got this one, very commendable. And then I think in the other action, we saw Mitchell pick up a 9-4 victory against I-Maji. That one was actually scary. We didn't expect such a huge margin in that game. Ben Boyd beating Simply Uzo by 12 goals to 2. See what we spoke about, Simply Uzo always getting those goals, but it's just the management and the defensive work he has to really go back and do. Blaze won in that game between he and GameJosh, while Anife was blown out of water and totally out of his stride by a 9-0 victory, courtesy Rule 5.
Well, that's how things rounded up here. And now things are changing on the table. We'll get straight into it. Farouk Wanzo keeps top spot. He does keep top spot, actually. And I think that will have to be updated on Killer Freak's part, because right now there is the asterisk on that one. So as it stands, they will still be on the same points. Rufai on 31 points. Baji Jr. 29. Boyd on 28 points. Anderson with those 2 important wins. Mind you, he started the day on 18 points.
Absolutely.
He skyrocketed to 24 points. Ryan's also in the mix with 22 points. Fala on 21. And now Mitchell is lurking around on 21 points as well.
So you asked me earlier in the day who I thought was going to be able to drop out. I said Adefola, but as it stands, let's see what happens in terms of the asterisk. The verdict tomorrow. Mitchell has himself a great good, and he's currently sitting in 9th position. He had 10 goal difference. We have no idea who's playing on the last day, but I guess we'll find that out tomorrow. Mr. Oga, 16 points. That one takes him totally out of the position, making it into the top 8 as it stands in that conversation. I-Maji, 11th with 15 points. Blaze is on 12th with 14 points. Anife, with all of the charisma he brought into this one, he has had to settle for 11 points with 14th place in this tournament. I think 13, he's 13th in this tournament. GameJosh, 9 points, 14. And Simply Uzo, and finally got that 3 points that puts him just above Bright in 15th, while Bright is rooted down in the bottom spot to 16th. I think we're expected to see probably a -100, but as it stands, I don't see him losing by 17 goals tomorrow. But whoever it is that is playing, it's going to be a great time for him.
Well, speaking of 100 goals, Farouk is 2 goals shy away, and tomorrow this game against Killer Freak could prove to be the game that gets him to the 100-goal mark. But that's how everything panned out inside the Game Evolution Studios for the National E-Soccer League, brought to you by Cade Esports, Game Evolution Studios, where we currently are, supported by the Esports Federation of Nigeria. Afro Sport also in the mix, making this one happen. Game Pride IO, Pulse Nigeria, Super Sports as well. And today we had the brilliant trophy on show for you. Tomorrow, somebody is lifting this. Somebody, in strong contention, somebody is lifting this beautiful trophy right in front of us. Money. Any last words before we finish off?
What I can tell you is this: if you've been here from day one or you joined us in the middle of it, at whatever point you joined us, you cannot miss out on tomorrow. Tomorrow's game is the one that will determine the winner. You can see the leaderboard in case you're just joining us. The leaderboard is telling you the whole story. Yes, and some people might just feel a little bit undone by their performances, but the leaderboard is, I think, the most true and representation of performances throughout the 5 weeks. Don't forget, we had 2 match days in each of the game weeks, except the one we had to go for the 11th and the first one. So I think that is about I would say give or take 8 game weeks we had to play all of this together. Tomorrow, do not miss out. Be here as early as possible. The stream will start as early as possible. Each players are only playing one game each, so you know we're going to be finishing the stream as early as possible. But whatever tomorrow, you know that it's going to be a crazy thing. Something I know this deep in my heart, they're going to have a talking point just like we did always.
For sure, entertainment is guaranteed with the National E-Soccer League. We couldn't have done this without you. We appreciate every single one of you. But as we sign off today, all we'll say is make sure to be there tomorrow. For myself, Slimo, of course, my casting partner, Mandy, the whole production team, we say a big thank you and buckle your seats. Tomorrow's action begins early and be there for the ultimate showdown of the National E-Soccer League.
Good night. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.